masculine.
You're a tiny little boy.
You're posting
So
on
fucking
Twitter.
hard.
It's the
And
gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock. Oh, this doesn't lock in.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. You can be like, you have a fucking fat penis, and women want to have sex with you.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay?
God,
I don't make
hate
the fucking
women
rules.
so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and it's better than mine. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world of Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MPs are having a fantastic one on this beautiful day, on this wonderful day, this day of trans visibility. We're live, we're alive. Coming to you from stolen Tongva land acknowledgement galore. Hopefully all of you guys are watching on stolen Wi-Fi at your day of work. And yeah, that's it. We're live and alive, ladies and gentlemen. The intro is over, you dog. It's not over.
We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did. In a
That's
video
right.
game, whatever, hypothetically.
It is 3/31, Tuesday, March 31, 2026. 10:58 a.m. I'm early, and that is because I have a lot to talk about. I got a lot on my mind, and that's why I'm live early, or maybe right on time, if you want to call that. What is this? Hasan Piker, promoter of hate, director's cut 2026. This could be a good intro. What is this? Okay, I'll look back at it. Bring back Jesus' hair. I'm begging. No, the hair is better this way than the Jesus hair. It's too much work. Any more details on the USF law talk you'll be doing? Inquisitive minds would like to know if it's open to the public or not. I have no knowledge of what the USF talk is gonna be about. Just RSVP'd for the MSU campus appearance. Is a full circle moment for me to see you in person. Found you in 2019 on YouTube, and you helped pull me from the alt-right, and it's helped change my life for the better. Endlessly grateful for your educational streams and willingness to help those like me see a better future. Love you, big guy. Hell yeah. Speaking of land acknowledgement, can you please get interested in the land back movement? I'm interested in it. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. And this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming buttons to help me God. That's what I'm going to do. And let's be real. Last night, I ended the broadcast at like approximately 7 hours or 6 hours and maybe a little bit longer. And part of the reason why I had to end it is because I went on CNN, Clinton News Network. As you guys know, went on my friend, old friend, Alex Michelson's show. He used to be on Fox 11, local Fox affiliate here in Los Angeles. And now he is the late night anchor for CNN, the American CNN broadcast. And I was like, I had to cut the stream short with Felix. Hopefully we'll be able to have him back on today, because a lot of people didn't get their Felix nut out. And I know there's a lot of people who want to get their Felix nut out. Okay. But did a nice short 7-minute panel, just me and Alex. Negative panel done on you, and then you go on the network. Yeah, beast mode. That is pretty funny. But Anyway, CNN lets you respond to Tapper on their station. Is that not happening at all? No. I mean, maybe. I think if CNN, if the CNN, like I know CNN producers would love to do that. It's just Jake Tapper will never do that. You know what I mean? But it would be great content if Jake Tapper was to have me on. If he were to have me on a show to discuss in person, that would be banger after banger. I mean, he would like yell at me. He could like choose all the worst quotes of all time and just like try to cook me, and then I could defend those quotes. And, you know, I think it'd be great. Anyway, did you see that Content King game made you an Israel supporter? Wait, what? Gross. Well, I mean, maybe. Wait, actually, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe they won't yell at me any longer if people think I'm an Israel supporter. So that's cool. This satire. This is why gaming is bad. Did you react to Philly D's vid on you? I did. I was also appearing in Philly D's vid on me. So, you know. Anyway, does anyone know the webcam Hasan is using? You think I'm using a webcam, dude? What are you, crazy?
Here's the thing about
Former Clinton voter on Hasan Piker. Can you please comment on Jaden Ivey and random right-wing Christians jumping in to defend them? I don't know what that is. But Black Threads have been attacking me as the sole black HasanAbi head there. You're not. There was a dog shocking minigame and it called HasanAbi a grifter. I don't know about the whole Israel supporter thing. No way. Another sweaty game developer that like probably is an Asmongold fan is calling me a grifter and it claims I shocked my dog. That's a shocking revelation. Oh no. What will I do? What should we do, guys? Should we throw a party? What should we do? There it is. The dog herself too. The doggo herself. Drama chatters, please stop trying to farm drama. I'm pretty sure the game is actually fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's okay. But in the developer's defense, he lost Best Gear compilation by Asmon and needed to redeem himself. I don't know anything about this game, but I don't necessarily care all that much. All right, we got a lot going on in the world, so we're going to be talking about that. Oh, yeah, other than the CNN thing, I mean, this morning I woke up early, worked out, got a lift in, and then did American Prestige Pod with Derek Davison, and so that was that. I did that. I did do that. Mehdi, thanks CNN for having you on. Yeah. Serious PR year for HasanAbi. Yeah. OSIN reports A-10s have been sent to UK bases. Hell yeah, baby. Oh, once they see that, it's gonna be over for these fools, dude. Are you kidding me? It's gonna be over for these fools, man. But yeah, I was on with Daniel Bessner and Derek Davison, American Prestige. That'll come out. But yeah, Gremlo had a funny tweet about the CNN thing. I'll get into all of that and more. Actually, let's just blast off real quick because there's not really much else going on in my life because I'm a chud-ass loser. So, you know, that's it. My Twitter algorithm is nothing but Hasan hate. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, because Twitter shows you things that you respond to. Okay, it shows you things that annoy you. Ironically enough, for me, it's mostly Hasan love. I'm seeing mostly Hasan praise. Okay. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean I hate my own damn self? I hate my own chud-ass loser life, my big chungus life? Maybe. Yeah, mine is all just people defending me. Let's be real. Anyway, SCOTUS reject conversion therapy ban in Colorado. We'll be talking about that. Epstein Fury Day 31. Are we invading Friday? Trump mad at Europe. Dems mad at me. Cuba gets Russian oil. Felix on later. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Yeah, we got it all. We got it all, fam. But yeah. Hey, Son, I just had a question I wanted to answer. You know, opinion guy like Valery Legasov, who the Soviets viewed as a traitor for putting out his tapes. I only ask because I've heard you at least have positive thoughts on Stalin. I haven't found anything in your feelings on Gorbachev and wanted to know your opinion on shortcomings of USSR during Chernobyl. Yeah, okay. Well, not going to do that right now. Anyway. Kirsty Noem's husband is another story that we're obviously going to get to because he's got some bazongas. He's got some fucking awoogas, bro. He is running around with them awoogas, buddy. Oh my God, them Pelosi's. Okay. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Pete Kegsbreath, alcoholic rapist, Pete Hegseth, and what he's been trying to do with insider trading. Trying to do it in the most like alcoholic rapist way possible is really funny. New conspiracy just dropped. Clandis Owens, clandestinistas vindicated. The bullet that killed Charlie Kirk doesn't fit the gun. That's what people are saying. So yeah, we got a lot to talk about, man. We got a lot to talk about. And yes, Alex Michelson has posted the coverage. Kaya hitting the timelines again. What is this? The demolition of a career, 54 minutes long. Kaya's corner. What the heliante is this? This is just the Ethan Klein video. I mean, you can go watch it on your own, but we got a lot going on. I don't think I'm gonna be watching an Ethan Klein video. No disrespect to Kaya's corner. That seems awesome. But maybe today might not be the day to do that. But all right. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to cover. All right. We're going to get right into it. First of all, thank you for the playlist, Amacius. Will you do an event with Shoykot at the Bay Area? He needs it. I know I will. I will do something with Shoykot. The problem is, like, my Bay Area activities are fairly limited. It's a good video. Okay. Well, before we get to the situation monitoring, let's start with two things. Number one, as you guys know, yesterday I was endlessly slandered by Jake Tapper, my number one op at CNN. Okay. And in the process of getting endlessly smeared and slandered by Jake Tapper, who called me an anti-Semite, I still turned around and was able to fire off a CNN segment only a couple hours later with my friend Alex Michelson, who had asked me to come on CNN a while back to talk about my Cuba trip. Okay. Now, what's really funny about that is this creates a very unique dynamic, right? Because on the one hand, Jake Tapper wants to say I'm a toxic person. He wants to get people to not platform me, not broadcast my views in particular, because, like, obviously his goal there is to say I shouldn't be someone people associate with because I'm a bad guy. I'm an anti-Semite, right? Now, obviously, that's a cynical smear, and most people don't believe it, but it is also a testament to how little people believe it, even internally at CNN in some ways, because, imagine being the boomer who is watching the Jake Tapper segment in the middle of the day, only to then turn around and watch me a couple hours later to be like, wait a minute, wasn't this guy the dangerous radical anti-Semite? Now he's over here talking about how he went to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. Third way, be like, shame on CNN for allowing Hassan Piker on the broadcast. Yeah, it is pretty funny. It is a pretty funny duality here. American TV news anchors' wrathful campaign of elder abuse continues. Our vulnerable seniors deserve information dignity. But yeah, it is funny because, like, on the one hand, yeah, Hassan the Hun is back from a humanitarian mission to Cuba amidst an oil blockade and power outages. Go show some love to Alex, by the way. He's staking his neck out. So I noticed that CNBC, CNN, MS Now love having Greenblatt on. Will they have someone from CARE to talk about Slotkin? No, of course not. Of course not. But yeah, why is CNN in LA now? CNN has a LA station too, obviously, and they're broadcasting out of the LA office right now. Like, Jake Tapper's literally in my backyard. Like, he was in that building that I was in earlier in the day. Okay. Currently babysitting a 4-year-old. When do I start teaching him communism? Just say sharing is caring. That's all you need to do. Like, instill that value in the baby. You glaze terrorists like Hamas. No wonder CNN won't broadcast you. Buddy, look on the screen. Okay. I know you got so horny and so angry to say that, but, like, look at the screen in front of you. Like, this is literally the segment that I'm covering currently is the segment that I did on CNN, which, there was some funny thoughts on this, obviously. Adam Johnson first says, I simply cannot handle another bogus anti-Semitism scandal. All smoke and no fire, from Corbyn to campus protesters to Mamdani. They all follow the same sleazy script pushed out by Israel lobbyists, hatchet men like Greenblatt, who, it's worth noting, regularly texts with Tapper. Last July, I broke down the script with respect to Mamdani. The one targeting Piker is similar. Here's the basic playbook for anyone interested. TLDR, it's manufacturing smoke, fanning the smoke, and then hoping no one notices the total lack of actual fire. And let us not forget that the totally fake anti-Semitism scandal, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash ginned up targeting Rashida Tlaib in September 2024 that was premised on a complete lie that Bash and Tapper vaguely walked back without apology or any accountability. Note, too, that in the first 2 years of genocide from October 2023 until the October 2025 ceasefire, Tapper did not feature a single Palestinian guest on his Sunday morning show, CNN State of the Union. He also ignored Gaza entirely during the height of the famine from March to July 2025. Okay, but what has Hassan said about 9/11? Nothing worse than what Bill Maher has said about 9/11. Next question. Anyway, so Israel sending Gottheimer after you now? Yeah, I mean, I hate Josh Gottheimer. You guys know this. And the other one will be Moskowitz, which is great. Come on, send Moskowitz after me too, because I'm working to unseat Moskowitz anyway. Gottheimer, I think, is in a more protected situation, of course. But where's Richie Torres? The streets are asking, where is Richie Torres? Richie Torres used to be the APAC attack dog that they would send after me. Yeah, the primary, using another bigot to defend a bigot does not help you move past what Piker has said. By the way, I'm bigoted towards what? Like the Twin Towers? The fuck does that even mean? I'm bigoted. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny to just be like, oh, dude, you're a bigot. Like, you said America deserved 9/11. You're bigoted towards America? American imperialism? Like, what the fuck is the bigotry here? The primary person calling for Piker to be canceled went on Bill Maher literally the same day. This is the world's fakest outrage by the world's biggest hypocrites. Exactly. And yet you cannot say what Hassan said. You're using whataboutisms. Anyway, so there's that angle. We're not going to, we're not going to harp on it too much. I mean, it's just like I cannot stress how little motion this has. It's pretty funny. Even MAGA moms are defending you. Mary Lou's defending me. Hell yeah. We're building a coalition here. Bob, on the other hand, probably is like, we should send him to Guantanamo Bay. I heard his ass went down to Cuba. We should send his ass to Guantanamo Bay. Hell yeah. Going on the Nazi website to cry about anti-Semitism is something else. Yeah. Going on the Nazi website to cry about anti-Semitism is something else. Yeah. Anyway, but where was I? So the Jake Tapper stuff is funny, but what's even funnier, once again, is Gremlo says, imagine being a CNN watcher and seeing Jake Tapper go on an 8-minute pearl-clutching segment with two insane Zionists crying about Hassan the Hun, and then an hour later you see this piece on the same guy doing an aid mission. Really undercuts the whole he's a terrorist line of argument. Exactly. It's like so insincere. It's such an obvious lie, and like people are not willing to commit to it. Right? People are not willing to commit to it, which, I'll start off with this, obviously. I'll start off with the segment here. Props to Mehdi Hassan says, props to CNN's Alex Michelson for having Hassan the Hun on and letting him speak in his own voice, his own words, rather than ventriloquized or quoted out of context by pro-Israel politicians and pundits. Let's take a look.
Here he is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. It's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to...
Former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like... So Phil, Twitter video, bro. Twitter video, absolutely cooked. Now, who the fuck chose that tie, Unc? It's a good tie, bro. Shut up. Here, we'll continue off where we left off. It was very... Piker describes feeling sad and angry during Cuba trip. Very sad to see. But then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like, there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of. And it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island, or if you wanted to even send money, if you have relatives on the island. It's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all these struggles, were still surviving, right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical, in the biomedical field.
What do you think is, at this point, the biggest need? Because
that might be your weakest fit in recent memory. Man, do you cover things from any angle other than how tangentially relate to coverage of about you in the media? What? Are you not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? This has nothing to do with me appearing on CNN. It's like no different than me talking about the experiences I had on the island. This is, what the hell?
we hear like the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and like babies are having to, you know, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need?
It's oil
on the ground?
100%. And it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive. And for that to happen, they need to have oil. They need to get oil. I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but you know, this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to, you know, the allegations of hypocrisy there? Yeah,
I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with, you know, foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number. But the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine. I'm an American citizen. It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon. Hasan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah. I mean, what kind of counter can you have for that, right? Like, people will turn around and be like, bro, you're doing propaganda, you're doing regime propaganda. It's like, no, I'm just telling you exactly what's going on the island. I'm telling you who is primarily responsible for it. And if you don't appreciate that, it's because you are unwilling to recognize the damage that this government is causing to Cuba, because you have some kind of ideological blind spot. Like, are there issues with mismanagement of the economy? Absolutely. Okay. But it is not up to us to just, like, you know, directly cause death and destruction on this island for no reason other than the fact that we want the people to be so angry that they rise up violently against the government until we stop their starvation. Like, why do we get to decide that? Every country has issues. Okay. Every country has issues, but it's up to the people to deal with those issues in a way that does not take away their dignity, does not take away their sovereignty. It's unbelievable. Very effective job expressing your opinions. Good job indeed, sir. Yeah. You're reaching the Barbers and the Debras with this one. They love soft-spoken discussions like this on TV. Anyway, it's so totally crazy that like there's a propaganda opportunity for people because of like how unnecessarily cruel and how silly some of these restrictions are, that when you describe to them like who's forcing you to stay at a hotel like this, people don't believe you. They're like, nah, that's crazy. It's like, well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? It's just the truth, right? I know it sounds unbelievably stupid, right? I know it sounds unbelievably stupid, but that's just the case. Now, the real question is, now that you know what the truth is, how does that make you feel? What will you do next? Will you fight back against this? Will you try to alleviate some of the stress that the Cuban energy grid is experiencing? Will you try to save Cuban lives? Or will you just sit around and continue defending the blockade? Anyway, you can't get to control a government when you can't even vote in their elections. It's ridiculous that the U.S. thinks they rule the world. Yeah. Hi, Hasan. Asman's real viewer here. I hate those who bend the knee to evil people. I'm curious to hear your opinion. I have a question. What makes you think that the left doesn't secretly support Israel just the same? The left? I mean, do you think I secretly support Israel? I mean, if I was secretly supporting Israel, do you think they'd be fucking coming after me this hard? I don't know if you've been paying attention, but anyway, there's also one other update on the Cuba stuff, obviously. Ostenox cooked so freaking hard. The first round of our Cuba mini doc was not this good. And the reason why it's taken a long time for us to release the mini doc is because we patched it together, but it wasn't like good enough. And I wanted to go back and, you know, give editing notes and like, and put together something that's like very cool for you guys to appreciate, that you can share with other people, like a standalone property. A standalone mini doc, and Ostenox's editing is so spectacular. And here is the intro is so good that I was like, bro, I have to show you, like, I have to leak this, you know?
Right now, as we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. This month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
When will this release? Hopefully this week. Like, it was, my goal was to get it released by today, actually, but it's obviously not going to happen. Yeah, Tyler Hasan Vera. It's Tyler Hasan Vera time. Is Unk a YouTuber now? Yeah, Unk is a YouTuber. But it's very good. Johnny Harris pissing and shitting after this one. Yeah, I'm coming for him, dude. John Old Harrison, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, dude. Donald McDonald Harrison, I'm coming for that ass. Okay. Would you honestly call Cuba a socialist society with its current sanctioned state? I mean, it is. It is a country run by a communist party. There's definitely I would go so far as to say like an orthodox understanding of economic organization on the island, and then there's been some reforms. There's been some reforms in the economy. There's been some liberalization, some marketization that has taken place. However, and you'll see, I will, after this, I'll release my interview that I did with Cosio as well. After first we released a mini doc, and then I have almost like a 2-hour interview that I did with the foreign vice minister, and like one of the things that he was explaining to me was the fact that while internally there's a lot of there's differences in opinion within the party structure. People want reform. Some people are responsive to those demands. But the blockade system makes it virtually impossible for them to adequately apply this stuff, like adequately engage in any sort of economic reform whatsoever, because the American government has tried to, at every step, rip apart Cuban sovereignty. Like even the hotel system, right? Like America currently allows oil to enter the island in 2 different places. One is Guantanamo Bay, so that they can keep operating their torture facility. There's a McDonald's on there. That's like literally a part of Cuba, right? But it's America's own torture facility on there, and they have all the fucking energy. They have the nicest cars, the newest vehicles, everything. Life goes on as though nothing is going on at all, and that's like not that far away from Havana, right? It's unbelievable. But then also, the other place where America allows oil to enter the country is for private facilities. So hotels, like the ones that we stayed in, have sufficient gas so they can continue operating. So they're on the one hand starving the hospitals, starving the transportation, and therefore ruining the distribution of medicine to the island. But on the other hand, the hotel lights stay on. So they're tilting the scales in favor of like private businesses in an effort to in this very ham-fisted way, in an effort to elevate private businesses and keep them alive while directly causing tremendous suffering for regular Cuban society, ordinary Cubans. It's really messed up. It's just so cruel. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than there's like unbelievable cruelty. It's like maximum cruelty. Yeah. I think if you did a sit-down edited structure vids like this once a month, they would do super well and allow you to expand your reach since they would be easily shareable. Sure. Yeah. I think so too. Yeah. So, get excited for that. Mary Lou is not having any Hasan slander. We'll talk about that. And then we'll get into situation monitoring ASAP. Okay. Those are the last 2 things I'm going to look at. In spite of all of the attacks, we got some defenders even on the MAGA side.
Always do, Mom. Do you have ditties?
I have 1 funny one and 2 serious ones.
Okay.
I'm just making sure that Mr. Piker didn't get any broken bones. I saw that he traveled to Cuba with his communist group, his pink friends, the pink code friends, and people coming back from Cuba. A lot of people traveling there, they're getting break bone fever. And that's for real. It's like
what is a break bone fever? What?
Mosquitoes that bite you, and then you get this very bad disease. I'm just making sure that our friend Mr. Piker is okay. My husband loves his hat that you gave him, and I've been hooking up every day to stream to see if maybe you forgot my address.
Dengue fever? Wait, really? I mean, I didn't get bit once by mosquitoes. I don't know why. Cuban mosquitoes did not fuck with me. Like, straight up. Cuban mosquitoes did not fuck with me at all. I don't know what it is. I mean, but it's pretty crazy. Like I didn't even have to use the mosquito spray at all.
And where you might be able to send me something. But I'm waiting on my gift. I can wait. And then I hope you're okay. And if you need us to slap down that disgusting Democrat, Brad Schneider, that's been on you recently, we can slap him down for you if you need it.
Slap him down.
Love, Bob and Mary Lou. What?
Slap him down.
Yeah, he's been calling our friend Mr. Piker some bad names like anti-Semitic and all kinds of stuff. And he's a Democrat, and it's kind of bizarre. So Mr. Piker's been getting in a little trouble. And if he needs Bob and I to come help, we are here. And this is your invite to come back. You come back on our show because we want this.
Somehow. Hassan Piker has become the golden child of our family.
It's the most bizarre
What
turn
the
of events that has happened in the course of this entire podcast.
No, I know. Chad is turning me into a podcaster.
That's funny. And then what is this?
Hassan Piker that we have to be very careful about, because we have already seen this show, and if you are not as old as me, you might not realize it. I'm almost 40. I worked in politics for a while.
You're
I
almost
studied
40.
it,
How is that possible?
and
You
I've
look like
been
you're 20.
involved in the Democratic Party since, like, I would say 2004, so a really long time. And we've had multiple instances where this has happened, and I've fallen victim to this personally, where, like, for example, between Hillary and Bernie, I was led to believe from the Democratic establishment, okay, like these millionaires who are supporting AIPAC and all of this stuff, they're not actually supporting the centrist Democrats, like the establishment, the Chuck Schumers, the Nancy Pelosi's. And they made everyone believe that, like, a Bernie Sanders, a progressive person, could not actually be elected to be president. It had to be somebody centrist to get the moderates. I believe that, honestly, maybe at the time it needed to happen that way, but we got Hillary, and I'm a Hillary supporter, over Bernie. Everyone I know preferred Bernie's policies, but so many of my friends were in my camp of, like, I'm pro-Hillary.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, this is a very commonplace experience. Stop saying ew, dumbasses. Shut up. This is an incredibly commonplace experience amongst, like, a lot of educated, relatively well-off white women that went from, as lifelong Democrats, went from being pro-Hillary Clinton in 2016 and thinking, like, oh my God, Bernie is this reactionary force, or Bernie is this, like, misogynistic force, and his fans are bad, and he's wrong for the country, wrong direction in the country, to basically recognizing that Bernie Sanders was right, and the politics that he represents was totally what was necessary to not only defeat Donald Trump, but also to bring about much needed changes in this country. There are a lot of parents of people in this community that feel that way. Jennifer Welch is a great example of this as well. Like, I think you guys are just, like, casting aside certain productive forces in this country, certain, like, social changes that are taking place, because you just, like, get stuck on the aesthetics. Okay.
Hillary, mostly just because we thought she had more electability. And now we have Hassan Piker coming out and, like, calling this out, and we're seeing this war of, like, the Democratic establishment towards him, and that can't happen. We cannot let that happen. Because at the end of the day, these centrist candidates don't do what we need. We need somebody actually progressive, like a Bernie, like a Mamdani, to actually move the needle. And we have to stop letting the Democratic establishment, the Chuck Schumers and Nancy Pelosi's, these old billionaires and millionaires, dictate it. Like, we have to get away from that as Democrats, and we can't let this, like, break us up before the midterm, and especially not as we're starting to gear up for 2028. Here's the thing about his.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so obvious that there are a lot of forces in the party that
Hassan Piker,
straight up, there are a lot of forces in the party that don't want to make the necessary changes. Like, they're very resistant to the necessary changes that need to be made, right? About social progress, economic progress, and perhaps most significantly, because it's a 90-10 issue, especially for the base, Israel, like our relationship with Israel. And people say a lot, and it's crazy that that the Democrats are spending a good deal of time. They're spending a good deal of time and effort attacking that need, like someone who's responsive to the needs of the base, someone who's responsive to the demands of the base, and they're doing so in this, like, organized manner, in a way that they don't do towards, in a way that they don't actually have the same level of smoke for, like, Republicans. It's this weird mealy-mouthed, like, response that they have for MAGA voters and Republican voters, where they're like, we got to expand the tent to those guys. And we all know those guys are a cult. There are a lot of voters out there who you can win over, a lot of independents who you can win over through a comprehensive agenda that people can associate with policy prescriptions that seek to address all of the economic pressures that everyday Americans, ordinary Americans experience, right? And instead of doing that, they're like, no, we got to get these MAGA cultists on board. And how do we get them on board? By being more moderate on social issues, leaning to the right on social issues. Well, that fucking fails every single time. So you're basically just saying like you want the Democrats to consistently lose to the Republicans because you don't care if the Republicans win. You might act like you care. You might act like it hurts you. It hurts your feelings or whatever. But like you clearly don't care, right? And I don't think people are putting up with this. Like they're seeing the attack ads, they're seeing the organized initiatives, and they're thinking to themselves, like people that don't even know me, I think, are encountering this information and going, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Why I don't know about this guy. Why do I have to care about this guy? It seems like he embodies some of the ideals that I have as far as like, you know, his opinion on Israel. And I've heard for the last 2.5 years over and over again, people who have the same feelings that I do about Israel are consistently getting smeared as anti-Semites. It's ridiculous. Also, what is this?
Male voters ahead of 2028. Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
What the hell is this? Okay, this is a new opening edit. What the hell is this, bro? What is that? Stop! Oh my God, Close Presence is back with 50 gifted
Always
subs.
maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
Who made this, bro? This is a crazy. All right, new intro unlocked. New intro unlocked. New intro unlocked. New intro unlocked. It's not so easy being a streamer, is it? Need this video? Please post source. It's on my Reddit, but the booty shaking is so funny. None of us are free unless all of us are free. You need to do okay, buddy, more. This is fire. This is actually fire. Holy shit. For the love of God, Hasan, please use it to open the stream. Why is this 50% politics, 50% twerk? Yeah. I mean, that's like a healthy balance. Okay, that's a healthy balance of exactly what goes on here. Anyway, we got to put this on. We have to upload this instantly onto YouTube so I can use this as an intro for sure. All right, but on that note, all right, this is the last video I'm gonna show you, and then we're gonna get to situation monitor. We're gonna get to Iran.
A lot of things about Hasan. Oh, he's mean. He's egotistical. Oh, he's not left enough. He's basically a liberal. He doesn't go out enough. He doesn't organize enough. Well, let me tell you, the Democratic Party, mainstream media, they think he does too much. Hasan Piker has reached a level of prominence where establishment Democrats, the mainstream media, are writing hit pieces on him.
Charlie Twerk for your sins. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Jesus Christ, what a name.
To sway other Democrats away from his opinion. As of 2025 and 2026, Hasan Piker has met with several Democratic Party candidates, left-wing candidates of course, who have went on to win their primary and then their general election, or lost their primary to an establishment Democrat by maybe like a 3% margin. And by the time those people run again and build their portfolio, they will likely win by the next term.
Hasan, you completely skimmed over the attack on trans people today, like conversion torture, man. Yeah, famously, even though it's the first subject that's on my title, I'm not going to be talking about it.
It's not like Hasan is going to have any sway on.
Dog, we're not even an hour in. Like, we're not even an hour in. Read the title. Read the title. I'm going to go through the topics piece by piece as I do every single day. Are you okay? It's the first subject on the title. Hello?
Federal policy, but having the ears of up and coming politicians that might make or break, votes on certain bills in the future, that's big, and that's what the Democratic Party is afraid of. And these smear campaigns against Hasan are never going to work because the Democratic Party, even under Trump, is still extremely unpopular. They have no backbone. They have no beliefs. They've sold out to corporate interest.
Yeah. All right. I know you read it. Read what? Since you've gone super brand new and switched up on your day ones, does that mean no more gaming ever again? Yes. All right, let's get started. Breaking. Trump issues new ultimatum to Europe. He's trying a new method. Okay, it's day 31 of Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fail, whatever you want to call it. And Donald Trump is going through the phases of tacoing and then turning around and saying, no, we're going to pummel them even harder. We're going to send troops there. We're going to, we've won the war. We haven't won yet, but we're going to win it any day now. Strait of Hormuz is open for business as long as someone is like brave enough to try it. Okay, maybe it's not open, but also fuck you. Now, the new meta for Trump is to pout like a little baby. First, if you recall in the beginning of the decapitation strike that they engaged in this war of choice, Donald Trump had said, I don't even want the UK to send any of their assets because fuck the UK, they're bitch made, all this stuff, right? We don't even need them. That was his attitude, right? Well, it's been 31 days. No visible accomplishments have taken place. America's not winning the war, even though Americans think that America is winning the war because we're some of the most propagandized people on the planet. So, Donald Trump has decided he's going to try a new technique, which is I'm just going to withdraw. I'm going to retreat and the Strait of Hormuz will be closed and you'll see what it's like when I'm gone. Like he's doing the world is ending. Anybody want to tell me they fuck with me right before the world ends? Like he's doing that type of shit where he's like, oh, I bet you'll be sad when I'm dead. And I don't think he wants to see the actual results of that, right? Like no one want me. Who want me? Who want me? Anyway.
Trey Yinks, he is live in Israel with the very latest. Trey, good morning.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Just last hour, President Trump issuing a new ultimatum to European countries about the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump taking to Truth Social to say, quote, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. The president goes on to say, Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Now, overnight, the United States hit an Iranian ammunition depot, reportedly with 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. The president released some video on Truth Social overnight showing the massive amount of destruction outside the city of Isfahan. While the U.S. and Israel are ramping up pressure on the Islamic Republic, President Trump is still offering Iran a chance at a diplomatic solution. Iran has continued its ballistic missile attacks against Israel with 2 waves targeting central Israel last night and another 2 cluster munitions strikes this morning against Tel Aviv. With a focus on Iran, Israel has expanded ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The military says dozens of militants were killed there in recent days. And today, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, announced that Israel is building a buffer zone in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. The IDF announced that 4 additional Israeli soldiers were killed yesterday, bringing the total since the Lebanon operation began to 10 killed. On Monday, a funeral was held for one of those soldiers, just 19 years old. Now the region waiting to see what will be said at this briefing at the Pentagon, as once again, President Trump is offering the Iranian regime diplomacy. If they do not take his offer, officials say this war will escalate. Guys?
So, Trey, we saw the attack on the Gulf states and on Israel. But can you compare the number of attacks now as opposed to 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, the Lebanese incursion, to say the least, is not going well. There was a guy from Connecticut, as a matter of fact, who chose to fly out to Israel, the apartheid state, conducting a genocide, and do the genocide himself. He was like, I'm going to take matters in my own hands. And as a part of that, they sent his ass to Lebanon, and he died. And apparently, he was actually supposed to come back to the United States of America. And you know, it's hard. It's really hard to look at that situation and be like, well, you brought this on yourself, you know? Like, it's just so difficult for me to look at that situation and be like, you were living in the fucking lap of luxury in the imperial court in the United States of America, and you chose to fucking put on the Nazi uniform to go and like kill people in Lebanon, to kill people in Gaza. And you know, you can't do that any longer because you were invading Lebanon. It's tough, real tough. Obviously, as you guys know, I am in favor of prosecuting all war criminals that go and adorn the garb of a foreign state's Nazi militia. You know, I think like there is functionally no difference than some American or Westerner literally joining Daesh. Okay, it's just not different. Like, the only difference is we don't receive these people in the same way. We don't look at these people in the same way. We just think like, no, that's an ally, so it's totally appropriate for them to go and do fucking genocide. I don't think so. Like, how is that any different than a guy who's like Johnny Jihadi or whatever, who's like, oh, I'm going to go and join ISIS. I'm going to go and fight alongside ISIS. You're a psycho. You're a psychopath. Okay?
The U.S. and Israeli campaign against the Iranian regime has been very successful in going not just after the launching positions of these missiles and drones, as we've seen in new video from U.S. Central Command, but also, importantly, going after the production sites. What President...
Yeah, like Brace Belden. Dude. Corresponding to an international call to arms to fight against ISIS alongside, like, you know, socialist forces in Rojava is very different than going to do the genocide. Okay, there's a difference between people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna fight against ISIS, versus people who are like, I'm gonna be ISIS. Okay.
And Trump is ordering here is a decapitation not only of Iran's military leadership, but also of their production lines, so that in the future they're not able to threaten U.S. forces or allies across the region. And we have seen those videos of decimation to the Iranian regime. This is a very large country, though, and that is part of the reason that these strikes continue, often on an hourly basis. And despite the fact that the Iranians can still get off ballistic missile fire and drone attacks against Israel and Gulf countries, their ability to do so and to resupply has been destroyed.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full...
President Trump. Anyway, Trump slams U.S. allies again over their stance on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you have to understand, their stance over the Strait of Hormuz is just, can you please not fuck around with the Strait of Hormuz so, you know, we can get energy. We can get our oil and gas tankers out of there. Okay, that's their stance. The problem is, America and Israel had very different opinions, and they followed through on their desires. And of course, now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And it's ridiculous because they didn't have a say in this process at all, right? They had no say in this process. America and Israel decided the fate of mankind for everybody else, basically. And because they could not accomplish their military objectives, I mean, Israel's military objectives are total death and destruction regardless. America's military objectives are like regime decapitation and then like new regime implementation, right? And neither of those goals are being accomplished as it stands currently. It's now they're just like flinging wildly, or at least Trump is like yelling at people who had nothing to do with this, right? People and countries that had nothing to do with this at all and would have absolutely chosen to not have this complete collapse of the energy markets around the globe.
Trump is slamming U.S. allies for failing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. He posted this message on social media, writing, quote, "You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us."
Yeah, you'll miss me when I'm gone. Like, that's what he's saying. It's like, dog, I don't think you should remind people. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think you should remind people what it would feel like or what it would look like if you were no longer here, okay? It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like that's unproductive, right? It's not dissimilar to Israel reminding people like Hamas is just like ISIS or Hamas is the real Nazis. It's like, if I were in your shoes, well, first of all, I'm not going to say what I would do if I were in your shoes, but in a hypothetical scenario, if I was trying to do propaganda for the genocidal apartheid state, I probably wouldn't remind people of another genocidal apartheid state that existed throughout history that did its own Holocaust. You know, I just wouldn't remind people of that comparison, because out of the two groups between the Palestinian resistance and Israel, I think when you invite that comparison, people are inevitably going to go, wait a minute, but you kind of remind me of what the Nazis are doing. And it's not dissimilar to that when Trump reminds people what it would be like if he was not around. I think that's people popping champagne moment, right? Third way, left wing anti-Semitism, often savvier than the brash neo-Nazi rhetoric on the right. Okay, man, like, who gives a fuck? They're no motion.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth doubled down on the sentiment in a press briefing this morning.
This was awesome. This was awesome. Israelis themselves r/ask Israel, and we'll talk about that in a second. Of course, I wouldn't be so anti-Semitic to demand that Israel also send their own ground forces into Iran. Obviously, I would never in a million years come up with an anti-Semitic opinion such as that one. That would require the Israeli occupying forces to fight against not babies, but instead against adult men. And obviously demanding that is probably the peak anti-Semitism. I mean, straight up, it's not going to happen.
There are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well.
CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang joins us now. So Weijia, you actually spoke to the president this morning about the war in Iran. What did he have to share?
That's right, Kelly. I called him because I was looking for some clarification about that Truth Social post.
It's so funny. Like, dude, there's one country that you should be like actually getting mad at. The country that goaded you into doing this spectacular flub, this spectacular failure. That country is not like Spain or Italy. It's fucking Israel. Like, all of this stuff that he's mad about. He's like, oh, these guys aren't doing anything. These guys aren't doing anything. Okay, send the Israeli Navy. You know? Why is Israel not escorting tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz with their Navy? Why is Israel not sending their ground troops? You know? Where's this energy for the one country that goaded you into doing this? Very strange stuff. Also, ironic considering, only 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump's like, we don't need anybody. United States have informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran in the Middle East. This, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we are doing. Okay. Did you see Steve Bannon said Yair Netanyahu should be sent to fight in Iran? Maybe not the best look for the Dems to be outflanked by pedo-Nazis. I agree. Also, Steve Bannon is like he's not a real anti-Israel voice, right? Like, he's saying Steve Bannon is like anti-Israel is like saying Steve Bannon is anti-Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? He's the opposite of both of those things, but he can present himself as that. And because Republicans are fucking cattle, most of them go, oh, I agree. He's kind of going beast mode, Anyway, getting back to this, he basically said, we spend billions of dollars on NATO and we're doing everything. We've destroyed the Iranian Navy. They're gone. They're done. They've perished. We don't need anybody else. 2 weeks ago, he was saying, it's victory time. There have been approximately 20 additional victory announcements since then, and yet no victory is in sight for some weird reason. Apparently, Israeli news said they have a red line and will not be sending ground forces. They don't have ground forces. Their ground forces can only do genocide. They only know how to kill unarmed Palestinians. I cannot explain this enough. I'm not even joking. Look at what the fuck is going on in Lebanon. Okay? Look at what's happening in Lebanon. Hezbollah is melting their fucking Merkava tanks. $6 million a pop, $10 million a pop with the trophy systems and everything else included. They're losing like 10 tanks a day. Hezbollah is literally whipping them, okay? Belt to ass. And that is not the IRGC, my friend, because Hezbollah is still a paramilitary formation inside of Lebanon, one that was born out of Israel's initial incursion, Israel's initial violence. And it's still not a standing army of a sovereign state, okay? And even then, the Israeli occupying forces are eating unlimited bags of dick in Lebanon. Okay, here's some updates from Hezi. Hezbollah has been attacking for over an hour straight now. Ynet heavy barrage from Lebanon, alarms in Haifa, and reports of casualties. Israeli Occupational Forces spokesperson says there was no advance warning about Hezbollah's extensive shooting tonight. Iraq Shida Al Jazeera, we have not made any decision about the negotiations and we have reservations about them. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We will not accept a ceasefire, but we strive for a complete end to the war, not just in Iran, but the entire region. Okay? Advance warning during war is so funny. They're like, hold on, wait a minute, but this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Why are they fighting back? Why won't they let us invade? Southern Lebanon is ours. Don't you know? It was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Like, that's literally the argument. America and Israel are such spoiled children in the way that they operate, where the American government's like, why is Iran attacking our military bases in the fucking region? Why won't they just like let us, why won't they let us deploy aerial campaigns from air bases that are slammed to the ass cheeks of Iran? Don't you know that's illegal? And Israel's doing the same fucking energy. Israel's basically behaving in the same exact way with Hezbollah in Lebanon, where they're like, I don't understand. Why are we not allowed to like blow up bridges, assassinate doctors, journalists, without any sort of pushback whatsoever, right? Why is that allowed? I don't understand. Why can't you just like let us take over your land and blow up every house in every village?
That he posted about the Strait of Hormuz, in which he, just like we heard from Secretary Hegseth, was really going after allies and expressing a fresh round of frustration. But it made it sound like the U.S. could leave, because he said, you'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us.
God. Say this about Israel, bro. Say this about Israel, please. Why are you saying this about like European partners that had nothing to do with this and are smart enough to not get involved and are just trying to sit this out, hoping that America will be more reasonable? Eyvallah. You know, just the entitlement that we demonstrate on a daily basis is unfucking believable, dude. It's so funny. It's so stupid. It's so funny. It's so ridiculous. Like, how dare they? That's the attitude. It's always like, how dare they fight back? How dare the European allies don't immediately muster up the forces to fight our war? And it's not even our war. It's Israel's war, really. It's so unbelievably entitled. It's so arrogant. And in the absence of any sort of soft power initiative, America is going to lose out on what remains of the allegiances that they have with even the vassal states. Great job.
So I asked him whether that meant that the U.S. would start pulling assets in and around the strait. And the president told me not yet. He said that the U.S. would be there, but again said that, it's not the U.S. that really needs this oil that is going through there, but allies and other countries, which, of course, for weeks now he has been calling on.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great reminder, by the way, to everyone else around the world, especially in like the Chinese area of influence, that you do not give a fuck about them at all. Like, you will literally make decisions in other parts of the planet that will genuinely bring financial calamities upon them, right? A totally man-made energy crisis that is completely unnecessary, and you brought it about, and now you're saying, it doesn't even hurt us. Who is this for? Like, who is this for? If you are in a developing country that has an American military base, okay? If you're in a developing country that's in like the Chinese sphere of influence and you have an American military base, you have to really reconsider that, right? Like, you have to be like, okay, that's insane. You're causing tremendous suffering here because you decided to go to war with Iran, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Now I can't get energy on my energy grid, and you've also completely given up on defending the other countries that I'm looking at that have American military bases. They're basically just missile sponges. Why the fuck should I continue with this? Like, how does this benefit me, right? America is no longer the guarantor of stability. Okay? It's not. As a matter of fact, American presidents invokes instability. And on top of that, America doesn't even do anything to save face. They don't even try to make it seem like we are trying to stabilize the world. We're coming out in this like unbelievably arrogant way and openly telling anyone who will listen, anyone who accidentally even hears what we have to say, that we don't give a fuck about them. I think this is sheer imperial hubris, okay? Especially at a time when America is very clearly overextended, when the American empire is coming to a close, right? And American force projection capabilities have diminished in the eyes of the world, right? Everyone can see it, right? Everyone recognizes that American imperialism is a paper tiger, and yet they're still operating on, you know, the last couple of decades propaganda, where we are saying to the rest of the world, like, we don't give a fuck about you. We don't give a fuck about you. What are you going to do about it? We have a military base on your soil, and you're going to shut the fuck up, and you're going to like it. A lot of people were misunderstanding what you were saying about Taiwan here. Yeah, I know. I didn't even get into it, but it's very, very stupid, right? Absolutely brutal community note, says Frank Luntz. Breaking news, Taiwan's main opposition, the KMT, said on Monday that its chairwoman, Shangli Wang, has accepted an invitation from the Chinese President Xi Jinping and the Communist Party's Central Committee to lead a party delegation to China. It's a big deal, right? It's a big deal in relations between Chinese Taipei, or Taiwan, if you want to call it that, and mainland China, led by the Communist Party of China. And as you guys already know, I've talked about this extensively. I've covered this extensively. The overwhelming attitude, the domineering attitude in Taiwan is status quo. Stick to the course, stay the course, status quo. 1 foot in China, 1 foot in mainland China, 1 foot in the Western world. It's been very beneficial for developing Taiwan for a very long time, right? And I recognize that. Although the American government, ironically enough, the State Department's attitude on Taiwan is that Taiwan is a part of China, right? Like they have a strategic ambiguity in the way that they deal with Taiwan, and they obviously beef up the defenses of Taiwan and foment discontent against China within Taiwan. And obviously, like, there's a historic tension there as well. But like the State Department in its official communique says they recognize Taiwan as a part of China. That's besides the point. If you are looking at the Taiwanese population and their attitude, they want status quo. They want fucking status quo. I loved it accurately pointing out stated U.S. policy is CCP shilling. Yeah, exactly. CCP shilling, but in cutesy lowercase. The U.S. doesn't want peaceful reunification, but maybe they're too busy right now, is what I said. Seeing that there is like an opportunity, seeing that there's like clearly an opportunity there from the Chinese government's attitudes to move in the direction of peaceful reunification, right? And what's frustrating is like everyone got super mad. They're like, "Oh, dude, you want to fucking militarily dominate? You want China to like fucking blow up Taiwan? All this shit, right? Very stupid." And I think part of the reason why people are yelling like this, reason why people are yelling like this and just like assuming the worst, both in my commentary on this and assuming the worst specifically in what China will do, is because they're coping. They're coping. They realize that America's losing its capabilities around the world and like dominating around the world. And they recognize that Donald Trump has brought about great instability to the rest of the planet. And therefore they're just like hoping that there's a big bad out there that they can like shift their focus to. Because Americans at the end of the day have somewhat of a sense of the damage that we've brought about the rest of the world, right? But they get super attached to like any other great power around the world that's doing things that we suspect they're doing in the same way that America does, right? That's what it is. China, on the other hand, has shown no interest in like militarily dominating Taiwan beyond doing like the saber rattling that they do with like in their own backyard when they do like, military positioning and things like that. But outside of that, it's not, there have been plenty of opportunities, especially in the last 3 years, where China could have moved militarily to Taiwan. I don't think they're going to do that. I might be wrong, But judging by their past performance and judging by their commitments thus far, it doesn't seem to be the case. And I also am saying this with like someone, I would say, a better understanding of like what the Chinese government's attitude is towards Taiwan. They see what it looked like when Russia militarily invaded Ukraine. The Chinese government and the Chinese population of the mainland China's attitude towards Taiwan is a little bit different than Russia's attitude towards Ukraine, as far as like they see, you know, Taiwanese people as Han Chinese. They are, right? And they don't think that a military incursion is going to be successful at all. They don't want to fucking kill these people. They don't want to fight the Han Chinese population in Taiwan. They see it as like, you know, one country. There's also the additional difficulties of doing an amphibious invasion on an island like Taiwan, right? Not dissimilar to what we've seen with Iran and the difficulties that America will have in militarily invading Iran. So there is that too. I mean, it's mountains, it's covered by mountains, mountainous, and like an amphibious invasion of Taiwan is going to be a very difficult military operation to pull off. It's going to be very deadly. It's going to be very bloody. So I suspect that the Chinese attitude, especially judging by what they've said thus far and what they've done thus far as like shying away from any sort of military incursion since like invading Vietnam, really, and that was a spectacular failure. They have no ambitions to do such a thing, right? They have no ambitions to like militarily invade Taiwan and have this, spectacular fuck up, this incredibly violent quagmire that they went into when their goal, it seems, is to be the guarantors of stability and safety. Like that's how they're presenting themselves right now, and Trump has actually given them a tremendous opportunity to show this to even the European vassal states that refuse to reckon with that reality, right? You're being too blind by ideology. This is a state. It will strike if opportunity will benefit them materially. Did you hear the side that I described to you? I didn't say this is I didn't say that this is because they're like good. I've been very critical of Chinese foreign policy, but part of the reason, part of my criticism of Chinese foreign policy is their like outright non-interventionist attitude. They refuse to aid and abet any sort of like anti-Western initiatives, even if it suits their purpose, right? Their stated objectives in the South China Sea, in and around the South China Sea, they don't even do that. So my point is, it's incredibly difficult and incredibly violent to try and do this militarily anyway, and they've shown no interest in doing so in the past. So I think they're trying to move in the direction of accelerating peaceful reunification. This is, of course, going to be very frustrating for a lot of Americans, but and maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe China will prove me wrong. Maybe they'll literally militarily invade Taiwan. I don't know. I don't think so, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not going to make the mistake of being aggressive in my commentary in the same way that I was when I did not foresee Russia invading Ukraine militarily, because I said it would be a spectacular fuck up, which it was. It's very violent. So, but yeah, everybody got mad. Hasan, you correctly argued that the people of Crimea should decide a status, democratic self-governance. Why should Taiwan be different? The vast majority of people in Taiwan want status quo, de facto independence. I don't think it's de facto independence in the way that he claims it is. I think status quo is not de facto independence, as a matter of fact. Status quo is status quo, with the rest leaning towards legal independence. So the Taiwanese population is polled on their attitudes all the time, right? And they want status quo. What that means is one foot in mainland China, because many Taiwanese people live and work in mainland China, right? And also being able to freely travel and do trade, unrestricted trade with the West as well. Like 1 foot in China, in the Chinese market, 1 foot in the Western market, right? And it's ironic because like historically KMT is the nationalist forces that escaped with a lot of the remaining Chinese gold to the island of Formosa, Taiwan, and they did a lot of ethnic cleansing there, but we're not going to get into all of that. But basically, for the longest time, the KMT, like the old KMT ambitions were to restore the Republic of China, right? Mainland China is the People's Republic of China. ROC, the Republic of China, was the KMT's vision, which is even a larger territory than what the PRC currently occupies. It was a territory that like expanded beyond Mongolia, ironically enough. So that was their initial goal, and they were getting the recognition from the Western world until Richard Nixon changed it. Richard Nixon decided we're recognizing the People's Republic of China. It was a huge deal. Anyway, the point is KMT, although initially was the separationist forces that unfortunately were not able to be dealt with at the time by Mao Zedong because the Korean War started, all this stuff, right? Are now the forces in the country that are in line with reunification. The problem for KMT, however, of course, is that young people in Taiwan have identified themselves as Taiwanese, like as their cultural markers are about not being a part of China, right? Like there's a lot of resistance from many young people. However, given the American allegiance and the instability that it yields all around the world, I do see that there is an opportunity here for China to engage Taiwan with peaceful reunification. Okay. KMT doesn't support reunification law. No, KMT's attitude is ultimately towards reunification. It's literally to normalize relations with China. And no, KMT support reunification under the ROC, which is not possible. No, you're wrong. That's just objectively no longer true. Okay. Anyway, yeah. The DPP is the American party, is the CIA-backed party, and it's an independence party. And many people will point to the DPP to say, "Oh, well, you don't understand. The DPP is like one, and that means that the population in Taiwan don't want reunification; they want independence, right?" And that's the argument. Yet they never actually say the reversal of that, where they'll never turn around and be like, "Well, voting for the KMT then means they want reunification." Then it doesn't work that way, right? KMT doesn't officially advocate for reunification. This is literally illegal in Taiwan for a political party to advocate that. Yes, I'm just saying that, like, was the Hong Kong reunification considered peaceful? I mean, yeah. I mean, that's been happening since like the 90s, though. I do think that the one country, two systems attitude, however, is somewhat of a failure. It's been, I think it hasn't seen the necessary success. And ironically enough, I believe that is part of the reason why they can't make a better argument for peaceful reunification with Taiwan, right? Because the reality of the matter is, if you could show prosperity in Hong Kong and like solving a lot of the problems born out of like the real estate market, for example, in Hong Kong, as like if you were to solve that problem and then show people like, no, look, Hong Kong is prosperous now, rather than a former British colony that is like left dormant for the last 20 years, as like the rest of mainland China has improved dramatically. You could use that as an argument to show Taiwan that peaceful reunification with very little friction is possible. Now, the reason why I say it's like all things considered somewhat of a peaceful transition is because, because objectively, these sorts of things are supposed to be much more violent affairs in general, right? All things considered, it has been an infinitely more peaceful transfer of power. And at times when China has come in and tweaked and greatly restructured like the governance process inside of Hong Kong, as they've done so, especially in the last decade, people have protested against it. There's the Free Hong Kong movement and stuff like that. But again, all those things are relatively tame in comparison to like how aggressively people normally fight. Anyway, my assessment, however, is that one country, two systems has not been as successful as it could have been, right? If that makes sense. And I think that is part of the that is also part of the problem with like making an argument, because everyone can turn around and be like, we don't want Taiwan to turn into Hong Kong, and they can just like say whatever they want to say about the system in Hong Kong. Anyway, I responded. I said, I never said anything different. I recognize status quo is the overwhelmingly popular choice. Many people from Taiwan work in the mainland. I should know. I have relatives who do. And yet, people are professional misunderstanders of my position, and they just like decide to add on seasoning to what I'm actually saying, and make it seem like I'm saying something I'm not saying, right? So America's so fucking funny and annoying, acting like they give a fuck about people's sovereignty, meanwhile holding multiple colonies themselves, and when brought up, they want to give those colonies statehood or don't even know of their existence. Why the fuck are we so concerned about Taiwan and China? Don't mean the government, I get that part, but like people, especially libs and conservatives, it's a really successful way to consistently agitate against our foreign adversaries. I mean, that's how it is. It's the same as it's basically the same as like the blockading Cuba, right? It's supposed to be this invisible protocol, this invisible system of sanctions that are invisible on purpose. It's invisible by design, so that you can just say it's actually communism that has failed these people. It's the redistributive system that the Cuban government has implemented that has failed these people. It's an ideological battle, right? And it's the same with all these other places. It makes us feel better about our position overall if we can highlight all of the shortcomings of Chinese governance and even human rights issues and human rights abuses that the Chinese government also engages in. It's a massive power, right? Like all states do stuff like this. But it makes us feel better because like, oh, there's a scary foreign adversary out there, and they would be so much worse to us than we have been to everyone else if we are not the domineering power. It is the mentality that props up American exceptionalism, right? That's how you can prop it up, by constantly creating scary boogeymen. I think he was more focused on the anti-war. Leftist cheering on PRC invasion of Taiwan. Is saying I will never criticize Mao Zedong, one of the great leaders of the world, CCP Schilling, or am I just being bad faith? Yeah, I mean, what's the argument? These guys always do this. Will they be like, oh, he said Hamas is a part of the Palestinian resistance? Okay, it is, objectively. Like, explain to me why it's not a part of the Palestinian resistance, you know? These guys just rely on everybody else and their lack of knowledge to make a convincing case without actually having to convince anyone. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Anyway, let's continue with our failed government now.
Them to apply more resources to try to secure the strait. But he said, I am not a gatekeeper for them. They weren't there for us. And added that at some point.
Does China want Macau too? China already has Macau. It's a part of the two systems. Like for the longest time, Hong Kong and Macau were independent, specifically because that transition was not in the cards. Like transitioning them into the Chinese system was something that they had the capabilities of doing. But also on top of that, they were able to utilize these quasi-independent areas as a way to bring in like foreign capital, for example. But yeah, not part of two systems. Macau is already fully mainland China. But yeah, but Macau is also a place where like gambling is legal, for example, right? Like that's where all the fucking casinos are. So there is like a quasi independence there for both Macau and also for Hong Kong. I know because when I left mainland China to go to Hong Kong, I didn't realize that I would need to get a new fucking visa to get back into mainland China. It's this unnecessarily complex design that they have.
I think the U.S. will leave, but not quite yet, basically saying that.
Yeah, Macau is Portuguese colonial holdover state, and Hong Kong was the British. Both of them are under Chinese governance now, but they have like a quasi-independent structure. But like especially with Hong Kong and with Macau too, Macau was peacefully given back by the Portuguese government. They hold good relations since then too. Visa-free travel for 9 months. And what do you call it? With Hong Kong, there was more friction, obviously. But what I was going to say is there's a system of quasi-independence so that they have like different amenities, but also different shortcomings as well. Like things that don't exist in China, or things that have been eradicated in China. still are major problems in places like Hong Kong.
You know, if these countries want the oil, they're going to have to come in and eventually do their own work. He did not give a timeline for how long the U.S. would remain in and around that strait, though. Of course, the reason why that matters is because the oil that is trying to get through there impacts the entire global supply of oil and gas prices, which includes the now $4 a gallon average here at home. And I asked the president about that as well. He says that the prices will go down when the war is over. But obviously, this is a huge concern, not only for the president, but for many Republicans as they are eyeing that critical November date for midterm elections. You know, we'll have to see what the next move is here. But as far as the strait goes, that is what the president said about U.S. involvement.
And Weijia, we've also seen this morning the president via Truth Social directly criticize France, writing that it has been very unhelpful in relation to the war. Around this time yesterday, we spoke with a French minister and we asked her why her nation has decided not to help secure the Strait of Hormuz with the U.S. Let's just quickly play for our viewers what she said.
Our intention is that we can resume as soon as possible trade, but we need to do it once we can secure the situation and ensure that we are defensive, not offensive. We do not want to enter into a war without a framework, without a sort of certain guarantees, and this is why we might seem skeptical, but our intention is really to protect our citizens.
And she also mentioned there are some 400,000 French nationals in the region that they want to protect. So based on your conversation with the president this morning, you've covered him for many years. You can kind of read between the lines sometimes and understand his tone. What do you think about his frustration with allies like France, and why is he choosing today to lash out?
I did ask him, Errol, did something happen that triggered this post about the allies? And he didn't answer it explicitly, but he just went on to complain about how they were not there for the U.S. And he also mentioned NATO, and that NATO has also been, quote, terrible. The difference, though, Errol,
Are
is
freedom fries back on the menu? Hell yeah, dude. The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, which, you know, are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about Netanyahu? Or are you talking about the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's now dead, who has been successfully eliminated? The USA will remember. And Italy also had some smoke as well. Now Italy follows Spain in denying U.S. landing rights. Poland refuses to transfer Patriot missiles. Cracks appear in the U.S.-UK intelligence sharing. The transatlantic alliance is breaking down in real time. I never thought that I would see my goat, JD Pondon, do this, okay? I never thought that my goat, JD Pond, permanent first world genocide Don, the Donnie Dean himself, okay, actually shake up American hegemony in such spectacular fashion in such a short period of time. Oh, my fucking Lord, dude. Yeah, also a demand from Poland to transfer their Patriot missiles to Israel is an admission that they're running out, okay? They're running out. Shouts out to the Polish, by the way. Shouts out to the Polish. My kings, defend yourselves, okay? Defend your sovereignty. My goats. Fuck you mean you're going to hurry away Patriot defenses to motherfucking Israel? That's not the reason. What's the reason? They just want Poland to be unguarded against like Russian incursion? Is that what it is? I've been screaming about this for years. If the left in Europe refuses to capitalize on American decline by pushing for decoupling from the U.S. as a core foreign policy pitch on their agenda, then the right eventually will. It's a perfect popular argument to couple with class-conscious politics, European sovereignty, and an independent path. It ticks all the principled and practical boxes and will only grow in popularity. I've made this argument quite a bit as well. Luckily, in France, LFI is capitalizing on this. And yet none of the other quote-unquote socialist parties are doing so. I guess the only one that you can associate with like, social democracy or like the left flank is the Spanish Socialist Party, which is not really, let's be real. It's not a real socialist party at all. But you know, Pedro is PSOE is doing at least like he's moving in that direction, and you know, he's winning a lot of favor for it as well. LFI is fully occupying the anti-war space. Yeah, they have an alliance with the left party. Sorry to inform you that Die Linke is doubling down on their Israel support. Ugh, yeah. Anyway, left parties, true left parties must make this argument. Okay, true left parties must make this argument, or else they will lose to fascists. That's it. This is not true. From what I understand, Die Linke has quite a bit of problems internally about how to deal with the issue of Israel. Am I wrong about this assessment? From what I've seen, there is like a lot of internal back and forth about like, can we be anti-Zionist? Should we say that we're anti-Israel? Or are we allowed to even say that legally? That's what I've seen. And that creates bad messaging overall. This is not the time to have those internal conversations. This is the time to be bold. And if you don't do that, the AFD will fucking come in and occupy that space, occupy that lane, right? It's a spectacular flub. It's a fucking mess. So is all the right wing, and the center just wants more money for the old rich. So yeah, all good, I guess. Yeah. 1 minute in, this guy already on his anti-Semitism. Yeah, you already know, man. Yeah. I'm Mr. Anti-Semite. I'm Columbia Anti-Semite. Luckily, the Greens are doing a much better job, helmed by HasanAbi head Zach Polanski, and they're under fire, for the record. They are under attack for that reason. But you know, they are owning that space, and that's a good space to own. Anyway, I thought AFD supported Israel. AFD are a bunch of reactionary grifters. They're Nazis, so they'll say whatever they need to say to win elections. Okay, that's just the case. One unintentional byproduct of this instability in the global energy markets is also Europe very quickly realizing that energy independence comes from renewables and redoubling their efforts in purchasing as many Chinese products as they possibly can. So that's good. You know, Donald Trump and his psychotic, bloodthirsty nature has unironically caused Europe to remember, oh shit, like we do need renewable energies for energy independence, as a matter of fact, and we do have to get them from China because they basically own that space. So that's cool. You know, good luck to everybody. Donald Trump obviously had a response to that. He said, just buy the gas and oil from us. We have gas and oil. Buy it from us. That's what he said. Fucking idiot.
That, and this is something that the Secretary of State has brought up as well, which is, look, we were there for the Ukraine-Russia war, and that's not our war. The difference is that the U.S. is a member of NATO. And so that is why it is involved with that war, because, you know, obviously there are interests there to ensure or try to ensure Russia does not strike a NATO ally, because that would pull the U.S. into that conflict. What we're hearing from the French here and from other allies with regard to the Iran war is that we didn't start this. We didn't have anything to do with this war. In fact, we were not even given a heads up that the U.S. was going to strike. So that's why they say now they shouldn't have to be involved with the cleanup and with getting potentially, you know, pulled in to that conflict.
I think the ones that get fucked over here will always be the ones that don't demonstrate any sovereignty against America. And I'm, of course, referencing Japan. Takaichi is even more pro-America than previous formations in Japan, even though, like, obviously there's been practically uniparty rule since America wrote the Constitution. Japanese politics are so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get into it. The population does not give a shit about anything. I've never seen a more disillusioned country, a more disillusioned voter base that just goes, oh, I don't know, I guess I'll just vote for this person. They're omega cucked. But Takaichi has been aggressively posturing against China and was sucking up to Donald Trump as recently as last month. even though America's initiatives in Iran have been devastating for Japan. Okay? Devastating for Japan. There are Japanese nationals that are in Iran. Japan relies on the Strait of Hormuz for all of its energy. And America did not even inform Japan that they were going to bomb Iran, which would lead to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's an unbelievable mistake. It's not even a mistake. It's just an unbelievable way to show the Japanese people that, like, you know, we don't give a fuck about them. And yet Takaichi is so slammed so far up the ass cheeks of Donald Trump. It's incredible.
But the president clearly views it differently because, you know, he says this does impact those countries and therefore they should be helping to try to secure the strait. What I got overall, Errol, was just a sense of readiness from the president to find a way out of this thing because he understands that time is ticking. You know, I asked him for a fresh date about when the war might end. And he said that the administration was 2 weeks ahead of schedule. But remember, he set the schedule of 4 to 6 weeks from the very beginning of how long this could go on. And we are now in week 5, Errol.
It appears the U.S. is looking for some kind of off-ramp. Weijia Zhang with the latest on her conversation with President Trump. Weijia, thank you.
Some lines from Truth Social on Donald Trump, saying that countries should buy oil from the United States, urging...
I love that. That was so... God, he is the GOAT. Things are going exceptionally well, okay? After berating and bullying every single European partner, he turns around and says, just buy the oil from us. Come on. Fucking incredible, dude.
Countries to go to the Hormuz and take it, according to Donald Trump on Truth Social, and that countries should go and take the oil themselves and learn how to fight themselves. Let me just open up his Truth Social because I can assure you that it will be more verbose than the few lines that we're getting from the Reuters news agency. So just bear with me whilst I open up Truth Social. It's just verifying, but let's bring you the full transcript of what he had to say. So Donald Trump in the last 2 minutes saying this: all those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US, we have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The US won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. So the breaking news in the past 2 minutes, Donald Trump posting on Truth Social the following.
It's such a funny thing to demand. We fucked it up. We couldn't fix it. And you should now do something that we are incapable of doing with the greatest military force on the planet. Like, I can't read this as anything but a total surrender. I just don't know if this is real or not. You know what I mean? I just don't think this is real because, like, everything that he's doing, first of all, everything he's done is up to this point is so inconsistent, right? One day he says he's doing total victory, unconditional surrender. The next day he's literally doing the unconditional surrender himself and trying to sidestep the blame over to Europe, which had nothing to do with this at all. And they're just simply suffering as vassal states. But then also he's simultaneously deploying more and more troops into the region. So I can't read this as him trying to find an off-ramp, but instead just a way to conduct his favorite activity, perfidy, right? Perfidy is done. He loves that shit. He loves doing a pump fake, right? Oh, we're going to do negotiations. Oops, we blew up your Ayatollah. So he's, who knows? Who knows which direction he's flailing in. There is still, what is this?
Let me make this.
Come on, man. Come on. Enough like HasanAbi takes, please. Like SGA drawing fouls. True. Yusuf Manayar says U.S. stock markets are in the midst of a major rally on indicators that Trump may finally stop digging and start ending this stupid war. Oil markets, however, are showing no such optimism yet. Even if we wake up to a magical peace agreement tomorrow, the economic impacts will be with us for some time. A lot of people are refusing to recognize that, by the way. I find that rather strange.
All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. President Donald J. Trump. That is in the last few moments. So explicit criticism there of the United Kingdom. Explicit criticism for the UK not being involved in those initial strikes against Iran. Criticism for the fact that European countries have not been supportive of reopening and defending the Strait of Hormuz. It is a vital artery for supplies of oil, gas, crude products that make their way from not just Iran, but numerous Gulf states. So let's get more analysis on this with our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, this is quite the moment, I think it's fair to say, explicitly telling the UK either buy from us, which kind of tallies with the fairly kind of US-centric economy that the president's trying to build, and number two, if you don't want to do that, go to Hormuz and sort it out yourself.
Yeah, and it's somewhat missing the point, some of that, isn't it? Because this isn't just about availability of oil. America provides more than enough oil than it uses, but its prices have still gone up. It's about global prices for oil, and therefore, whilst there's still friction in the world, the global price will stay up. I think what's most interesting is we've seen a gradual simmering of President Trump, frustrating that he's the only country that's gone into this war, frustration that NATO allies weren't involved. It's not a NATO war. NATO is a defensive alliance. A frustration that countries like the UK haven't got directly involved.
What was the defensive posture of NATO with Libya? No, NATO is not a defensive alliance. It's never been a defensive alliance. It will engage in offensive shit. The only difference is most of the countries in Europe are led by people who at least have basic competence to recognize that this is biting off far more than America could chew. That's it. Mark Rutte has openly admitted that NATO is not a defensive alliance, by the way. He said the quiet part out loud. He also called Trump daddy, but that's besides the point. So the notion that like NATO is a defensive alliance is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with this. The reason why European partners are not leaning into this initiative is because this is not Libya, right? This is a sovereign country that has developed sovereignty over 47 years, specifically against the Western world, and have developed the tools to be able to maintain their sovereignty. And we're seeing the impact of that right now, okay? Trump is also treating the GCC, what is this? Trump is also treating the GCC like ass. I don't know what the point is. It's because Trump doesn't give a fuck about the GCC, because Israel doesn't give a fuck about the GCC. Remember that. Israel's goals are like a weakened GCC also suits Israel's goals here, right? So for that reason, it's perfectly fine for Donald Trump to like cook the petrodollar in this spectacular display. It doesn't make any sense for longevity. It doesn't make any long-term sense at all. But at this point, it's very hard to make sense of anything that Trump does, really. I try every day. And it's a defeat after defeat. None of it makes sense. And I don't know. I mean, it's totally antagonistic to any kind of like hegemony needs that America might have. It's unbelievable.
Yet it's not been clear what the legal justification for the war is. And quite rightly, I think in most people's view, the British Prime Minister has been somewhat circumspect to getting dragged into it. But now you're seeing that despite the military dominance of America, Iran is still fighting. It's still able to launch counterattacks. And the Straits of Hormuz is now a real thorn in the side of Trump. And as we were talking about earlier, many of my military colleagues are saying that the most elegant way for America to extract itself is to celebrate that it's actually achieved its strategic objectives. It's left a few fires blazing, metaphorically. Straits of Hormuz is one of them. And actually gone, right, Europe, you're more reliant on the Straits of Hormuz than I am. Deal with it. I'll disappear. I'm the only president who could actually deal with this threat.
The president there taking real issue with the fact that there wasn't the courage, as he says, to have got involved earlier, and that the UK needs to start learning to fight for yourself. The UK won't be there to help you anymore. With the greatest respect to those involved in the British Armed Forces, would it not have been fairly tokenistic if the UK would have got involved? Because the US military is just so much bigger by magnitudes that actually whatever the UK did send wouldn't really have shifted the dial all that much, certainly not beyond what the US could have.
So this is correct. And I've repeatedly brought this point up. The real reason why America wants European partners to get involved actively is not because they are desperate for additional military presence. It's more so for the diplomatic pressure, right? Because Iran is a sovereign nation that wants to develop bilateral, unilateral, or like commitments with all these other countries. They want to be treated like a normal sovereign state, right? For many, many years, this has been denied of Iran because America is the hegemonic superpower and is in control of the ambitions of Western empire, right? So that's the major goal here, right? No, it's not ground troop fodder, dude. No, you think the American military is going to benefit tremendously from like 10,000 additional units coming from fucking Europe? No, of course not. It's the same with Afghanistan and Iraq. It's more so to say, look, the whole world is against you. Okay? And with Afghanistan and Iraq, to a limited degree, many of these countries were dogs of empire, and they said yes, right? Because it was a very different dynamic. Iran is not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan. And that's precisely the reason why these guys are now saying, no, we're going to stay back on this one. You know, you got this. Okay? That's it. They can't develop a coalition of the willing here because most of these countries don't want to suffer the consequences. They don't want to suffer the domestic consequences because there is a tremendous anger against America, right? There is they don't want to have to deal with like popular uprisings. They don't want to lose their power. And on top of that, they don't want the smoke. They would much rather deal with Iran diplomatically and cut side deals with Iran. It's not that's why I also laugh when like the GCC states will be like, we're going to join the battle. It's like, with what army? Like, you already have just more American tools, right? So if Iran is fighting against America, it's basically fighting against the entire world anyway. So what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do? You're Saudi Arabia. What are you going to do? The United Arab Emirates. What are you going to fucking do? I mean, you have nothing. So your theory, first of all, is that cricket walked on Byron Nome and the axe saw too much, and that's why cricket had to meet with his unfortunate tragic ending. Dogs know all our secrets. Cricket knew. What is this fucking conversation, man? Ugh. Marco Rubio, if Europe won't allow us to use the bases we man and fund for their defenses when we need them, when we ought to close them down and remove our troops from Europe. If they get attacked by Russia, we can discuss whether or not we have time to help. I mean, that's spectacular. I mean, just straight up. Again, I wouldn't be saying this shit, especially right now. Okay? I wouldn't be saying this shit. Like, this is the worst time to say this. Okay? In the entire global design, post-World War II, New World Order, this is perhaps one of the worst times to make this threat a potential promise, okay?
And I've been a big supporter of NATO. And one of the reasons why I've been a supporter of NATO is because I believe that these basing rights give us leverage and give us flexibility and operational capability all over the world. But if NATO is just about us defending Europe if they're attacked, but them denying us basing rights when we need them, that's not a very good arrangement. That's a hard one to stay engaged in and say this is good for the United States. So all of them's going to have to be re-examined. All of it's going to have to be re-examined. And I've been a big supporter of.
Yeah, re-examine and what? You're going to pull out? No more NATO? Great. I mean, do you know how much fucking sovereignty these countries could develop? Like, all these middle powers unironically could build a robust EU coalition without NATO. Okay? Without NATO, there isn't the constant presence of American troops on European soil. It's just America being forced to retreat, but claiming in a very funny way. They're saying, like, you can't fire me, I quit, right? You get pulled into the office and your boss is about to fire and you're like, I quit, you can't fire me. Okay, great, fantastic. You know, at this point, Maoists should electorally support Trump. I mean, actually, yes. MAGA communists were right, just not in the way that they thought, you know, this was going to unfold. Donald Trump has been the most successful anti-imperialist force that the Western world has ever seen. Okay, if you're a third worldist, Donald Trump is your guy.
Done and could still do by itself unilaterally.
You're absolutely right, but I think this is less about what militarily could be done and more the symbolism that rather than it being President Trump's war, it suddenly becomes an alliance war.
Give justification to it?
Yeah, and therefore also means that actually the alliance is sort of stepping in and having to deal with the fallout from this. By making it purely America's war, you know, there's long been a belief that Trump sort of went in there, a bit like he went into Venezuela, plucked out Maduro, operation over, success. And it looks likely he believed he could go in, decapitate the leadership of Tehran. There'd be an uprising. He'd be able to celebrate that I'm the only American president that had the chutzpah to do this. The harsh reality, of course, is that's not the way it's played out. He's got his hands firmly in the mangle, trying to find a way of extracting himself. And we always felt that he was going to start threatening all sorts of other people. I wouldn't be at all surprised still, though, that he will extract himself in some way. He'll celebrate success. We're the only nation that could have done this. Europe try and deal with it. I think the fallout, though, from this for NATO, the fallout for our national security in the future, is some of the damage being done by President Trump irretrievable? Is this actually him expressing his honest view that actually I'm going to look after America first? You know, his national security strategy, China looks after the East. I don't really care what happens in Europe. You deal with it yourself, because frankly, I'm going to look after my own interests. And increasingly the language looks more and more likely that is his focus.
And that was laid very starkly bare in that national security strategy document. It'll be interesting to see how the UK government responds to this. How Sir Keir Starmer, who'd been kind of talked about as a bit of a Trump whisperer, manages to maintain that relationship or rebuild that relationship. Also, you know,
the EU can't develop any defense system without the USA. They'll lick for the next 100 years. Yeah, American defenses have been fantastic for the European Union thus far. I don't know if you know this, because France has its own nukes, right? And France was one of the countries that actually refused to join NATO, left NATO, for this reason, because they saw early on that NATO allegiances would actually deny France its own sovereignty, and that it would basically turn France and many other European partners in NATO into missile sponges against the USSR. Okay? That was the understandable attitude at the time. That was the fucking attitude. They were like, why would we do this? Why would we do this when we want to, you know, develop our own relations with the USSR potentially? The GCC is currently learning that lesson in real time. Okay?
There are suggestions that there's supposed to be a royal visit to the United States at some point later this spring. It'll be interesting to see what kind of developments are related to that as well. But, you know,
it's just also funny to think that after you just watched the Gulf states get turned into fucking hollowed out shells for the last 30 days, you think America would defend Estonia. If Russia had the capability of moving beyond Ukraine, which it doesn't, right? But imagining a world where, like, you know, Russia gets to take over Ukraine militarily, you know, it doesn't, but let's say it did. And then they move to, like, Estonia or fucking Lithuania, and America's like, oh, we have to defend Estonia. We have to defend Lithuania. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? It's just so funny. The only reason why America would ever defend a NATO nation is to defend its sovereignty. Okay, that's it. That's the only ambition there. And if that was too high a cost to bear, America would just drop it. Okay.
There's an awful lot of diplomacy interweaved amongst the military and also the economy aspects of this story. I wonder what your view is of the grasp that civilian leaders have on prosecuting acts of war and conflict and strikes such as this. How do you balance between what a president or a prime minister wants and what militarily can be achieved, and the understanding between the two sides?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating question because our politicians tend to come and go, whereas the military serve long careers. You know, General Kane will have spent the best part of 40 years in the military. You have years where you study military history. You look at the mistakes that were made of old. You learn from other people's mistakes and you develop strategies and plans. Ultimately, all of military action is simply a means to an end, and your political objectives are absolutely crucial. And I remember when I was serving the military, we would hold our political leadership to account to say, you're going to send the young men and women of your country to war. There will be some of them that don't return. You've got to be able to look their parents in the eye and know that you did it for the right reasons, and also you'd plan for the day after. The military will set the conditions, but you now need to know what's the plan for the first day of the post-conflict time. And history shows that our political...
Hasan says that Russia is both advancing in Ukraine and at the same time says they can advance in the rest of Europe if they wanted, especially using tactical nukes. I said Russia cannot advance beyond the areas that they've taken over militarily in Ukraine. As in, Russia cannot occupy, as it stands currently, the entirety of Ukraine to then advance beyond Ukraine to other countries in Eastern Europe. Okay? I don't know what happens to so many people whenever I bring up whenever I say the R word, Russia, everybody just fucking loses their mind and becomes professional misunderstanders in the chat. Okay? I'm not saying it's good that Russia invaded Ukraine. I've said it's bad that Russia militarily invaded Ukraine 1,000,000 times over. And I'm also just being honest about Russia's limitations as far as advancing a ground incursion beyond the Ukrainian soil that they currently occupy.
Masters don't always get that right. On this particular occasion, the very fact that Trump is shooting from the hip all the time, we haven't got time now, but certainly one of my military colleagues, when he started saying NATO's never been there for us and people were frivolously, a long way from the front line in Afghanistan, I served 3 tours, 2 years of my life in Afghanistan. I was backwards and forwards in airplanes, packed full of young men largely that would lost a limb or two. The huge price we paid. We had double the rate of casualties in that conflict per 1,000 folks involved. And for a president to dismiss all of that, I think it's very troubling. And going back to your first point, is what's Prime Minister Starmer going to do? I think he's very wisely tried to play the long game here. President Trump will come and go. It's possible the midterms will stifle President Trump's ambitions. In 3 years' time, he'll not be there. Do you completely destroy the relationship of America and Europe, America's relationship with NATO, or do you just try and keep...
Yes, President Epstein, the real president.
Keep a distance, be moderate, be diplomatic, let this flurry blow over, because it's evident that President Trump is embattled somewhat at the moment, and just try and play it long rather than reacting to every knee-jerk that we see through his Truth Social announcements.
You ready for another one?
Uh-oh.
The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has been...
Guys, it's going so well. It's going unbelievably well, dude. I need you guys to understand, this is W after W, okay? When the president is crying on Truth Social like this about all of our most valuable strategic allies that we have security cooperative agreements with, refusing to go along with our endless bombing campaigns in Iran and putting their foot down in spite of their vassalized status, that's obviously a sign that things are going so well, okay? Fantastic.
Successfully eliminated. The USA will remember President Donald J. Trump. And I think I'm right in saying that Spain had also denied access to American military flights through its airspace. So it's not just France. It's other European nations, the UK as well, reticent to be as involved as the president would like. And he is angry.
Yeah, but I think what we might be seeing is President Trump laying the foundations of his exit strategy. Right. That actually, there's a lovely quote from Churchill.
Are European politicos and military all that optimistic about the U.S. that things will be fine after Trump and he'll be gone soon? I think they're just going along. They're taking it step by step, day by day. I don't know if there's a tremendous amount of confidence that Donald Trump is going to go away at all. I don't know what the European calculation is, but S&P 500 surges 2.9 to its biggest gain since last spring as hopes build for an end to the Iran war. The market is reacting in the foreseeable ways that we have seen thus far, which is hanging on every word that Donald Trump says that stability will come back again, because everyone has a vested interest in a permanent bull market, right? So they're just like, oh, he said it. He said the right words. Okay, it's time. It's time. Bye. Fucking so stupid. What is this? I'd like to remind everyone, because many European rightoids called the attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel a brilliant move when it happened, and explained that the rest of us were just pussies who didn't understand Trump's genius, that if Israel and the U.S. had not attacked Iran, absolutely nothing would have happened to us. It's almost physically painful to think about the stupidity of those people. Yeah. If there's a thing, I don't even want to call a human, that I have even less respect for than the American MAGA, it is the Euroid MAGA. Okay? You are not even cattle. American MAGA is cattle. You are not even a sentient being. Okay? Genuinely, you are the dumbest, most servile thing. You're a totally separate thing. You're not even cattle. Okay? You're not alive. It's crazy. They won't hear any of this because they're probably too busy watching Asmongold currently, but it's unbelievable the servile nature of the Euroid MAGA. Oh my God, I feel so bad for the European HasanAbi, because you have to fucking exist in the same space as some of these fucking morons that literally have no self-respect whatsoever, where they're just at the mercy of whatever the fuck the dumbest person on the planet, Donald Trump, says and does. And they have to sit there and be like, yes, this is so based, yeah, it's so based. Oh, you don't understand, yeah. Oh, Donald Trump is so good. God, it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Ugh, how do you live like that?
Well, I'm always mindful of that. He said, history will be kind to me because I intend to write it. And it feels like President Trump is writing this chapter of history. He's writing already, he's laying the foundations of how he was the only president prepared to do this, despite a lack of help from international allies, that he was prepared to put his military in, take the risk, deal with a long-term problem that was Iran. And actually, therefore, based on that narrative, Europe, you're going to have to pick up the pieces. And by throwing spears all over the place, Europe is concerned about the Middle East. I was chatting to Tara, just offset our Iran expert, and she said one of the things that America's sort of trying to withdraw itself from this, but some of the tech dollars that actually emanate from the Middle East countries, if the Middle East now needs to rebuild some of the damage that's been.
Do you think Asman will change his tune about this war because the majority of his European audience is being affected by this war, sort of like how we changed his stance around Greenland? Probably. Not that it matters, because, again, this is the beauty of farming the lowest common denominator, okay? If you farm an audience of morons, if you farm an audience of stupids, which, sorry, guys, right-wingers are objectively dumber on average than liberals and leftists are. It's just the case. They are much more susceptible to changes in your commentary, and they won't punish you for it. They won't think you're being indecent. They won't think you're grifting. And they'll just they'll reward you endlessly. That's it. Yeah, if you want to sell to people, if you want to sell something to people with ease, sell to stupid people. And there is no group as stupid as European MAGA. Okay? None. They are dumber than the American MAGA. When you think about the dumbest guy in the American MAGA movement. Now, times that by 10. Because at least the American MAGA guy thinks like, oh, American prosperity, American force projection, it makes me feel powerful. It's like, when you're a European MAGoid, okay, when you are a fascist in Europe, because now the international fascist movement has basically just become MAGA, right? You unironically are just saying like, I don't want any national sovereignty at all. Right? I don't want any national sovereignty whatsoever. I just want whatever America wants me to do. I'm so servile. I'm so cucked to America. Even if American actions that I had no control over directly ruins my life in much more meaningful ways than, in much more significant and much more meaningful ways than like the American MAGA movement has their lives ruined. And you still you still advocate for it. You're no longer in the cuck seat. You're in the hotel room next door. Your wife is getting fucked and you couldn't even get the cuck seat. You put a cup to the wall to hear your wife getting plowed from the other room. At least MAGA is sitting in the cuck seat. You're getting double cucked. Unbelievable. Breaking. Germany's Chancellor Merz says the effect of the Iran war in Germany and Europe will be as serious as the COVID-19 pandemic if it expands. Previously, he couldn't hide his glee at this war. And the 12-day war last year, he's practically rubbing his hands when he said Israel was doing our dirty work. Yep. What is this analogy, big dog? I'm just saying, you're double cucked.
Done on friendly, then that money won't be flowing into tech industries. And Tara was very clear. The long-term implications of this could be profound for President Trump. But if he writes his own narrative, which he appears to be doing, sometimes it's difficult to put a counter to that.
But therefore, it's really important.
People are literally clutching their pearls like you aren't, right? I mean, it's just, they can say whatever they want, but enjoy blackouts. You know what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean? You can say whatever the fuck you want to me. I'm an American citizen, right? I'm against this stuff because I understand that this is not helpful for anybody other than like maybe a couple people. Many of them are in Israel, right? And their ridiculous ambitions, their ridiculous regional ambitions. But even that is like running its course currently as Israel keeps getting steadily pummeled by Iranian munitions. And Israeli society's attitude is shifting on this now that they're actually receiving some consequences for their endless militarism in the region, for their endless destabilization initiatives in the region, both in the northern territories that they're trying to occupy in southern Lebanon. They are receiving deadly retaliation where their troops are getting packed up. They're entering vertically and leaving horizontally, as Hassan Nasrallah used to say. And then also on top of that, like regular Israeli society is stuck in bomb shelters, okay? And they're watching building after building get taken out. At a certain point, they're going to say, this is no way to live, okay? Nope, I live in Israel. Most of the people are all in for ending Iran. No, I know. The overwhelming majorities of the Israeli Jewish population, right, their demographic designation, not mine, are fully invested in continuing to punish Iran. However, attitudes are shifting a little bit for the first time ever. It went from 70 or 85% support to now 60% support. That's a big drop off for a country as bloodthirsty normally as Israel. And you have to recognize that drop off is coming from the fact that there are now, for the first time ever, in Israel, some consequences for ordinary Israelis, right? They're seeing that. They're seeing that the IDF generals are saying we can't continue waging war in Lebanon. Our reservists are literally on the brink of collapse. They want to fucking kill themselves. And we're just like basically forcing them at gunpoint to go wage war in Lebanon. It's not working out for us. They keep melting our Merkava tanks. They don't care for what is going for them. They stand next to their ruined homes and calling for the continuing of the war. I'm telling you right now, I follow Israeli polls closely. Okay, they went from 85% to 60%. That's a noticeable drop off, especially for a country like Israel, because Israel, in many respects, is not dissimilar to MAGA. Right? If you saw the Iran war attitudes within the MAGA movement shift from 85% support to 60% support, that would be a noticeable drop off. Okay, and you might actually see a noticeable drop off in the Republican side of things as well. Once energy prices keep going up in the United States of America, it'll happen there too. These people are cattle. They only recognize the consequences of their actions when they're forced to reckon with it. Okay, Israeli society is perpetually bonded with American society. Israeli fascism and American fascism are like this. Okay, they're fucking Treatlerites. You can only maintain unlimited bloodshed in Israel if Israel is protected. Okay, every now and then they sit in a bomb shelter for a little bit. Maybe they do a little raid in the bomb shelter, a rave, sorry. But ultimately they go back to business as usual. Once you take away that, once you take the Amerifat dream, the Israfat dream away from the regular Israeli Treatlerites, all of a sudden they're going to start feeling the pain. And they're going to have to recalculate how much appetite they have for unlimited death and destruction in the region.
Important that I reiterate where I stand and where this government stands, because this is not our war.
Dude, he's been eating off of this, by the way. I think people are confused. Israelis don't want the war because of their own comforts, not because they don't want to kill Iranians. Yeah, exactly. But this is why I've been an advocate to remove all aid from Israel for a very long time and make no distinction between defensive and offensive weapons, because defensive weapons are what allow Israeli society to have the appetite for death and destruction in the region. Okay? That's one of the reasons. The other reason is because as long as Israel doesn't have to pay for its defense, they can pay for its offense, right? They can transfer some of the defensive weapons offensively and utilize them offensively. And also, they don't have to spend any money on their defense, so they can spend money on their health care. While we here in the United States of America demand more from our European allies in NATO, telling them that they have to engage in fiscal belt tightening and remove some of the social safety nets and spend 5% of their GDP on NATO, right? We don't make such demands of Israel. It's unbelievable. It's such a ridiculous system that we have developed. It makes me go crazy when I think about it. The same politicians that tell me I'm anti-Semitic for saying we cannot give any fucking weapons to Israel, we cannot give any aid to Israel, fuck that shit. Okay, they're violating the law. It's morally repugnant that we are aligned with them, that we're offering political cover to them, but it's also unbelievable that we're giving them weapons that they can use to carry out their genocide, and weapons that they can use defensively to continue sheltering the public from any sort of retaliation for carrying out their genocide. And then on top of that, you tell me we can't do healthcare here in this fucking country. Israel has free healthcare. Israel has free college. We don't have either. What the fuck is this?
And we are not going to be dragged into it.
France is getting on Donald Trump's nerves. This time he has accused the US ally of not sharing its airspace.
The country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded with military supplies fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran.
Two things I want to say about AOC before we get back to, Donald Trump freaking out about France and shit. A lot of people say AOCIA, okay? There's a couple reasons for it. In the most charitable interpretation for why people are constantly ragging on AOC, but then simultaneously propping up Rashida Tlaib or even Ro Khanna, is because they just don't understand how politicians vote, okay? However, they hear what politicians say. AOC's voting record on Palestine is damn near identical to Rashida Tlaib. AOC, on the other hand, no, she has not voted for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Oh, it's discourse bot. God damn it. Okay. And no, AOC has not voted for any weapons to Israel. Okay? She has not. She has not. The problem is she defended taking a stance or making a designation or distinction between offensive and defensive weapons. Yes, of course Anna was incorrect. What are you guys talking about? Okay? While I was critical at the time of AOC's statement, because I believe that people like AOC have to be leaders in this, okay? Especially because it makes her look inconsistent, because she called what Israel's doing a genocide far before many in Congress did, if they ever did at all, okay? AOC has never voted to send weapons to Israel. Okay, AOC ultimately did not vote on that bill. She didn't vote on that bill. She just struck back against the Marjorie Taylor Greene provision, which I don't think was the smart thing to do anyway. Okay, she did vote against MTG's bill to cut off aid. What the fuck? Don't fuck with me, fucker. I hate having to relitigate this stuff because I'm right and you're wrong. Okay, AOC didn't vote on that final bill, which makes it even dumber that she actually defended this unnecessary distinction that directly undermines her messaging on the issue and undermines her track record on the issue. Okay? She did not do that. And unfortunately, many of you are just stuck on Twitter memes and you don't understand. Here is the Congressional Dem Palestine Tracker, which tracks members' positions on 6 bills plus 50 votes. Top 10 House Dems on Palestine. Number 1 at Rashida Tlaib at 98%. Ilhan Omar at 94%. Ramirez is 91%. Summer Lee at 90%. AOC at 89%. Ayanna Pressley at 86%. Garcia at 79%. and it goes on. Okay, you guys are wrong. Hasan is punching left again. What a shock! This is not punching left, brother. Ugh, this is not punching left. Also, you'll see AOC will do away with that distinction regardless. You can bet on it. Okay, I mean, don't actually bet on it, but you'll see. There's much to be said. There's much to be said about the AOC comms, okay, on this issue that she is objectively one of the best politicians on, okay, objectively. And I was upset, like I've said, on the whole defensive weapons distinction. It's ridiculous. It undermines your stance that you claim Israel is doing a genocide. You can't fucking say that Israel's doing a genocide and then be like, but we have to give them defensive weapons, right? It's totally ridiculous. But there is, I don't know what it is. I don't know why people do this. I mean, like I said, the most charitable interpretation is because people, one, are the most critical of people who are closest to them ideologically, and also because AOC herself is not the best at communicating this stuff. And she will, at times, put herself out there and defend the indefensible. Charitable? You think she's being charitable? No, I'm saying I'm being charitable to people who are just objectively wrong, okay? That's it. You're just wrong. If you say AOC is like voted to give weapons to Israel, you're just wrong. That's not the case. I don't know what you want me to say. It's just wrong, okay? If you're critical of her making a distinction between defensive and offensive weapons and how dumb that is, you're absolutely right. But people don't just do that. People think that her striking down MTG's provision implies that she actually voted to fund the Iron Dome when she didn't. This is the problem. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing but to cut off offensive aid to Israel, nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capabilities. This was a spectacular fuck up. Okay, this is like they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire moment again. Okay, isn't that the same thing? No, because she didn't vote on the final bill. This is a consistent problem with AOC's comms. There's a couple issues that I have with AOC, like a couple major issues that I have with AOC. This is one of them. Because if you're not even going to vote at the end, first of all, you should be unconditionally in support of this. You should be the one who is actually pushing for this, right? Not Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's number one. Okay? That's number one. AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and the other congresspersons that I showed you at the top of the House Democrat Palestine tracker abso-fucking-lutely should be at the forefront of messaging when it comes to being anti-Zionist voices. That's number one. And at times, AOC has done that, right? Calling what Israel's doing a genocide, for example, long before many others did. Okay? Please stop saying she didn't vote for the bill. She voted no. Okay. She voted on the amendment to the bill. But in the final bill, she did not vote to send weapons to Israel. Okay? She has never voted. Anyway, I don't understand. There are final bills that you vote for, and there are amendments that you can vote against, amendments that you strike down. AOC foolishly voted to strike down the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment that would do away with the distinctions between defensive and offensive weapons. But what matters is what you vote on the final bill. And on the final bill, she did not vote to send weapons to Israel. No defensive weapons, no offensive weapons. She just did not vote to send. She did not vote to send weapons to Israel. Okay? The second chatter was right. You're saying it wrong. What? No. I don't know how to explain this to you. Stick to criticizing her now. It's on her to explain herself and apologize for her fuck-ups. Oh, I am criticizing her, but you guys are fucking black and white on this. And you can't hear anything that I say beyond AOC fucking sucks. She's the worst person in Congress. That's what you want me to say. And that is not the truth. So what do you want me to do? You want me to fucking lie to you to soothe your fucking interest because you saw a bunch of shit on Twitter and it made you lose your fucking mind. It's one of the most annoying parts about leftists online. Like they make up their minds about certain things and don't want to look at it. They don't have a consistent principle that they apply. Okay? It's so fucking frustrating. You were saying she didn't vote, which means she abstained, not voted no. That's confusing, chat. Yes, she voted present. She did not vote. She did not vote yes. They're complaining that you're saying she did not vote. They'd be dumb as shit and want you to say she voted no for it. They think you're saying she didn't vote at all. Okay? It reminds me of how much more people place the emphasis on politicians and the way they communicate on Twitter and the way they communicate in general without taking into consideration their voting record. Okay? That's what it is. People only remember what you said on the timeline, especially leftists, and they offer no consideration whatsoever to the way you fucking voted. It's unfucking believable. Okay? Regardless, the reason why I'm critical of AOC is, one, first and foremost, that she even voted no on that provision, or perhaps even more importantly, that she wasn't the one advancing that provision, right? That amendment should have been the AOC Ilhan Omar Rashida Tlaib amendment, right? She should have been, under normal circumstances, the person that is leading the charge, not Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's number one. Number two, she should have never voted no on it. And number three, she should have definitely not tried to defend why she voted no on it. These are the reasons why a lot of people see that and they remember that. And then they think that AOC went and not only defended this like defensive offensive weapons distinction, but also on top of that voted to give Israel weapons. It's not the case at all. Do you understand? AOC's foreign policies just asked, bro. MTG and Ro Khanna outflanking Justice Democrats on this is embarrassing. She deserves the flame. Brother, buddy, I like Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna did actually end up voting for weapons to Israel. Okay, there's one person that you mentioned in this process. I like him. He comes on my stream. I think he communicates very well on this issue now. He literally did vote. He voted to send weapons to Israel. AOC never did. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are fucking stupid. You don't know anything. Oh my God. He said it was an accident. He didn't realize what he was voting for. That's one thing, okay? But the reality of the matter is, you don't have the fucking appropriate, you don't have the appropriate metrics here. And then you fucking yell at me. You yell at me and you tell me I'm wrong when I'm not the wrong one. You're the wrong one. You just want me to say the wrong things. I'm not going to fucking do that. Jesus Christ. Is this all about communication? Ro Khanna has been outspoken and going on all the platforms. Yes, it is. It is about comms. Something that AOC should learn from 100%. With these types of idiot leftists who are so fucking cooked, can't even be bothered to look at voting records. It ultimately doesn't matter. I mean, it ultimately does not matter. Okay? The reason why it doesn't matter is because of I think AOC would be similar to a galvanizing force as Bernie Sanders if she actually did come out and decide to run and would muster up the forces, and many people would just like shut the fuck up, and the ones that don't and constantly attack her from her left flank would be seen as like insane people regardless by the large majorities, because she is actually very well liked by liberals in general, and not because of this shit, for the record. She's just well liked on the aesthetics front, okay? And on top of that, many clear-eyed people would recognize her voting track record. The major issue here, unfortunately, is the way AOC communicates, okay? That's a huge problem, because a lot of the people only see the comms. They don't actually see what she's doing. They only see the comms that look terrible, okay, and are objectively terrible. She should not be doing that, like I've said, even back then. Unfortunately, one of the things that I consistently repeat to politicians that are listening, right, both in private and in public, is to be bold and to be brave and to be unafraid to lead, okay? AOC, unfortunately, sometimes is very afraid to lead, okay? She leads the pack on an issue. Everybody yells at her, especially the groups yell at her, and she's so hyper responsive to those groups that she will back away. For every step that she takes in the right direction, she'll take like 8 steps back in the wrong direction. She'll like say Israel's doing a genocide, and then next week she'll do a Zoom call with like a bunch of like pro-Israel advocacy organizations on the dangers of anti-Semitism that is greatly expansive on the definition of anti-Semitism that actually factors in anti-Zionist commentary as well. And then everyone's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Right? That's it. Yeah, AOC is objectively, if we're looking at it, like I said, I like Ro Khanna a lot. Okay? I like Ro Khanna a lot. But a lot of you guys are not being consistent on this. And I want you to understand a big part of the reason why you're not being consistent on this is because you're just like hyper focused on the comms. Okay? He proved y'all wrong on the actual substantive issue, and instead of just admitting you were wrong, you were retreating to meaningless shit like she seems fake. Exactly. Hasan, AOC has the same problem that you do. She over-explains. It can be vague sometimes. A lot of people misunderstand you because the context needed to understand you is like half a decade of being a HasanAbi head. No, I think there's a major distinction between myself and AOC, and that is I am fucking bold, perhaps a little too bold and very vulgar too at times. I stand on my principles and I will be loud and proud about them. I do not fucking shelter you from what my actual opinion is, even at times when it's a danger. Even at times if it's like, even if at times it makes people very mad. AOC, I wish she had a little bit more of that attitude as well. Anyway, Ro Khanna has voted for aid to Israel multiple times to condemn from the river to the sea and pro-Palestine students, and for a resolution declaring Israel is neither a racist or an apartheid state. AOC voted the correct way on all those bills. He did not. Her record is far better. All right? And I say this as someone who really likes Ro Khanna and really likes the transformation of Ro Khanna, especially in this last year. He's become a bold and brave voice. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely, he has. We need to be more, we need to give more grace to people. You hide how much you hate Jews. Oh my God. I can't. Wait, what? 2 month subscriber. Ain't no fucking way. I hate because you suck. Shut up. My wife has to get stuff off the top shelf. I'm a Jewish convert and I hate Israel. What? JK. Okay, good one, chatter. It's Tony DeCoppel in the chat. Anyway, like I said, you just have to be more consistent. You have to be more consistent with your criticisms. Okay? That's it. You have to be more consistent. You have to be more principled. And if you're going to grade politics on a curve, make sure that the grade is the same. The curve is the same for all politicians. Okay? Some of you hyper-focus on the comm side, which is objectively AOC's weakest front, for sure. And she can't be that way if she wants to, run for office beyond what she has currently. She has ambitions for higher office. But if you're going to come in here and you're going to make you're going to apply inconsistent standards, and you're being rose-tinted glasses. Oh my fucking God. Anyway, now that I've said this, I'm sure I'll get a million, like a barrage of hate from people that will say I'm a Zionist. Bro's making himself sad reading comments. I know I am. All right, let's get back to the country of France now.
Who has been successfully eliminated. The USA will remember.
However, the US president's social media post came as a surprise to France. President Emmanuel Macron's office assured Tuesday that it had not changed its position on US military overflights, namely that it does not allow aircraft used for military purposes to use its airspace to reach Israel. It comes, however, a day after Spain decided to reject all flights involved in actions related to the operations in Iran, with President Pedro Sanchez saying he did not want his country to take part in what he called illegal wars. And as Italy recently refused to allow US fighter jets engaged with the war in the Middle East to land at its Sigonella base in Sicily. The pushback from US allies and NATO members has Washington clearly riled.
When we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them.
I might have missed it, but what is your analysis on Spain amidst the conflict? Pedro is literally the reverse AOC. Great on the fucking comm side. He's hot, he's handsome, and he says all the right words. And he is doing everything in his fucking physical power to make sure that his left flank doesn't get even a fraction of the credit. Okay? He is Mr. I mean, his socialism is not fucking remotely real socialism, obviously, but he is unironically leaning into this whole, like, we're going to revitalize European socialism, and it's the worst type of It's the most like annoying version. Okay. Did you accidentally say AOC's ugly, Lamont? No, okay. Shut the fuck up, chatters. You know what I mean. What? Huh? He's done more than AOC will do in her lifetime for against Palestine? See, this is what I mean. You're proving my fucking point. You're literally proving my point by saying dumb shit like this, okay? You're proving my point. What has he done for Palestine? He's floated the idea of pulling the ambassador. He has not done so, okay? He's recognized the same kind of conditional statehood that all the other European leadership floated recognizing. You are just a dupe. He shat on Israel. What has AOC done? Oh my God. 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 This is what I mean. You're a sucker. You're a dupe. Right wing criticize Pedro for being too pro-migrants to the left side say he don't do enough. Pedro recognizes, unlike many other center-left politicians, that there is a lot of appetite for decoupling from America, even if it's aesthetically decoupling from America, and also criticizing Israel. He's smart enough to recognize that. So in an effort to make sure that like a true left flank candidate doesn't rise up, he is cleaning up all the comms. He's leaning into being the bold voice, and he's getting a lot of international support. And I've given him credit for actually being one of the first leaders of a state, a European state, to do so. Okay? So he's doing the smart thing. He's doing the smart thing. Okay? And he's actually getting popularity from doing the right thing. But a part of the reason why they're doing this is because they want to, rebuild the center-left socialist coalition in Europe, right? All these other like useless parties, not like the LFI, for example, in France, but the Socialist Party in France. That's like, again, a center-left party. They've recognized that if they don't actually maintain control by leaning into these like popular initiatives, that they're going to do away. Yeah, SPD in Germany. Okay, not left anymore, bruh. Center to the center, right? Yeah, it's aesthetic. And it's working, okay? Yeah, it's an age-old story. AOC does the material stuff, but bad on comms. Pedro does not so great on the material stuff, but great on comms. Yeah, there's a reason why all the Spanish chatters in here will say, oh, you just got PSO'd, okay? Like, have you not paid attention to the Spanish HasanAbi heads in the chat? Anytime I say something positive about Pedro, they'll be like, oh, you're getting PSO'd, you're getting PSO'd, you're getting PSO'd, or PSO'd, okay? It's like a classic. It's a classic case where Pedro comes out and makes a bold declarative statement. You believe it, and then he doesn't follow through, but it doesn't matter. Oh, that's not a compliment? No, it's not. As a Spanish guy, I agree with you a lot on the Pedro take. Hardly a socialist, just someone who says all the right words, but making sure his left flank doesn't get any credit. PSO'd is the truest meme. Yeah, I voted left for the record, but yeah, Sag. Pedro is not liked so much in national politics and may not get elected again, but he looks like he wants to go to the EU. Bro, I'm LFI. I would never vote for the Parti Socialiste. But if they denounce Israel and America, I would vote for them tomorrow at this point. Yeah. PS in France, the SPD in Germany. These are the countries that are like, these are the parties in their parliamentary systems that have either social democrat in the name or socialist in the name, but they're not actually socialist parties. They're not actually anti-imperialist parties. They're just simply center-left parties that still have the name socialism. Okay? And Pedro is probably the shining beacon of that. He is the greatest example of that, the most successful example of that, that runs around and presents himself as like this bold radical that's leaning into popular sentiment, but is not actually doing that at all. Okay? Some of these parties are not even center left. They're just center right, for the record. They're not even fucking center left. Yeah, we call SPD just PD in Germany. They're leaning right. Yeah, SPD is a great example of a party that's not even center left. Let's be real. It's just fucking a center right. But PS is center left in France. And these guys understand the dynamic, and they are worried about their left flank winning more support. So they just like lean into leftist positions. But they do it. They do it in a way where it's just it's not like material changes necessarily, but simply aesthetic changes. Even if those aesthetic changes, given how bad things are in European politics, like they come across like actual bold and radical sentiment. And And that's what you end up focusing on, and you give a lot of praise to. Is Mélenchon PS? Sorry for the ignorance. No, Mélenchon is LFI. LFI is the Mélenchon party.
Trump also singled out the United Kingdom on Tuesday as one of the countries he's...
Yeah, in France, if not for the PS betrayal, Macron government would have come down. I don't even want to get into the fucking the popular front that they were able to develop, and they just all fucking hate. They all hate LFI. They all hate each other. All the left flank parties in the French parliament hate one another, but they hate LFI more than anything else. Okay? And they constantly fuck one another over. It's unbelievable. Anyway, let's just keep going.
Would have to start learning to fight for itself, as he once again vented frustration at US allies that are reluctant to get involved in a war, which he started without their consultation.
In the Strait of Hormuz, there are many more vessels flowing through today than there were, as the president has arranged. The president's been clear to Iran, open it for business, or we have options, and we certainly do. And when you look at what the chairman laid out with the Navy industrial base, with coastal cruise missiles, with UAVs, with counter-mine capabilities, we've been focused from the beginning on attriting and defeating those capabilities and limiting their options. There's lots we're doing as well, some of which is known, some of which is...
You know French politics? Buddy, I've hung out with Mélenchon. What are you talking about? I'm fucking tapped in with the LFI.
Not known to set the conditions. And I think the president was clear this morning in his truth that there are countries around the world who ought be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well. So he's pointing out this is an international waterway that we use less than most, in fact, dramatically less than most. So the world ought pay attention and be prepared to stand up. President Trump's been willing to do the heavy lifting on behalf of the free world to address this threat of Iran. It's not just our problem set going forward, even though we have done the lion's share of preparation to ensure.
To give an idea to the non-French HasanAbi heads here, Mélenchon and or LFI gets the Hassan treatment from This Week in the News like every single fucking week is insane. They want to diabolize them so hard. Yes, and it works though. It works. Just like with me, it works, and there's a lot of like negative sentiment around me from people who are onlookers who don't fully understand what I'm about. There are plenty of people in France that would 100%, they would 100% lean into Mélenchon's statements, but they can't get beyond the fucking aesthetics. They literally are so stuck. They see him as like this diabolisation, demonization. Yes, they are. He gets unlimited attacks in French mainstream media. They literally did the same thing that they did to Corbyn to him the other day, where they were like, he said, I should say Epstein, not Epstein. And then they were like, oh, anti-Semitism. They like called him a fucking anti-Semite. They call him anti-Semite all the time. And also they say he's an Islamo-gauchist, an Islamo-leftist. But yeah, everybody in France that would normally, like, if they were to listen to what he has to say and it most likely find themselves in agreement with it, can't get beyond the aesthetics, and they think he's a too grumpy and too crazy and too angry of an old man. Are you endorsing Tech Bros Shoykot over someone who's actually left-leaning being Connie Chain in San Francisco? Is it because your uncle is financially tied to Shoykot? Yes. Or because, unlike you, I've actually looked at I know Shoykot's background. I know his track record, both inside and outside. And I think he is one of the best candidates this time around. Like, one of the best. I will put him up there with Oliver Larkin as far as how much I align with his stated policy goals and how knowledgeable he is about how to run the political machine. Just read his policy papers. That's all you need to do to develop a very easy and very quick understanding of how fucking awesome he is. Okay? It doesn't matter, chatter. The people of San Francisco will make their choice. I mean, I hope I can, aid in the people of San Francisco making the right choice. The biggest L that Shoykot has in his background is basically working to undermine the DSA candidate in San Francisco, Dean, the one that looks like Brace. And because he did that to Dean Preston, a lot of people understandably are fearful of him. Shoykot is no Larkin. He's a sock them, but he has my support until someone better comes along. Brother, what are you talking about? Have you looked at any of his fucking policy papers on how to restructure the American economy. There's like fucking literal Marxist-Leninist shit in there. What the fuck are you talking about? He wants to move in the direction of a centrally planned economy, and you're literally saying he's a sock them. Shut up. This is what I mean. Oh my fucking God. It doesn't matter. He just doesn't say what his ideology is because he's smart to not do that anyway. Are you asking Chatter to read? Yes. It's one thing to accuse him of lying, but if you aren't doing that, then I guess you just don't know what Marxist-Leninism is. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking to the other Chatter. Okay. My understanding, admittedly, as a transplant, is that Dean Preston was kind of an odd Demsock, though. Like, he was pretty NIMBY-ish. Yes. Yeah, he doesn't like labels. It's an opportunity to get, like, unnecessarily smeared or attacked, and that's fine. But just look at his fucking stated policy positions, and you will very quickly understand that he is, it's just that you are totally delusional or totally oblivious to what his actual fucking takes are, okay? What his actual stated policy objectives are. And he also has a clear-eyed vision on how to accomplish those goals as well. So you're totally wrong. Please go back and watch the interview that I did with him, okay? It was unbelievably impressive. 100% unconditional endorsement for Shoykot. Absolutely. He's also doing fairly well in the race. He's at 20%, and he's obviously like 10 points behind Scott Wiener, who is not great at all. I mean, he's fucking dog shit. And I said this already. Nancy Pelosi can go to the anti-Zionist former AOC chief of staff, who will be a strong defender of class-first politics, or a dude who visited Israel after October 7th and defended his California Zionist censorship bill, who now sheepishly claims he's an Israel skeptic. Okay? Scott Wiener is at 32% in the California 11 top 2 primary. This is the internal numbers coming from Shoykot Chakrabarty. Okay, so take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, there's going to be more favorable to Shoykot Chakrabarty, but the fact that he's in 20% in top 2 with Connie Chan at 17% is good. I mean, he's like gaining momentum in the polls. But what is this? For those who missed it, Hasan Piker's in favor of defeating one of the most progressive politicians in America. Why? Because he visited Israel and supported a bill addressing anti-Semitism. The message is clear. Anti-Zionism trumps everything else for these clowns. Sounds like Connie Chan might play the role of Brad Lanner in this one. No, I don't think she will. I don't know her at all, but I don't think she will. And I do think that DSA San Francisco, I think DSA's San Francisco branch will be unbelievably bad in this race. They are going to do everything they can to fucking rat fuck this. And then Scott Wiener is going to win 100%. Like that's the worst case scenario, but I totally see that happening. And I'm really, really, really fucking worried about that. Vote splitting between, progressive candidates. It's just a terrifying prospect. Have you ever considered that you're wrong about Shoykot? No, I have not. I have not considered that because I'm not wrong about Shoykot. And no one, and I mean no one has actually brought up a singular convincing instance as to why. Everyone just goes, he's rich, he's a tech bro, fuck you. You're voting for a rich tech bro. Clearly, he's just trying to buy his seat. You just can't go beyond. Yeah, see? Look. Again, vendettas. Ratfuck Shoykot, like you ratfuck Dean, you mean? I don't think you deserve anything good. I'll be honest, Chatter. Like, you just don't. You have to suck it up. You have to suck it up. I hope people understand. You have to suck it up. Okay? We have an unbelievable opportunity here. And all of this back and forth is unironically going to create an opportunity that Scott Wiener is already utilizing. Guy who literally is one of the more pro-Israel candidates in California politics. Yeah. But yes, Luke Shoykot should come seek our endorsement and apologize for fucking Dean. I agree. Okay. So aside from the Dean Preston saga, like what's the issue? Have you looked at his policies? Do you not believe that he's being sincere? Would this change the dynamic for you? Remember how much you loved AOC when she first ran, okay? Remember how much you loved AOC when she first ran. Shoykot was at Justice Democrats at the time. He literally dropped Justice Democrats because he was like, I see a lot of promise and a lot of potential in AOC. I'm going to literally run her campaign. Remember how bold AOC used to be when she first ran. if you go back and rewatch old AOC comms from back when she first ran, okay, as the out of nowhere underdog pick, Shoykot was a major part of that, okay? A major part of that. He's been at this game for far longer than you have been a self-declared, self-described socialist. A lot of you do not know the background of these people. You just lean into aesthetics, okay? Not only that, but he hasn't ever fucking stopped. I don't believe he's sincere, and when I loved AOC, I didn't know anything, to be honest. Working with Gary Tan is a really positive on my end, especially given the harm the group has done with Shoykot was also sort of, yeah, okay, well, they're all against him now, so what the fuck's that about? And secondly, again, exactly, yeah, when I loved AOC, I didn't know anything, to be honest. Okay, so why don't you fucking listen to someone who was there when it was happening? Okay, why don't you listen to someone who is more knowledgeable than you? See, do you understand? Do you understand why sometimes I just say things and I'm like, please just give me a little bit of fucking charity. I know what I'm talking about. I was literally there when it was happening. Okay? Do you understand where I'm coming from? I'm not running off of fucking vibes. Please, Jesus Christ. Because now I know and I work in these groups. Oh my God. It's insane how quickly people are willing to write off progressives. No, brother, this is not even a writing off progressives. This is like, Shoykot isn't just like a regular fucking progressive pick, okay? I hate to break it to you, but you're canceled. Thanks, chatter. Take a week off. I am stupid, but everyone with this attitude is a lot more stupid. It seems like they're just LARPing. It feels like, no. They're just like, they got hurt one time. They leaned into Dean Preston. They thought Dean Preston was going to be this like, this once in a lifetime San Francisco candidate. I totally understand it. He's pretty good. Like, I get it. And he literally spent money against them. And he put his focus on the other dude, Bilal. Okay. And everyone in DSA San Francisco that worked on that campaign, that door knocked for that campaign, has not given up on that. And they do not trust this dude for that reason. They just think like, no, he's a fucking, he's a piece of shit. He's a rich tech bro. Okay. Ultimately, I think the situation is dire enough that DSA should not be doing purity and loyalty politics. Yeah, I don't disagree. The fact that they are targeting you as a threat means that, okay, it's irrelevant that they're fucking targeting me. Anyway, I think you should provide some charitability to the San Francisco DSA chapter here because they have probably given this 100 times more attention and thought than any outsider. I know. I am doing that. I am aware. Okay, 1,000 times more thought and attention than you, and it's bad to blame DSA chapters for not jumping on board with campaigns. I am doing that. I'm making that calculation and I'm more understanding of where they're coming from. I also think they need to fucking lock in because the reason the reason why they're not actually taking in Shoykot, the reason why they're not taking Shoykot seriously is because of what I already explained. Okay, that's it. Because you do not, I promise you, you do not have a real significant policy disagreement with anything that he's advancing. Okay? You don't. You want to know why I know you don't? Because not a single person has brought up any of his policy positions as a reason for why they're like, oh, I don't want to fucking national org locked in on Oliver Larkin because we know he has strict principles and followed national endorsement standards. Oh my God. Okay, I don't want to get into internal DSA shit, please. Okay? Again, we're talking about this seat, okay? Let's say you're in San Francisco. You saw his policies. What do you have an issue with beyond? What do you have an issue with it? Like, what are the issues that you have with his policies for this seat? Okay? Especially in comparison to Scott Wiener, for example. The internal DSA stuff does matter, though, if it's DSA being criticized. I don't want to get into it because it's embarrassing, it's silly, it's unnecessary to have in this situation. Okay? That's why. Because it doesn't favor me coming out and just like launching critiques at DSA and only expanding on that fucking endless embarrassing infighting that turns into, you know, things that people pay attention to from the outside to belittle the DSA when they're doing great work overall. Okay? That's why it's irrelevant. Just focus on the campaign, okay? Focus on the fucking campaign. What are some of the issues that you have with his policy prescriptions? You don't have them. You don't. Not a single person has brought up any of his policies that they take issue with. They just don't. It's not even a thing, okay? This is what I mean. I'm in San Francisco. I won't support him regardless of his platform because his platform is a lie like endless other politicians. You did the same with Fetterman, Lamau. Yeah, same with John Fetterman. Who are you supporting? Scott Wiener? Connie Chan? Is that what you're supporting instead? Like, if all politicians lie, what's there to, like, you're just not going to vote for any politician? Is that your argument? I mean, I banned him, but you know what? I'm going to unban him because I want to hear his dumbass opinion on this. Okay? Link to a detailed interview on each candidate's foreign policy. Chan is unfortunately very centrist. Yes. All three are, on paper, progressive. Okay? Shoykot is objectively the most leftist candidate in this race. Objectively. Bar none. Scott Wiener is progressive on social issues. He's a champion of like LGBTQ rights and stuff like that, but he is incredibly pro-Israel until this last race, where he decided to say, oh, yeah, I actually am very skeptical of Israel. By your same logic, you should be 100% voting for Gavin Newsom. Me? Are you talking to me? Okay. Yeah, we don't have ranked choice voting here in California. If we don't consolidate, it'll be a repeat of what happened with Cat in Illinois. I know. Fetterman really broke a lot of brains. I know. It's very toxic. Yes, you're on people about who you're going to vote for then, lol. Yes. And wait, what? By your same logic, we should 100%. Dude, what is the fucking comparison? You think Gavin Newsom is trying to move in the direction of a centrally planned economy? Is Gavin Newsom advocating for a nationalized healthcare system? Do you have a stroke? Are you stroked out? What the fuck is this leftist critique? I can't deal with it, dude. Unbelievably stupid fucking people. Holy shit. You guys are fucking morons, okay? Many of you are unironically moronic babies. You don't look at people's actual policy prescriptions and you just make blanket declarative fucking statements. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Look at the fucking policies that they're advancing. Are they earnest? Do they have a track record of defending said policies? Shoykot has it all. I'm not saying vote blue no matter who. This is a fucking Democratic primary. This is, you know what the saddest thing is? This is one of the most tapped in communities in the United States of America. This is the peak of high propensity voters and highly educated voters, okay? A lot of you are unironically a million times more intelligent in the way that you make these sorts of decisions, in the way that you care about the primaries and a fucking midterms, okay? And yet, a lot of you are fucking morons. It's unbelievable. The CIA doesn't have to do anything. It blows my fucking mind. We just do it to ourselves. It is so blackpilling, dude. It's so blackpilling. It's just like every day I have to hold on to like nuggets of hope so I don't succumb to fucking nihilism. Holy fuck. Yeah, Shoykot is not the least bad candidate. He's objectively a very good candidate. You're not lowering your fucking standards at all. You're increasing your standards unironically. It's unbelievable. Every single person that is criticizing it, the reason why I ask you, like, what are some of the issues that you have with his platform? Okay, the reason why I ask you that is because if you were to go through his platform, if you were to watch the interview that we did, for example, you would very quickly understand that he has one of the boldest platforms of all the candidates that I've interviewed, and also the inside and outside experience to advance this agenda. It's crazy. It's really disappointing that my union, SEIU, dual endorsed Chan and Wiener, then endorsed Eric Swalwell. I know. Anyway, if you're listening and if you liked what Shoykot was saying and it's like frustrating you to hear all this fucking idiotic back and forth, go volunteer for his fucking campaign. Okay? Seriously. Isn't the point of the primary to find the shittiest milquetoast candidate? Yeah, exactly. The most moderate. The primary structure is designed so we find the most moderate person we possibly can. And of course, for that reason, you should vote for Shoykot, the most moderate. Do you consider Shoykot the same level as Zoran? Shoykot has fucking way better foreign policy than Zoran. What are you talking about? No, he is he doesn't have the legitimacy that Zoran has as an activist who worked within the DSA for years and years. But he absolutely has a much more comprehensive agenda than Zoran. What the fuck are we talking about? Again, this goes back to the same problem that I had with people who just fall mercy to vibes. You fall mercy, you give in to the vibes, and you're like, well, I love Zoran. He's awesome. He's handsome. And you hyper focus on the aesthetics. You don't apply the same standards to politicians. We just had a conversation about AOC and the way people treat AOC. This is precisely what I'm fucking talking about. Look to the policies of each individual candidate. Do you like it? Do you not like it? And then make up your own mind. And yeah, Zoran was running for mayor. This is not for Senate. No, it's for House of Representatives. It's Nancy Pelosi's seat. Yeah, Adam Schiff endorsed Connie Chan. Think about that. Think about what that says. Connie Chan is like the Mallory McMurrow in this race, okay? And Shoykot is closer to the Abdul al-Sayed, if not far more radical than Abdul in many ways. How is it fine stuff? Shoykot claims to support not vibes, but his past actions are attacking DSA no matter what. Like, fine, I'll vote for him to beat Wiener, but why are you so unable to understand why we don't trust them? The reason why is because for a much longer time, okay, for a much, much longer time than the Dean Preston thing that Shoykot did, he has been at this battle, okay? They literally wrote the Green New Deal together, okay? Shoykot Chakrabarti was formative in the construction of the Green New Deal, chatter, okay? He was AOC's chief of staff, okay? Like, there is no, like, he has been at this for a very, very long time. So yes, I'm willing to overlook his past mistake in that race. Like, a lot of you just found out about Shoykot Chakrabarti, so you think, oh, he was like an unknown guy. I have no object permanence. Okay. Wait, hold on 1 second. Shoykot Chakrabarti has been working behind the scenes for years and years. He is a part of the Justice Democrats. He's been at this game for quite a while, trying to fucking build a coalition of like left flank candidates. Okay. He co-founded the organization Justice Democrats that created the squad. He played a formative role in the architecture of the Green New Deal. He was AOC's chief of staff at a time when AOC was very bold, very radical, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he lobbied the primary Hakeem Jeffries. He wanted to. He was very much in favor of that too. Unironically, for the leftist purity guys that literally were critical of Zoran, undercutting Chiyose's potential primary attempt against Hakeem Jeffries, you know who was in favor of that? Shoykot Chakrabarti. Okay, it's so funny that the people that are like, well, I don't know, I can't trust them, are. Yeah, Ryan Grimm's book on this is so good. Shoykot is a star in it. Yeah. I don't understand how Shoykot's agenda is, ML, if there's no proletarian dictatorship and we're in social democracy in the current bourgeois state. Here, take an hour off and really reconsider why an American politician running for a congressional seat wouldn't write proletarian dictatorship in their policy papers. Hopefully after that hour is over and you come back, you will have developed a fucking consciousness and a brain. And you know, you'll be a little bit more intelligent, and everyone else will be a little bit more intelligent for that reason. Okay, please engage in a little bit of self-criticism and engage in a little bit of self-reflection. Okay, I don't understand, why doesn't he have 10 treaties that he wrote specifically defending Stalin and the collectivization initiatives in the USSR? Is he truly an ML? I don't understand. What is Shoykot Chakrabarti's assessment on what to do with the kulaks? What if they are hoarding grain? How should he deal with that? Will he punish the kulaks? Will he throw them in jail? Because if not, he is not a real follower of the doctrine of Marxist-Leninism. For the fucking San Francisco Nancy Pelosi seat.
I just got the Justice Democrats endorsement. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's do it. That's what we want. Bringing the gang back together. Amazing to see like the thing that we created to try to change power. You know, we got a little bit of way there with the squad in 2018, and then it has grown. And now they've got...
Folks know Shoykot Chakrabarti got let go by AOC for bullying moderate Dems, right? I mean, there's some... I don't know... I'm just not going to say anything one way or another about that, but he's good, okay? Just know that he's good.
All these people running all over the country. That's right. And that's what it's going to take, because we want to change the system. It's got to be a group of us. It can't just be any one of us. It's got to be a movement of candidates working with a movement of people. Absolutely. And that's possible this time.
The Justice Democrats are part of the new American Revolution. We're talking about organizers from the Bernie campaign who come together to say, F this, we need to do something different. We need to challenge the status quo. We need to build a new system. 2020, me and Cori Bush get in.
Right.
Right? And so now we're in 2026, and now they're endorsing you, the co-founder, one of the co-founders of JD, to make it happen, man. It's full circle moment for you, brother.
If DSA is against the guy who got fired for bullying libs and they need to do some self-crit law, yes, that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of people look at who he's pushed for in San Francisco politics locally, and they just, you know, they don't look at anything else. They just remember that, and it's understandable that they're very frustrated by that, because many San Francisco DSA members were door knocking for Dean Preston, and they feel like they were robbed. Okay. So I do understand the resentment, and I do think that I do think that Shoycott needs to win over DSA San Francisco. I don't even know if it'll ever happen. I certainly want to make that a reality, because I understand that he is the best in this race. Like, not even a fucking question, bar none. His policies and his background and his experience in putting forth the most left flank candidates out there all around the country. Like, this is a person who has a shit ton of money, and he's put his money where his fucking mouth is. Okay? Not just like with Justice Democrats in general. He's like propped up candidates all around the country over and over and over again. Okay? Him shying away from calling himself a socialist or whatever is ultimately inconsequential. I don't care about that. Okay? Just look at his fucking policies. I've interviewed him on stream. He's been on stream. I've interviewed him. Listen to that interview. It is impossible for your takeaway not to be that, what is this? It's a tough job Hasan has. Yeah, lol, chatter might have genuinely understood that proletarian dictatorship is a notion of the things Shoycott is describing. Don't get lost in the sauce, San Francisco. Yeah. He's not even mean. He's not even mean. Okay? He's not even remotely mean, for the record. He's not. He's got a great track record in general. Not gonna lie, you got a lot of work to get him over, because I'm asking a lot of people here in the Bay Area. He's not even a consideration, but good luck. Yeah, I know. He's not as well known, I guess, as part of it. And ultimately, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, really. I mean, I can't even get my fucking chat to take a serious look at what his policies look like, what his vision represents. And it's literally the closest association that you can have to many people that self-identify as MLs in this community. So it's very frustrating. And not only does he have the good policies, he also has the expertise of how to implement it. He has a clear vision on how to implement these policies. That's why I'm saying it's very good. Anyway, you should go over his campaign platform on stream real quick. Yes, he wants to build millions of homes. He wants to save Mooney and Bart. He wants to kick out PG&E. He has universal pre-K and daycare, monthly child stipend, Medicare for all, paid parental leave, tuition-free public universities and trade schools, build high-speed rail, prevent housing displacement. And for the record, this stuff is like the watered down version that is like the most palatable for a liberal audience. Okay? Muni, not Mooney. Okay, sure. Yeah, DSA hasn't backed anyone in this congressional primary. They're hesitant to back Shoycott because Shoycott played a role in funding a campaign against Dean Preston. The DSA backed San Francisco city supervisor that looks like Brace Belden. It's not even a risk. The irony, of course, is that it's not even a risk to vote for him. It's just like crazy to me that people are making it seem like it's a risk to vote for him. Okay? That's what's so wild about it, where people have just like made up their minds. I guess like sometimes people want to be contrarian against what I represent, and that's what it is. Scott Wiener has this locked down for the most part. Let's be real. And he is awful. Okay? He's like pro-LGBTQ, and that's pretty much it. Okay? He's pro-LGBTQ. I think he's a YIMBY, right? Like that's his whole thing. He's like a classic. He's going to be another classic fucking California politician that will be dog shit on a lot of issues, and he'll be positive on all the social issues that the Democratic Party is like good on, and that's it. Okay? That's it. And he's also, once again, he was one of the most aggressive California Zionists. He's a neoliberal. He was super pro-Israel, and I say was, he still is, but Now, because he knows he can't win a fucking race, especially in San Francisco, while still maintaining his pro-Israel positions, he has turned around and made it seem as though he wasn't a fucking massive advocate for Israel for the last 3 years. Okay? He was. He flew to Israel. Like, literally. He met with Israeli politicians. He flew to Israel. He pushed for a bill that censors pro-Palestinian speech in schools. Like, that's the guy who's going to fucking win if you don't actually act. If you don't act. Yeah, he authored AB 715. Got a pro-Palestine doctor fired. Still taking AIPAC donor money. It's incredible. Anyway, I don't know. It just like breaks my heart to see people in this chat behave like silly children. And they get mad when I say you're behaving like a silly child, and that causes people to be even more mad. What? You're telling me this guy likes Zionism? What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Yeah, he's also insanely tall. Zoran spoke about the Iran war today. Zoran on Iran is a war that should be opposed on every single ground, not just procedural, but also moral, and also a war that should be opposed on the grounds that is being financed by the very money that can make it easier to keep Khan, the city, this country home.
Seeing the fact that in the face of Americans facing a historic affordability crisis, that we have the pursuit of something that has already cost $23 billion thus far, the kind of money that could transform working class Americans' lives, whether through investments in Medicare or teachers or even elimination of student debt for tens of thousands of Americans, and all of that being thrown aside for the pursuit of yet another regime change war. And it's a war that should be opposed on every single ground, not just procedural, but also moral, but also political, and also a war that should be opposed on the grounds of the fact that it is being financed by the very money that could make it easier to keep calling this city, this country home. And yet there is a blindness to that fact, all while we're being told that this is not what we're seeing with our own eyes. I think we're seeing...
One of the main peddlers of Hassangate now calls it a distraction. See, this was their plan all along. The Hassan stuff is a distraction and an attempt to gin up chaos in the party. Democrats are flipping seats all across the country in red, pink, and purple districts. Media elites are terrified. Democrats stay focused. We're winning. Ignore them. Dog, you were the one doing that. Oh my God. It's because he realized that this fucking totally backfired and only boosted my profile. So now he's trying to put the cat back in the fucking bag. Oh my God. Literally, this was a spectacular flub. It only fucking boosted my profile on the national front. So now he's like, oh, guys, don't. Let's just stop talking about Hassan, actually. Okay, you start. First, you, motherfucker. Dumbass.
I see that Ulster University
All right, I gotta pee.
have given an honorary degree to no less than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The Terminator.
The very one, yeah, but he's not the most impressive name to be given an honorary degree from that place, is he? Come on, be honest.
Well, 4 years ago, for some reason, they considered me worthy of an honorary degree, but I'm not the only person with one, because James Matthews has an honorary degree too. So there's you, me, and Arnie, 3 doctors in the house, and not a cure between us.
That's some forward line, isn't it? Yeah, I've got an honorary degree from Edinburgh Napier University, but of course, Arnie, the Terminator, that makes you the Blevinator, right? I'm James Matthews.
And I'm David Blevins, and we're both in Washington, D.C.
As we enter the 5th week of the Iran conflict, Donald Trump has been talking tough on Truth Social, where else? But has he threatened to commit war crimes? We'll investigate.
The president rolls out his White House East Wing blueprint and reveals a few military secrets along the way. Should he be telling the public all this?
And a new statue has appeared on the Mall in Washington, D.C. They're calling it a throne fit for a king. It's in the shape of a golden toilet in the heart of the nation's capital. The metaphors are writing themselves. David, we're into week 5 of the conflict in Iran, and the US build-up continues. 2,500 Marines arrived in the Middle East over the weekend, several thousand from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division also heading to the region. The prospect of a ground invasion, it seems to be increasing. As for Donald Trump, he's been fighting his war on social media.
Yes, another day, another Truth
Wait, there's
Social.
2 of them? What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. What? That's funny. They're wearing the same shirt. Why did they do that? That just looks like he's interviewing himself. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. Are you going over your CNN interview today, Unc?
Post beginning this week, really, as the last one had ended with a contradictory statement talking about progress having been made in negotiations, while at the same time threatening to obliterate, there's that word again, civilian structures in Iran.
Yeah.
This is what he posted online. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Karg Island, and possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposefully not yet touched.
Yeah, that raises a number of questions, doesn't it? Not least, is that an American president threatening to commit war crimes? Some of those structures that he's talking about, desalination plants, they make water drinkable for the population, essential for human survival. To attack them is to commit a war crime. And yet Trump appears to be threatening that quite explicitly. Caroline Levitt held a press briefing today. She was asked about this.
Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated.
So the US always operates within the confines of the law, she says, but the president will pursue his objective.
In the Strait of Hormuz, there are many more vessels flowing through today than there were.
Is Felix stopping by again today? Yes, he is.
The president has arranged. The president's been clear to Iran, open it for business, or we have options, and we certainly do. And when you look...
Yeah, we got options. Trita Parsi says, an increasingly likely scenario for ground troops is that Trump will seek to take 3 Iranian islands in the Persian Gulf claimed by the UAE, Abu Musa, the Greater and Lesser Tums. It's in between, right? And this is a way to win support over the UAE and turn this into a Gulf versus Iran situation. Not that these are going to be easy islands to take militarily anyway. Okay. Both pro-Israeli voices in the U.S. and prominent Emirati accounts have been pushing this idea publicly for the past 10 days. Several motivations and objectives may lie behind this potential move. Abu Musa in particular is a strategic island situated in the middle of the Straits, but it may no longer be critical given the manner in which Iran controls the Straits via missiles. It would have been 20 years ago if the Straits had been blocked solely through mines, so controlling it will likely not be the silver bullet Trump is hoping for. 2, is the idea to trade the control of these islands for the opening of the Straits. Assuming that such a trade is even possible, it would depend on the cost of not seizing the island, but keeping it. The U.S. Navy has kept itself 3,000 kilometers away from Iran to avoid being hit by Iranian missiles. Abu Musa is only 70 kilometers from the Iranian shorelines. The Tums are even closer. Iran would rain down missiles and drones, likely killing a large number of U.S. troops. As a result, Iran would likely not have to trade the island. The U.S. would simply abandon it because keeping it would be too costly. Okay? However, going for the island does carry some messaging and political benefits. The GCC states have been split by the war, with Oman and Qatar striking their separate deals with Iran. But GCC has a unified position on the 3 islands in support of the UAE. Making the war about the islands may be motivated by an attempt to push Oman and Qatar to support the U.S.-Israeli war, but under the false rubric that it is now about liberating the islands. This would then also add new political messaging, given the UAE's likely endorsement and participation in the attempt to take/retain the islands. This would be an attempt to reframe the war from one that an isolated America and Israel are fighting alone to one in which there is a potential U.S.-Israel-Arab alliance against Iran. However, while that political messaging and reframing may succeed, it does not translate into a recipe for actually winning the war. That problem will not only remain unresolved, but it will become even more challenging based on point 2 above. In sum, it appears that an increasingly desperate Trump is lowering his ambition. Instead of winning the war, he hopes to expand the number of stakeholders, and by that, spread out blame for this debacle. Daily Mail Journal. I am told by White House sources that Trump is seriously considering taking Karg Island. Yeah, but how? The question is how. Okay? The question is, how does he take it? And then if he takes it, how does he seize it? Oh, I misclicked on the fucking playlist. Is that what it is? Oh, it was Marco Rubio was talking and talking about U.S. war objectives will be achieved within weeks. They're giving it to Al Jazeera.
Mr. Rubio, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. You're speaking to a global audience across Al Jazeera English, Al Jazeera Arabic, and our digital platforms, reaching viewers across the Middle East, including Qatar,
Well, also,
Saudi
Trump
Arabia.
is live right now, right? What is he doing? Is he fucking responding to the press, or is he just like signing shit?
The United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Iran, as well as millions more around the world. Let me start by asking you this. Have formal talks begun with Iran, or are these still in direct communications exploring common ground?
On mail-in ballots?
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran, for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there. And all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
What are your main demands for Iran at this particular stage of the war?
Iran can never, the Iranian regime can never have nuclear weapons, and they need to stop sponsoring terrorism. And they need to stop building weapons that can threaten their neighbors. These short-range missiles that they're launching, they only have one purpose, and that is to attack Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Bahrain. That is the range of these weapons. And they have thousands of them. They've built extraordinary numbers of them, and not to mention, you know, their desire to have this nuclear weapon to threaten and blackmail the world with. That will never be allowed to happen. It's too great a risk.
What would you consider to be the minimum concession from Tehran to bring this conflict to an end?
I think they have to take demonstrable steps towards ending any ambition of having nuclear weapons. If what they want is nuclear energy, there are multiple countries in the region that have or will soon have nuclear energy, and they're going to do it through a well-established mechanism that everyone else has agreed to, and that is that you allow imported fuel to, you import the fuel, and that fuel is used to power up your power grid and provide energy resources for your people. What they cannot have is a system that allows them to quickly weaponize it. They have to stop making all of these drones and all of these missiles. We saw recently where they've lied. They said they didn't have long-range missiles, and then they fired two that extended well beyond the range of what their own foreign minister just a few days earlier said they didn't have the range to reach. So they have to abandon all these weapon programs and all of their nuclear ambitions. And if they do that, then Iran's future can be bright. But they have to choose that path, and for 47 years they've refused that path.
Iran said it rejects the US demands and is setting its own conditions, such as the financial compensation and also recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Are those demands acceptable from an American perspective?
Not only is the sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz not acceptable to us, it won't be acceptable to the world. No one in the world can accept it. Number one, it sets an incredible precedent. So this means that nations can now take over international waterways and claim them as their own. The United States could do that now. The Chinese could do it in the South China Sea. No one in the world is going to accept that or should accept that. Now, let me be frank, very little of American energy comes through the Straits of Hormuz in terms of the energy we rely on, but we recognize the impact that it has on global markets and on our neighbors, especially our allies in the region who produce energy and have to get it out to market. So no country in the world should accept it. The regional countries in the world should accept it. The United States will not accept that condition. It's an illegal condition that they're demanding. That's just not going to happen.
As the US-Israeli campaign continues, there's no clear indication that the Strait of Hormuz is secure enough to restore the flow of oil and gas into global markets. Are you consider a plan to ensure full control over the entire strait?
Well, the Straits of Hormuz will be open. When this operation is over, it will be open.
Yeah. It's just a wish and a dream, dude. Trump is currently talking about his ballroom. Oh my God, dude. I mean, at least he gives like some catnip for the libs to pay attention to. I know that's like the most devastating thing that has happened in America in this last week. Lindsey Graham now encouraging Trump to wind down the Iran war and facilitate peace efforts in a drastic shift from earlier messaging. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh, God. Where are we at now?
And it'll be open one way or another. It will be open because Iran agrees to abide by international law and not block a commercial waterway, or a coalition of nations from around the world and the region, with the participation of the United States, will make sure that it's open. One way or the other, it's going to be open. But we have very clear objectives that we're trying to achieve here. Those objectives are the destruction of their Air Force, which has been achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which has largely been achieved, a significant reduction in the number of missile launchers that they have, which we're well on our way to achieving, and we are going to destroy the factories that make those missiles and those drones that they are using to attack their neighbors and the United States and our presence in the region. We will achieve those objectives. We are well on our way, or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the Straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
Your regional allies in the region, their critical energy installations are being bombed, their cities bombed almost on a daily basis, and they're looking for a clear path back to stability. What would be your message to them?
Well, I think the best way to stability, given the people who are in charge in Iran, is to destroy the ability of Iran in the future to launch these missiles and these drones against their infrastructure and civilian populations. If you think about what they've struck in the region, what has Iran gone after? It's been energy infrastructure against countries that were not waging war against them, but yet they went after these countries nonetheless. This is why they built these missiles and drones in the first place. But they've also attacked embassies, diplomatic facilities, which is unheard of. They've attacked airports, which is unheard of. This is what they've done. And this is a weakened Iran. This is an Iran that's weaker than it's been in 10 years. Imagine 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when they had more missiles, more drones, what they would have been willing to do to their neighbors and to us. That was intolerable. That's why this needed to be done now. The United States is committed to finishing the job. We're working very closely with all of our allies, work very closely in defensive. Yes, unfortunately, drones and missiles get through from time to time, but the overwhelming majority of these launches are defeated. They're shot down before they reach their intended target, or the destruction would be far worse. These are strong, stable countries in the region. These are our allies. These are our friends, and we are going to continue to be there and support them as they face this onslaught. And by the way, they're not the ones. Iran is targeting them in retribution. Which
the funniest part about this interview is where he just straight up says, Iran should spend its money on its own people rather than constantly waging war with the region. And like, objectively, for Iran, spending its money on its missile system is genuinely a smart thing that they did, it turns out. But it's hilarious to say that when you're an American State Department official, when you're the Secretary of State of the United States of America, to say that. It's unbelievable to say that, okay? How insulting. Bitch, what about you and where you spend your money? You've been doing that.
And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us. And we had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now we have a group of people that are very different. They're much more reasonable, I think much less radicalized. We have had regime change. We're dealing with people that are much more rational, and it's amazing what we've done. We had to make a little detour. So when the stock market broke all records just a few weeks ago, when it hit 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, I said to the American people, it's time that we have to make a little detour because we have a madman that wants a nuclear weapon, and if we didn't knock him out...
I'll say it was right. People are sad about losing Khamenei. Yeah, Trump is.
It would have been used...
Very sad. We lost
before today, and you may not be standing there asking that question, okay? So I think we have a country that understands that. I see CNN did a poll, and they talked about voters or MAGA voters, and my poll came out at 100%. Nobody covers that poll. They had another poll where it's at 92% approval. I think that the people understand it. We'll be leaving very soon, and if France or some other country wants to get oil or gas, They'll go up through the Strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there and they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with that. What happens in the Strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the Strait. But if they want something, but I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. As you probably read or wrote, we knocked out. Excuse me.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war in 2
I think
3
with
weeks?
2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is
we'll
3
leave
weeks,
because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, "Oh, it's unsafe." It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country, or they can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship, or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the Strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today I heard tremendous.
Wait, so maybe it was a bad idea to like fuck with the country that could do that, right?
They've been, again, we have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that, because we'll hit bridges, and we've hit some. We'll hit some bridges. We've got a couple of nice bridges in mind. But if they come to the table, that'll be good. But it doesn't matter whether they come or not. We've set them back. What? It'll take 15 to 20 years for them to rebuild what we've done to them. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no Air Force. They have no telecommunications. They have no anti-aircraft systems. They have no leaders. You know, their leaders are all gone. That's why we have regime change. We have nice new leaders. Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. You talked about how the ballroom needs to have a drone-proof roof.
Right.
There have been drone swarms flying over sensitive military installations in the U.S. over the last couple of weeks. The reports are they don't look commercial and they can't be jammed. Is this another country's military?
I don't think so. We have a great system of. Do you notice that over the last 4 or 5 days you haven't seen very many drone hits, right? We have some unbelievable anti-drone weaponry that's incredible. But you want to have, like, for instance, the ballroom. We have a very powerful very steel
the
roof
ballroom
with things in it. And you want to have, if you're building a building for security, just like his judge's opinion, you have to have security for the president and his staff. You need heavy, strong ceilings. You need seriously thick, bulletproof, ballistic glass, and we have that. Other buildings don't. You know, fairly modern buildings don't have that. They have roofs that are weak, and they have regular glass windows.
There was this incident down at Barksdale, though, where apparently a whole swarm of drones for a couple hours was over the flight line. There's a lot of really important planes down there.
Yeah.
How concerned are you that this is something?
Well, I'm not concerned. Yeah, I know about it. They've checked that out and they've gotten to the bottom of it. You know, you have a lot of people now that fly these things all over the place, and we're coming down very hard on them. But we're able to take them out militarily. We're able to take them out very easily. And a new thing is lasers. You know, the lasers are becoming very, very effective. You hit a drone and it melts in air. It's a beautiful thing to see. If it's coming at you, having a laser is a very nice thing. But we have, there are methods of defending against drones. I mean, the advantage from the standpoint of defense is they don't go very fast relative to a F-22, that plane right over there. They go very slow. They can be also shot out of the air by, high-quality aircraft, which we have more than anybody ever had.
And there was a viral video this week. I don't know if you saw it. Army helicopters hovering near Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Did you see that video?
I didn't see it, no, but I'm sure they had a good time.
So the Army just said the crews of these helicopters have been suspended. What do you think of that?
Well, it depends. Are they? Well, they probably shouldn't have been doing it. Yes, you're not supposed to be playing games, right? But I'd take a look at it. They like Kid Rock. I like Kid Rock. Maybe they were trying to defend him. I don't know.
Does Iran have to make a deal for the U.S. to end its operation in Iran? And
No,
have you
no.
spoken? And
Iran
have you
doesn't have
spoken
to.
directly?
Iran doesn't have to make a deal. No. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people. It's a new regime. They are much more accessible. They are right. You know, they said, we have a present for you, Mr. President, out of respect. And they said, wait a minute, you wanted me to answer the question? You're a fresh person. You know, we've had a lot of problems with you, haven't we? No, they don't. You asked me a question. No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages, and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant. Now, it's possible that we'll have a deal because they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal more than I want to make a deal. But, you know.
This argument is like literally flipping the script on what Iran is saying. He's just like repeating what Iran is saying, but American style.
Already, maybe in a long time from now, able to do a nuclear weapon. You'll have a president that will be like me and that he will go there and he'll knock the hell out of him.
The real question is someone lying to Donald Trump in his orbit and he's just repeating it with the whole Iran gave us a good present, or did he come up with that on his own?
And the new regime is much better than the past, yeah.
Mr. President, the Iranian government threatened a bunch of...
Because we know it's not true, and no one in that room is going to be like, why are you saying that Iran gave you this gift when it's like Iran doing a deal with Pakistan separately?
Left to threaten.
My question for you is, are you...
I don't know. I mean, what are they... You made a statement. What did they threaten him with? I don't know. Tell me, how did they threaten him?
Well, all I know is that they threatened him, sir.
What does that mean?
Fair enough.
He said something nasty?
Is the government in touch with these companies? Are you helping to backstop them?
You don't even know what the threat was. What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat? Did they say they're going to blow him up? They're going to hit him? They're not. You know what they're not going to do? They're not going to hit him with a nuclear weapon. Yeah.
Is this something you're concerned about, sir?
No.
Iran's IRGC issues a warning that they will target 18 U.S. technology companies if the U.S. continues targeted assassinations of Iranian leaders beginning on April 1st. Those companies include NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft.
Most of those people are dead already. Yeah, Peter?
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. It's a huge skyscraper.
In Miami?
Is that all a library? What else is going in?
No, well, it's a library. It's a museum or a library. It's a presidential. But I wouldn't start it till I'm out of office. I don't believe in building libraries or museums. It's really like the Barack Hussein Obama one in Chicago. In not a good location, and it's a very unattractive building that's seriously late and seriously over budget. I think you're going to see a great one here, and it'll go up on time, on budget, best location in Miami. They say it's the best block in Miami, and the state worked with us.
Will people live in the floors?
No, it's going to be most likely a hotel. You know, this concept could be office, but it's most likely going to be a hotel with a beautiful building underneath and a 747 Air Force One in the lobby, which is going to be a trick.
And the Supreme Court tomorrow is going to hear arguments about your executive order trying to get rid of birthright citizenship.
And I'm going.
You're going to go to the Supreme Court
I think
tomorrow?
so. I do believe.
And just sit there and listen.
Because I have listened to this argument for so long, and this is not about Chinese billionaires or billionaires from other countries who all of a sudden have 75 children or 59 children in one case or 10 children becoming American citizens. This was about slaves. What? And if you take a look, slaves, we're talking about slaves from the Civil War. And if you take a look at when it was filed, all of this legislation, all of this, everything having to do with birthright citizenship, it was at the end of the Civil War. The reason was it had to do with the babies of slaves and the protection of the babies of slaves. It didn't have to do with the protection of multi-millionaires and billionaires wanting to have their children get an American citizenship. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's been so badly handled by legal people over the years. If you look at the original birthright citizenship papers, they all happened right after the Civil War. The reason was it had to do with the babies of slaves.
Constitutional law scholar
and
Trump.
Hopefully it's going to say, because our country is being scammed. We're getting all of these people. They're selling the rights to them. People are making a big living, getting hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars from bringing people in and saying, congratulations, your whole family is going to be a citizen of the United States of America. That's not what it was for. It wasn't for billionaires bringing people in or family in. It was for the children of slaves. And what you really have to do, and I don't think the lawyers talk about it as much, look at when the Civil War ended and look.
It's literally funny because he has actually a golden card now, like a Trump card that you can buy a citizenship with.
No, I went once before, the opening of the Supreme Court in the last administration.
And which justices will you be listening for most closely?
I love a few of them. I don't like some others. And you know, you say what you want, but you have the ones that were appointed by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. I don't care how good your case is. You can have the greatest case ever. They're going to rule against you. They always do. And it's not supposed to be that way. Now, the Republicans tend to be very different. They want to show how honorable they are. So a man can appoint them and they can rule against him. It's so proud of it. We're so proud we ruled against Trump. We're so proud. We're above it. There are those that say that's wonderful, and there are those that say they're so stupid. But the Democrats never fail at one thing. When Barack Hussein Obama or when Biden appoints somebody, they go along that line. You can have the greatest case in history. And almost, I guess I have to say almost, maybe I don't have to say it, almost without fail, those people, 4 of them, sometimes 5 of them, but 4 of them will vote against you. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. And that's not what the court system is. Now, the Republican appointees tend to go, and this has been long before me, this has been for many years. Some people would call it stupidity, some people would call it disloyal, some people would say they're right in doing it. And I don't mind being right, but the other side almost never does.
This is the most pliant court
I think you
that
can
we've
find
ever
maybe
had.
A couple of instances, almost never does. When a Democrat appoints a judge, and I'm talking about judges, not just justices.
And even then, it's
you
not
go
enough
before
for
some
him.
of these Democrat judges in Washington, D.C., and you don't have a chance. That's why I gave pardons to hundreds of people that were so badly treated, having to do with J6. Yeah.
President of America. Next.
Oh, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Let's go. I didn't see you over there.
Sorry.
You've been so nice. Here we go. Now she's gonna hit me with a bad one. Go ahead.
On the Safe America Act, Mr. President, do you still think it's going to pass? Were you
I
signing
don't know. It's the craziest thing. The Democrats are totally against it. Again, they're unified. I think maybe you would have Fetterman, who I have a lot of respect for, but the Democrats are unified against it, and you need Democrat votes. Unless you do something smart called the filibuster, terminate the filibuster, which they should do. Republicans should do that, but there are a couple of Republicans that maybe they're not so smart, because the Democrats will do it on the first day in office, maybe the first hour. It's a question, will it be the first hour or the first day? So who can believe that a person, you can't even get it to the floor, that a person wouldn't vote for, think of it, for citizenship, proof of citizenship, for voter identification. And we also added one, we added mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots with exceptions for the military, for people that are sick, people that are traveling, for the disabled. We have very generous exceptions. But who would believe that that would be possible not to get those things to vote for? And then we added,
Trump votes by mail, by the way.
different subject, but we added that, and we said no trans.
Just wanted to repeat that one more time. Donald Trump has always consistently voted by mail, every single election.
Maybe 98 in some cases, maybe 99 in terms of those first two. If you talk about the first two, I think at 98, 99% voter identification, right? Wouldn't you think? Don't you think it's nice with picture? Wouldn't you think it's nice when the Democrats had their convention? I remember it so well. You had to have
the entire state of Oregon votes by
identification.
mail. Utah, Florida. There's plenty of red states that do vote by mail as well.
A picture, and if you didn't have that card, they threw you away. In New York City recently, we had a big snowstorm. Mayor Mandami he called out for people to shovel snow, but you had to give identification.
Mayor
with picture.
Mandani.
If you didn't have, and it wasn't one identification, you had to have two. So
Yes, because it's literally a job. They're applying for a government job. That is not the same standard you would apply to voting. Yes, yeah. They were applying for a local government job.
They know
that they would get paid for, so they get a fucking W-9 or a W-2.
Fighting like hell. They're actually fighting for their survival because their policy, the Republicans have great policy, smart policy, strong borders, low interest rates, low taxes. We just gave you the largest tax cut in history. All these great policies, you know, we want a strong military. Look at our military. We have the strongest military. Look what happened in Venezuela. It was so incredible. People say the greatest military maneuver they've ever seen. Look what's happening in Iran.
I mean, it's most likely for a 1099, which is ironic because that's what I have. I no longer am an employee as I used to be with a fucking salary like that. I get a 1099.
When I read the fake New York Times, you take a look at it, it's like, oh, they're putting up a good fight. They're not putting up a fight. They're not even shooting at us, okay? We have planes are just ruling the sky. We have airplanes. Those two. We have airplanes. Nice, right? Lincoln with a little modern touch. The great Benjamin Franklin with a little modern touch. But think of it. They are roaming the skies over Tehran. They're not even being shot at because their equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing to shoot. They have no Navy, they have no anything. And just think about this. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no nothing. They're losing. They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal. And if you read the fake New York Times, a corrupt newspaper, where I'm suing them and I think I should do very well, but you would almost think, who's winning? It's so fraudulent. But just to finish up with the New York Times, if you read the New York Times prior to my election victory...
Question once again. Is someone actually giving him fake data to make it seem like they're actually winning? Or is he completely aware that they're losing and he's frustrated, but he just hates that the New York Times is covering it like that?
New York Times, you would say, oh, Trump's going to lose. But I won in a landslide. I won the popular vote. I won the Electoral College in a massive number, right? Massive. I won the counties, 86% of the counties I won. All of these different things. Winning the popular vote for Republicans, you know, pretty amazing. But if you read the New York Times for months and months and months, you were hearing, oh, Trump is doing so badly. We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down, the New York Times circulation, you know, has gone way down. Washington Post is almost extinct. The papers that are being dishonest, the papers generally, people don't believe the media. And to finish, I got 90.
The irony is the Washington Post is basically extinct because Jeff Bezos literally pledged fealty to Donald Trump and totally dropped impartiality. And that frustrated, obviously, the only people in this country who read, which happen to not be Republicans because Republicans are fucking illiterate. And they, you know, stopped subscribing to the paper. So the only reason why Washington Post died is because of its like very clear pro-Trump slant, which has no market whatsoever amongst people who have the capacity to read. If you can read, if you are literate, you're probably not pro-Trump.
What happened to them, but they're bad. Their circulation went way down. Wall Street Journal, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out yesterday. New York Times, way down. Wall Street Journal, way down. Washington Post, #1, way down. Because people don't believe them anymore. And until they get, it's not the paper, it's not the big, it's that they have no credibility anymore, which is a very sad thing for our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Can you text Felix and make sure he's okay? He should have been there by now, and I'm worried about him. The fuck are you talking about? Wait, what is this? Fox News talked about you and Dr. Abdul with former Israel ambassador? What the fuck?
People in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. It's great that he's dead. My first amendment was 86 years old. He was going to be dead sometime soon anyway. Second, that doesn't justify, the fact that he was a bad man does not justify our breaking of international law and unilateral action outside of wartime.
By the way, the irony is like when they show the full quote, he just comes across as like super thoughtful and unironically way more in tune with the collective attitude than any number of different like random Democratic Party consultants, every Republican. Like he's just.
Okay, so let's bring in Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Welcome to you, Ambassador. What did you think when you heard that?
Good to be with you, Sandra. I think it's, what can I say? It's disgusting. Ayatollah Khamenei is a person who has killed tens of thousands of people, including thousands of his own citizens, raped and murdered women, gay people.
You are the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. You literally have the Nazi flag behind you. What the fuck do you mean anybody else is a fucking bloodthirsty murderer? Hello? You're Israeli. You work for the Israeli government. There is no comparison. What the fuck?
Hundreds and hundreds of Americans killed by this man. And the fact that anybody's saddened by his passing or is afraid to talk about people who are saddened by his passing is reprehensible. It just is. It's a moral meltdown is what it is. So we're going to say, and by the way, there is nothing remotely illegal about America's intervention in Iran. Iran committed literally hundreds of acts of war against the United States since 1979. In what moral universe is responding to that forcefully? A violation of international law, it beats me. These people know nothing about international law.
Well, the statement that he issued is more about the leak of the audio than the content of it. This is the statement that he released saying that this audio was obtained by a disgruntled employee. The fact that a right-wing news outlet, he says, may have illegally and unethically obtained a deliberation about how to talk about this by way of a disgruntled former employee is only a distraction. I mean, that sounds like a doubling down of the statement itself.
It does, but again, to be saddened by the death of Ayatollah Khamenei is itself, is as I said earlier, it's a moral meltdown. This is a person, again, responsible for the deaths of.
I'm gonna once again say you're literally Israeli. Yeah. I wonder who normies will side with, Michael Oren or El Sayed. You're literally Israeli.
There's thousands of people in the most horrendous ways. And a person who, for 47 years, did nothing but declare war against the United States and make acts of war against the United States. And responding to that is legal under any definition of international law.
Well, I wonder how you think this is going to go over for him as he tries to make way there in Michigan. Mm-hmm. Maybe will it hurt him? Or
See, they're so racist that, like, as soon as she brings up Michigan, she's like, well, they're all a bunch of Ayatollah lovers over there. All of those Muslimans, you know? Like, it's Fox News, so they can't even do the insincere, like, oh, this is going to hurt your chances in the election. Like, they're not even doing that.
In Michigan, I don't know. This is an internal American political issue. I'm telling you from an Israeli perspective.
Why do we care about the Israeli perspective on this? It's a fucking American race in the state of Michigan. Like, why did nobody think like, oh yeah, we should get an Israeli on to give us his take? Who cares, man? Fuck you mean? I'm giving you my take as an Israeli. Okay. I don't give a fuck.
We hear this debate about whether the American intervention, whether the Epic Fury operation
Abdullah had a take on me as well. He canceled me. He fucking came out and was like, fuck Hassan. It's messed up, dude. It's over.
Legal or illegal under international law. I got to tell you, we got to scratch our heads.
Before the autists take me seriously, I'm obviously joking.
Don't get what act of war, in addition, that Iran could commit against the United States that would make America's intervention legal under their definition. It is really quite baffling to us. And we don't have that problem. Iran has been trying to kill us now every single day, not just by verbally, but actually acting on it. And tonight, there are millions of Israelis who are in bomb shelters as Iranian proxies fire rockets at our people. Firing rockets tonight at the Galilee, which, as I know, is an area very precious.
Yeah, he's like, it's obvious that obvious that Iran is not abiding by international law.
Just a great number of Americans, everybody in the galleys and bomb shelters tonight because of Iran.
Well, Dr. Abdul...
Can't believe an Israeli talking about international law is always funny.
El Sayed also making headlines for campaigning with Hassan Piker, the left-wing streamer who's very, very popular on the internet. He's dividing Democrats over anti-Semitism, and campaigning with Dr. Abdul El Sayed has becoming an issue, and this is what he is saying about that. Listen.
Any Democrat who tells you that you cannot speak with some group of people because of one offensive thing that they might have said is missing the point of what it means to actually bring people into a legitimate mainstream policy.
These responses are just baffling some people, but maybe he thinks it's not going to hurt him.
Well, I don't know about the politics of it, Sandra, but here's the reality of it. American Jews, Jews around the world will be celebrating Passover tomorrow night. And one of the themes of Passover is that in any generation, there are people going to try to come up and try to kill us as a people. And we have to stay strong, stay united, and we will survive. That's been the lesson of our history. And anti-Semitism in America is not just one person saying one thing one time. The FBI will tell you that some 70% of all the hate crimes against a religious group in the United States are against American Jews. And synagogues, Jewish...
Yeah, dude, 100%. There's literally there's no other crime that even happens. Levin Streamer, very popular. How she introduced you? How is the viewer supposed to know you're anti-Semitic? Yeah, I don't know why she just dropped that in there. This guy doesn't know who the fuck I am. You know what I mean? He just not so subtly implied that you literally want to kill us. That's fucking insane. Yeah, I mean, again, he's literally Israeli, okay? Of course he is hysterical and insane. Like, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean?
Community centers are under heavy guard, police guard, FBI guard over the next 24 hours. So it's not just people giving one-off statements. These are serious threats to a loyal and important community in the United States. And
brother, you're on Fox News, by the way. That's so funny. Directive from AIPAC and Israel to slander you. You too powerful, bro. I mean, yeah, there's definitely, I definitely got the crosshairs. But like, dog, one, you're Israeli. Two, you're on Fox News. Why the fuck do you care about Jewish Democrats? You know what I mean? Like, he's literally trying to make a doubly weird argument. Not even American, straight up Israeli, and also on Fox News, talking about Jewish Democrats and their loyalty to the Democratic Party. Like, it's so obvious that this is, you're just saying these things, right? You're just saying what you think you're supposed to say. That's why he hits the old notes of like, oh, they want to kill us all. These guys, they want to kill all of us, all this shit. Rewind a bit. He just did a dual loyalty trope, but not anti-Semitically. I mean, so does Jake Tapper. Let's be real. So
we, the Jewish people throughout the world, stand with the community, with the American Jewish community, and hope for the best over the next 24, 30 hours of our holiday.
Ambassador, really appreciate your thoughts.
My dad is cooking the books again. Yeah, we're gonna cover Abdul's take in 1 second. I just want to see the comments on this video. A lot more people outside of Dearborn are not sad at all. I love how they cite international law, but they can never actually state what the law is. What do y'all think about the ballroom? Definitely a moral meltdown. For sure, this candidate, if elected, will prioritize his religion over. Michigan is a no-go zone. They said the same about bin Laden. He's old, etc. He did not downplay it. He said it was a war crime, which under international law is 100% correct. Wow, Fox News comments a little bit at odds with the commentary here. Like, it's got to be funny where in the brain of like conservatives is like ping-ponging between like, do I hate Muslims today or do I hate Israel? But I guess it just dropped, so there's probably not enough comments here. But very cool. Israel's the most bipartisan issue in Israel. Israel is the most bipartisan issue in the U.S., it seems. Yeah, it is. Except it's for the public, there's bipartisan disapproval of Israel. And for the politician class, there's bipartisan approval for Israel. So, yeah. Anyway, this is also another poll that came out. New Melman Group / Jewish Electorate Institute of Poll of American Jews. 32% approve of U.S. action against Iran. 55%, including 74% of Jewish Democrats, disapprove. 83% of Orthodox Jews support the war. Okay. Now, for those of you who don't know, yet another clear-cut example that like American Jews are American and Jewish, and don't give a fuck about like Israeli foreign policy at all is an example that I think about quite a bit, especially as of late when people are saying Benjamin Netanyahu got us into the Iraq war, right? Iran, yes, Benjamin Netanyahu is the driving force here. But with Iraq, I disagree with that. I disagree with that vehemently. But also, 75% of American Jews were against going to war with Iraq. They were anti-Iraq war across the fucking board. So the idea that like Israeli Jews and their universal support for whatever fucking insane thing Israel is doing is going to also translate to American Jews and their support is idiotic. It's actually the exact opposite, right? So just something to remember whenever people do this whole like all Jews care about is Israel. How dare you fucking criticize the beautiful state of Israel? Fuck you. Now, are these numbers still fairly high? Absolutely. Okay. It's higher across the board. Actually, you know what? It's not even 32% of the U.S. approving against Iran. Kind of makes sense. I mean, that's the conservatives, right? 55%, including 74% of Jewish Democrats disapprove, also makes sense. There's another poll. Oh, there's another poll that came out. J Street poll of 800 American Jews, 60%, including 83% of Jewish Dems, oppose U.S. military action against Iran. 45% say it makes Israel more secure. 63% say diplomacy plus sanctions to curb Iran's nuclear capabilities. 44% support some conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. American Jews increasingly see Israel's ugly reality. This past October, a survey by Washington Post found that 46% of American Jews supported the war in Gaza and 48% opposed it. 39% believed that Israel had committed a genocide. As far as the numbers go on this, it is definitely worse than like the population's percentages. But once again, why do we care? The only reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's not a monolith. It's not a monolith at all. And it's ironically something that I keep repeating over and over again, and people get fucking mad at me. I think that American Jews should be at the forefront of communicating to non-Jews in the United States of America that like Israel and Jews are totally separate. And yes, this also includes like criticizing religious institutions that literally almost universally, with like obviously notable exceptions, ride for Israel way more than the actual American Jews do. Yes, there is a very real divergence here. If you look at a lot of the prominent Jewish advocacy orgs and the Jewish institutions, they are first and foremost predisposed with defending Israel. Okay, almost every single one. You're thinking about Hillel, Chabad. You think about like all of the rabbis that come out and like write articles, or the Jewish advocacy organizations. They all create the sense that American Jews are united in their defense of Israel, when that's not the fucking case. And the only way to deal with that, and I've been talking to my friends about this as well, but like the only way to deal with that is to be loud and to do your very best to be like, this is not representing me at all. Like, talk in your community as well, to talk to community leadership, to say like, this is not something that I want to be associated with, not in my name, Because I think there is an opportunity now more than ever before for anti-Zionist Jews to take more control over their communities. For the longest time, anti-Zionist Jews, self-identifying anti-Zionist Jews, right, were in the margins, at least in like the American Jewish coalition, the American Jewish constituencies. Like, they would be cast aside as bad Jews, and there's still a lot of that, right, in these communities for sure. But the reality of the matter is the number of anti-Israel Jews in the United States of America, especially amongst younger generations, has grown rapidly, okay? It has. It's grown dramatically, okay? So this is an opportunity to take control over what it means to be a Jew in the Western world, unlike ever before. This is the only way to begin the process of like combating the growth of anti-Semitism in this country, because a lot of people are unironically learning from the way that a lot of Jewish institutions operate at the behest of Zionist goals, the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism. Literally every Jewish organization I grew up with is pro-Israel. I don't know a way out of that would leave Jewish organizations intact, which is obviously the fault of the orgs, but I truly don't see Many more Jewish people abandoning the world they grew up with. No, I know. But I'm saying that there is there are more numbers now to start making these changes within these communities than ever before, right? There's obviously also like alternative organizations out there like JVP and shit, but like it's nowhere near as marginal as it used to be. So it's increasingly becoming a divergence between like a 50-50 split amongst Jews versus the 100% of Jewish institutions that are super pro-Israel unconditionally. Do you see what I mean? Like if I were to have this conversation, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it would not even be a question. If you were an anti-Zionist Jew and you spoke out against this sort of thing, you would immediately be branded as an outcast, right? You'd be cast aside. Whereas nowadays there are a significant number of Jews who are speaking out, right? Maybe they're not speaking out against their organizations, but they are actually, openly saying that they are, Israel doesn't represent them and they find Israel's actions to be unconscionable. Does that make sense? So the next step in organizing would be to either set up alternative institutions or to try to get the institutions that you are already a part of to decouple from Israel. My relatives in the IOF, so my family is a lost cause, but so is the entire community. I mean, I know. Yehuda, you're, if I'm not mistaken, you're Orthodox, right? Or you come from an Orthodox community, no? 83% of the Orthodox American Jews are in favor of the bombing campaigns on Iran. So that's a little bit more difficult, I think. How do you remember that? I keep tabs on all my Jews. I have a list. All the black chatters, they're on a list. All the Jewish chatters, they're on a list. Yeah. Anyway, don't joke about that, bro. Wait, what? Federal judge approves Trump effort to obtain list of Jews from Penn. Wait, what? Oh, no. They're doing lists? Oh, no. Brother. What the fuck? Hey, yo. That's weird. That's a weird thing to do, man. What are they going to do with those numbers? They're going to be like, are you committed to Israel or are you going to prison? Are you committed to the nation state of Israel? We've handed this list to Beitar. They are going to come to your house if you don't pledge fealty and say 10M Israel highs right now. It's not just a list. It's their names and phone numbers among other info. President who called Baker Shylock is making a list of Jews to fight anti-Semitism, of course. Yeah. Is it a good thing or a bad thing when governments collect lists of Jews? Historically, hasn't been too good. Usually not the best thing when the federal government decides to collect lists and information about Jews and then they hold it somewhere. That's just, who knows what they'll do with it. They say it's to combat anti-Semitism. Yeah, previous governments were dumb, though. This one's a smart government, just like previous interventions in the Middle East were dumb. They were conducted by dumb guys. This one is a brilliant guy. That's why it's fine. To that previous Jewish chatter, importantly, it's also a generational thing. As new generations come into Jewish institutions, the older generations die out. There will be a new mindset. As a millennial who went to Hebrew school and bar mitzvah, I'm not a Zionist, and that will only become more common over time, not less common. I think so too. And that is, if that wasn't the case, I don't think Jonathan Greenblatt would be coming after my ass so fucking hard. I think there is a reason for why they've identified me as a massive threat, and that's because I do actually combat against anti-Semitism while I am also an anti-Zionist. So that's part of the reason why, I'm a bigger threat than someone who is like very openly against Jews, and that's why they hate Israel or whatever. Or they openly hate Jews and also hate Israel. Anyway, Al Jazeera Plus post. Yeah, I just saw it literally on my own scroll. What's up, guys? This is Hassan Piker. Just got back from Cuba. I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island as it's going through a massive energy crisis. Oh, no. The mic was wrong. It was the wrong mic. Fuck. God damn it. Donald Trump came out and openly implemented a total blockade of oil.
Cuba's in its last moments of life.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
So they're starving the hospitals. They're starving the entire energy grid. There's around 10 million people living on this Caribbean island, and there are rolling blackouts. Food is spoiling. Sometimes there's no running water. I mean, it's an absolute devastating situation that is totally man-made as a consequence of the American blockade.
It's unbelievably cruel. One of the things that was so shocking.
Your mic was on cooldown. You popped your mic off for the Cuba doc. Oh, God. And this guy streams every single day for 8 hours a day. Y'all are fucking ass, dude. Shut up.
If the electricity grid fails, you have to wait for the generators to turn on. There's like a 5-minute window. Talking to some of these doctors, and they were saying that, you know, they have to hand pump the ventilators that children are on for the 5-minute period until the generators kick in. And sometimes the generators also run out of fuel. And when that happens, a surgeon that we were talking to basically said, look, we just sew up the patient and we try again afterwards. There are a lot of problems because people are suffering. People aren't making enough money to purchase food, for example. When that happens, there is a lot of black market stuff going on. People are just like trying to do whatever they can to survive, right? But also there's a lot of solidarity as well, a lot of sharing, a lot of taking care of one another. One thing that I saw that was fascinating is people are always giving each other rides, you know? The thing that shook me, aside from the cruelty of American policy and the invisibility of it all and how little Americans know about what we are doing to this island, is the fact that there is so much potential. There's a lot of emphasis on education in Cuba, a lot of emphasis on providing healthcare. It's a big part of the social contract, increasing its literacy rate to 88%, which is higher than the United States of America, having a higher life expectancy than the United States of America. Like, all of this happened in spite of American intervention, which left me wondering, what would Cuba look like if we didn't do all of this?
Yeah, fucking camera out of focus, microphone is busted, fat ass mic right in front of my face. Oh, God damn it. Don't trip, it was all right. Informative Bioshock journal. What is this? Regrettably, Iran's commitment to the tenets of Islam means they cannot deploy the most destructive anti-marine weapon, the high-interest financing plan. That's funny. Sharia-compliant Hellcat loans. Oh, bro, no one normal cares. It was good. Made you sound like one of those actual journalists who's on the ground and tech illiterate. It gave you legitimacy. Good. It wasn't even that bad. Be nice to my friend Hassan. Yes, please. Anyway, look at the bright side. Now they can't accuse you of having a 5-star camera. Yeah. I just went and Googled this, trying to figure out if it was like Penn is holding back on the info pending a lawsuit by students about bias or something. And no, Trump just wants it. Yeah, I saw something about protecting them for anti-Semitism, but even that should not necessitate obtaining a list of Jews. Yeah, what will they do? Find out. What will they do with the list of Jews? It's very, very weird. Very strange behavior from the government. Video shows an Iranian ballistic missile slamming into a U.S. base in the Middle East in recent days. Okay, that's not descriptive.
Oh, everybody's good. Everybody.
Oh my God. Oh my God. They just fucking ate it, dude. That one just slammed right into him. Wait, where's his pants? Wait, what am I looking at? Why is he not wearing pants? What the fuck is happening in this video, bro? Why the dude got no pants, bro? Dude's in his underwear?
Everybody over here is good.
Are these the hard-dicked Marines I was talking about? Was his dick hard? The hardest-dicked Marine of them all.
I saw that one come in.
Is tactical underwear? It's called going commando. Anyway, lol, they couldn't even win on the push-pull question. Which comes closer to your point of view about the current joint U.S.-Israeli military action against Iran? I support... Wait, hold on. I didn't even realize that this was the fucking question. Do you approve or disapprove of the current U.S. military action against Iran is the top line question. Okay. And they break it down with, I support it because we cannot allow a nuclear equipped Iran. I am torn because while Iran is a threat to peace, this is not the way to handle it. I am opposed because we should not go to war without clear provocation and objectives. Oh my God. They literally tried to feed. Oh my God, this makes it so much worse. Oh my God, the questions, they literally tried to make people go support or torn as aggressively as possible. And even then the plurality is like, no, I'm opposed. Oh my God, they tried to cook it. They tried to cook it. So it's even worse than that. This is like when the Harvard Harris poll comes out and is like, do you support the most beautiful nation state of all time, Israel, or do you support Hamas raping every Jewish person? Like they'll ask a question like that, And then even then, there's like 25% that's like, yeah, Hamas is fine, I think. Like, it's crazy. Like, they're so psychotic in the way that they frame the questions, and people will still be like, nah, I'm with Hamas, I think, on that. Yeah, do you support wiping out everyone in Israel? Asked question. Remember, this is not asked to all Americans. This is asked specifically to American Jews. Speaking of which, I do have the Harvard poll that I will be talking about in a little bit because Americans are so fucking stupid. So, you know, in an active war zone area, the first you grab is a Kevlar and helmet. Fuck everything else. Yeah, I didn't see no crayons in his hands, so I believe you. Chat, have we already covered Kristi Noem's big-breasted husband? No, we have not, but we will. Yes, and she has breast disease. Ames is Jewish, by the way. American Jews are increasingly delusional. They still think they can support Israel while opposing or half opposing Israel's endless wars of aggression, genocide, apartheid. It's all one Zionist package. At least Chabadniks are consistent. I mean, to be fair, he probably saw the poll and got mad and didn't even look at like how aggressively framed the poll was. Because like when you look at a poll like this and it's literally like, do you support the war in Iran? Otherwise, Iran will use a nuclear bomb on not just Israeli Jews, but all Jews around the world. Yeah, obviously, like, they're trying to farm as much, like, support as possible. And it still was, obviously bad. Can you cover this? What is this? What? Bahrain's Ministry of Interior confirmed the death of Mohammed Abdul Mohsen Mohammed, 32, a Shia detainee held on national security charges. The Sunni authoritarian monarchy that runs Bahrain says he was detained under a warrant for allegedly sharing sensitive information. Opposition groups and rights organizations dispute that account, saying he was tortured in custody as a part of a widening crackdown tied to the opposition to the regional war in Iran. The Al-Wafaq National Islamic Society, once Bahrain's largest opposition movement, before being forcibly dissolved in 2016, said the case marks the first fatality in what it describes as an escalating campaign of arrest and abuse. Yes, they are aggressively persecuting and prosecuting the Shia population in Bahrain for filming the impact sites and even protesting against the Bahrain government. But of course, you will not hear a peep about this from America because they're technically in the allied side of the Gulf, so they're good. They can do whatever the fuck they want. You and Marks Carney got the same ops? Nice. CIJA, baby. CIJA was able to successfully stop Rima Hassan from actually entering Canada, which is crazy. She's an LFI politician. She's French national. They couldn't stop me, but they did get one, which was, again, incredible. I mean, Canadians are also just as cucked as we are, I guess, to Israel. What is this? Here's the Fox News poll showing white evangelical support. It also found 90% of MAGA Republicans support the war. 20 to 30% of U.S. Jews are MAGA Republicans. While opinions on the war may not fall for Jews along strict partisan lines, is likely correlated. The domestic constituency for this war, in other words, is roughly the same as the 2018 U.S. Embassy move to Jerusalem, a sizable, if slipping majority of white evangelicals and a minority of American Jews. Yeah, this is why it's extra fucking annoying, once again. Like, this isn't to say that there aren't a lot of sympathies for Israel amongst, like, American Jews, right? But poll after poll suggests that, like, American Jews are not anywhere near as monolithic in their support for Israel as the way that Jake Tapper presents it, the way that Jonathan Greenblatt presents it, the way that Jake Tapper's panel presents it. That's why it's really fucking annoying where they just not only do that, where they literally throw every American Jew under the bus, okay, but then also simultaneously package that up with like an attack against critics of Israel that literally have the majority position. That only negatively polarized the population, not against Israel, because they're already negatively polarized against Israel, but that negatively polarized the population against Jews. It's so fucking stupid. It's so unbelievably damaging. My view is most Jews who say they're pro-Israeli don't really know what they mean. There's also like obviously like a serious hang up. Every single anti-Zionist Jew in this chat went through those motions themselves. Like there is maybe I'm a liberal Zionist. I'm critical of the West Bank. And then you move on from that to be like, well, I think this is like kind of fucked up. And then you move on from that. It's like piece by piece, you have to shed away all of your fucking programming. And the last piece that you move in the direction of before you like the last part of that journey is when you're like, I guess I am an anti-Zionist. I guess, yes, Zionism, this ideology that I was like, this ideology that I was embedded with. Yes, Adam called you an anti-Semite, and I wasn't sure if that was true, so I checked out the stream. Who the fuck is Adam? Like Adam Friedland? Because he was joking. Oh, yeah. So, Adam 22. But basically, that's what it is. For a lot of American Jews, like they go through the steps of like unwinding all of that and untangling all of that propaganda that they learn from a very early age. It's a massively consequential association. So in spite of it all, the very fact that there is the very fact that there is still a lot of people who are like against Israel and critical of Israel's genocide amongst American Jews, as opposed to American Christian evangelical Zionists, for example, it's a little ridiculous that the entire conversation revolves around Jews. But partially, the conversation revolves around Jews because of all the Jewish institutions, right? That's what it is. It's because all of the Jewish institutions universally are using their position as like representatives of their entire community to constantly also launch these fucking attacks. Because it's not just the Greenblatt, right? It's not like the Jake Tappers of the world or Dana Fash or whatever. It's also a lot of, it's also a lot of synagogues that allow settler fairs to take place where they're selling stolen land. It's a lot of synagogues that fundraise for the IDF. That's the problem. So even if American Jews are not of one mind on Israel, Jewish institutions are constantly fucking communicating to non-Jews that they are monolithic in their approach. And that is what leads to people like Nick Fuentes making a much more convincing argument than even people like myself, especially because I'm inundated with a barrage of fucking smears being called an anti-Semite day in fucking day out. Sorry, what the hell is a settler fair? Settler fairs are when occupied West Bank Palestinian land are illegally seized from Palestinians in pogroms and then sold as real estate, illegally sold as real estate inside of fucking American synagogues and other Jewish institutions. Yeah, it's not just Brooklyn. They do it all over the place. They do it in New York. They do it in New Jersey. They do it all over the place. We are excited to announce our first federal endorsement for 2026. Oliver Larkin is taking one of the most pro-warmongering Democrats in Congress, and DSA is proud to endorse him. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yes. Incredible. More of this, please. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah, go donate to Oliver Larkin. The link is right here, secure.actblue.com/donate/OFC_HasanAbi. I honestly thought a lot of the bigotry towards Avi Lewis in Canada would be actual anti-Semitism, but what I'm seeing more are pundits and Jewish Zionists calling him a self-hating Jew. I mean, that is also actual anti-Semitism. Saying someone is a bad Jew or not a real Jew because they're not pro-Israel is insane. And back in the day, people used to call that anti-Semitism as well, except nowadays they don't. Oh my God, did Jonah Platt delete that? Oh my God, Jonah Platt deleted his tweet defending the fucking Palestinian execution law. Oh, he is so bitch made. I can't donate more to Oliver Larkin because I maxed out to him already, but you can. Are we gonna get put on some DHS list by donating to that link? No, it's Act Blue. What the fuck are you talking about? Your op lost the debate to Grok. Who's
Fix
my
your
op?
own fucking country, marrying 13-year-olds.
What is this? Defending the files and looking uneducated goes hand in hand. Wait, I have a better clip of that right here.
What?
This is it, right? Child marriage legal. Asmongold pathetically tries to dismiss Epstein files as being important to talk about and goes on about how Muslims should fix their child marriage problem at first.
Fix your own fucking country, marrying 13-year-olds, 9-year-olds, and then maybe we can talk about the Epstein files after that.
Are you aware that it's legal to marry children in many states in the USA? No, I'm not aware of that. Would you like to educate me? Why don't you educate me on this topic? Ask Grok. Is child marriage legal in the USA?
You didn't know that? You didn't know that, Asmon? Damn, dude. I love that he's asking Grok, by the way. Ay.
Yeah, so one party's still under 18. Well, how many of them have happened? How many
What? No, a lot. What? Oh, no, that's not a good question. Don't ask that question. You don't want to know the answer to that question. That's not even like a political thing. It absolutely is a political thing, by the way. Child marriage in this country is absolutely a political thing. It's most commonly defended by Republicans. Okay? It 100%. It's almost always defended by evangelicals, okay? Or, hyper Mormons, ultra religious right. Yeah, guess which party fought against banning it? GOP stalls child marriage bill, citing connection to gay marriage case. Tennessee Bar Association. Is always fucking Republicans that are standing against barring child marriage. I meant knowing about it isn't a thing you have to be politically engaged about. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. That's true.
The child marriages.
Fix your...
Oh, that's so funny. I love that he did the double cope too. I love that he did a double cope where he was like, well, okay, it's legal, but how many times does it happen? Honestly, I'd be more concerned if you had deep knowledge about child marriage and its legality in the States. I mean, the only reason why I fucking know about it is because there's always a goddamn Republican in the state legislature being like, transgenders are the real pedophiles. Also, we need to make sure child marriage still continues to happen in this country. One of the best examples of this is Matt Walsh, who has literally openly said that like young girls at the age of 16 are the most like fertile. Matt Walsh, who regularly talks about how like every transgender person is a pedophile and slanders trans people on a regular basis, is also a staunch advocate for child marriage and statutory rape. Yes, I went on American Prestige, yes, with Daniel Besner and Derek Davison. Okay, I did do that. I did that. Special. Cuba sanctions economic warfare with Hassan the Hun. Danny and Derek chat with Hassan Piker about the recent 8 flotilla Cuba and much more. We mostly talked about the Democrats, though. Utah just banned child marriage a few weeks ago with a lot of tries. Finally. Utah was able to finally tackle child marriage. Anyway, rare Utah W. I mean, they had to fight long and hard for that shit, dude. Oh, I forgot. We didn't even fucking cover Abdul El-Sayed's reaction, which this person didn't like, apparently. Shannon Watts, you're not debating Hassan Piker. You're doing a rally with him. That's not listening to someone's viewpoints. It's endorsing them.
I wanted to talk a little bit about Hassan Piker. If you don't know who Hassan Piker is, well, you probably don't do Twitch in the middle of the day. This is a guy who spends like 8 hours a day talking to a massive audience of people. And in politics, we talk a lot about talking to people. That's why I've gone to 90 different cities, 300 public events, because I want to listen and talk to people. But there are a lot of people who don't show up to political events, a lot of people who don't tune in to the usual political channels, the CNNs, the MS Nows, the PBSs, you name it. And it's because they feel locked out of our politics. The kind of folks who Hassan Piker talks to every day, they're people who have been hit hardest by the structural decimation of our politics. Now, those are some big words. But what I mean by that is the fact that people are just locked out. They're worried about whether or not there's going to be a job for them in the future with AI breathing down our necks. They're worried about the price of gas. They're worried about why our politicians seem so interested in taking us into yet another global war rather than figuring out how to make sure that we can afford things like housing or gas or electricity or you name it here at home. They're worried about what might happen if they get sick because they've got a deductible that's $6,000 and they only make $6,000 every single month. These are folks who feel like our political conversation just isn't about them because guess what? It's not. And I want to be having conversations with those folks. Now, a lot of times in our politics, we're told that we can't actually talk to these people, that they're not worth talking to, that because they talk to folks who may say things that you might disagree with, then, well, they're just not worth reaching out to at all. And it's meant that our politics are missing a wide swath of people who really need to be let into our politics. Now, anytime you go on a platform, you don't necessarily agree with everything the person said. I agree with a lot of what Hassan Piker says about the war in Iran, about the nature of the way that AIPAC has decimated our politics and made us think that the most important goal of our foreign policy is to backstop Israel. That has gotten us into this war in the first place. I agree with him that healthcare should be free, that we need and deserve Medicare for all. Now, he streams for 8 hours a day, every day. A lot of the things that he said, I might not disagree with, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to have a conversation with him. And that doesn't mean that the people who listen to him don't deserve to listen to their politicians and to have a pathway into politics to vote for the things that they need and deserve. What I find particularly curious about all of this is that Kamala Harris invited Hasan to stream from the DNC in 2024. And lest we forget the whole go on Joe Rogan discourse, do we not remember that we wanted the vice president to go on Joe Rogan to earn votes from the people who would have been listening to Joe Rogan but don't pay attention to MS Now and CNN? Joe Rogan said some pretty crazy shit too. And we were talking about how a Democratic politician should go talk to him because she wanted to talk to his audience. Right now, we live in an information environment where you can't even verify the stuff that you're getting. People trust individuals who are the same people every day who talk to them. And if Democrats don't want to deal with that fact, that new media environment, the fact that too often our politics feel bought off and that we're not actually having a conversation that engages everyday people, that they're finding other ways to get their political information. If we don't want to go talk to them, don't be surprised when we don't win elections. So no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to cancel my event. And no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for every single video that people put up there that Hasan said this or Hasan that said that, because judge me by what I say. But I also understand that people like Hasan Piker, people like Joe Rogan, right? People who are creating content every single day, they are talking to people we absolutely need to speak with. So I want to be having those conversations with those people, and I'm going to go everywhere and talk to everyone. So if Joe Rogan wants me to have me on the show, I would love to come. If Bill Maher, who said awful things about Muslims, wants to have me on the show, I'm happy to come. And if Hasan Piker wants to have me on the stream and wants to come join me in Michigan, then I'd be happy to come. And I'm going to finish here. One of the most interesting things about going to an event that we host is that it's one of the only places where you can go in all of Michigan where there are young people and seniors in the same room. And I always get two comments there. Number one, the older folks come up to me and say, wow, how'd you get all these young people here? And then the young people come up to me and say, hey, bro, I saw you on Hasan. And that should tell you something. If we want to have a conversation where we're actually bringing people together about the things that we need and deserve, we're going to have to go to unlikely and uncommon places. And any Democrat who tells you that you cannot speak with some group of people because of one offensive thing that they might have said is missing the point of what it means to actually bring people into a legitimate mainstream policy where we can actually fight for the things we need and deserve.
It's a great take. What is this great clip from FD glazing you? What is this? Threads? Oh, God. We're reaching now. Law, what have you said? I watched you for years on a love to the capitulation of this framing. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm a Twitch streamer. He's a politician. He's not watching all of my streams in the same way that you are. He's covering his bases to make sure that if there's like something that people unearth that is clipped out of context, they don't like hit him in the fucking face with it. Like, that's the whole point. I don't expect politicians to like go after every single fucking quote and like defend every single quote because they know all the context. You know what I mean? It's a fantastic response. Like, it's up to you guys to correct the record. You who know the truth, when you see something that like people are falsely spreading around with cynical framing, with cynical purpose, right? But the expectation from a politician beyond what he said here is ridiculous, right? Threads, the Everything app, loves you, King. Nice. You gonna have Shoykat Chakrabarti on stream? I already have, and I will have him on again. But I mean, this is good. And it's not even good because like, oh, he's defending me, right? It's good because I think it shows that a politician is like refusing to stand down and refusing to like cave to totally fucking cynical framing. Okay? And that's good. That means like he will also fight for other shit. He won't actually water down his message on the things that he believes. You know? That's it. What is this? Listen up, Gen Z. If you don't want to be watching us on the hunt criticizing the war in the Middle East until he's gray-headed 30 years in the future like Gen X is done with this guy, you need to vote now for candidates like Dr. Abdul who stand up to Israel. Yeah. Because like this is this shows backbone, it shows conviction, right? It's very frustrating when politicians come across as like inconsistent, right? They come across whiny, they come across scared. People can see it. People can see it. Okay? They recognize it. People absolutely go, oh, dude, like, why did you even talk to him in the first place if you were going to do this? Right? It shows weakness. And Democrats do that all the fucking time. President Donald Trump says U.S. military action against Iran is coming to an end. I'm told by White House sources that Trump is seriously considering taking Carg Island. Another day, another incredible inconsistency. All right, let's get
tells you
into
the
it.
nature of the
Let's
people
get
we're
back
dealing
to
with,
it.
unfortunately.
But it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be the only.
Yeah, I don't know what the outcome will be, but at least this whole smear cycle helped with this. Oh, no, I know. I love how the entire left-wing insurgent class of 2076 consists of the stupidest people on earth and also a Rhodes Scholar. Fittingly, it's the latter. Fittingly, it's the latter who has received the least amount of attention by far. The problem has been fixed. Thank you, Hasan. Yeah. Yes, I saw DSA National endorse Larkin. It's awesome. I'm very happy. All right. There was a rare interview inside of Iran from Jim Shuido. Let's take a look at what they had to say. Iranian photojournalist Yalda Moari speaks to CNN.
And buildings that belong to the citizens and the civilians are getting collapsed, and the civilians have been killed because their apartments were close to the hidden buildings of the security force, which the people do not know where are they exactly. But when some building is collapsed, I mean, when they hit some place, 2 or 3 buildings just close to that place is collapsed and people got killed, unfortunately. So the situation is like this. A lot of people.
Did she get HasanAbi internet? Guys, are you fucking serious? Come on, man. She's literally in Iran, bro. Some of you motherfuckers are, god damn, some of you motherfuckers are so selfish, bro. I swear to God, you're so, like, lock in, bro. Lock in, okay? Her country is literally being pummeled to the ground with our tax dollars.
People got killed. A lot of civilians are going to die. Now, the city is like that city. Prices are going up every hour. The internet is blocked for more than 1 month, so people cannot connect to the free world, and the situation is terrible, actually.
President Trump and Israeli leaders keep saying they want the Iranian people.
Is this motherfucker tuning in? Oh my God, is he interviewing the lady in Iran from Tel Aviv? Brother, what do you say? Yeah, the capital of the real capital of America, Tel Aviv.
To rise up against their government. Is that at all possible from what you see?
No, it's not possible at all. A lot of gunmen are in the streets with their guns and weapons and everything. And you cannot do anything against them. I mean, a lot of checkpoints are in the street and a lot of supporters are in the street, so people cannot do anything.
What's good? What's up? Bro, they got a Iranian from inside of Iran on an interview, and the dude interviewing her is interviewing from Tel Aviv. Like, he's in Tel Aviv, and one of the first questions is, why won't you guys rise up?
Man.
I mean, she's like, I think she is a dissident, though, so...
wait, is this... The quality is kind of crazy. Is that Elizabeth Surkov?
Men are in the streets.
Iranian photojournalist. I don't know.
Oh, no. Is it the Iranian on the right? Sorry?
Yeah, that's not the Iranian.
Oh.
That's really funny.
I don't really see
I don't even
really see
how,
ethnicity.
I don't even understand how like a dissident with the lack of internet access is able to get on the horn like this, but because like usually it's, you know, the government gives you access to the internet if you're like a journalist or whatever.
Well, they use XChat. It's the only thing not banned in Iran. I've seen a lot of that from Israelis who are like, okay, well, why don't you just overthrow the government?
Yeah.
Why don't you just do what we did when they said that we couldn't sexually torture prisoners?
Guns and weapons and everything. You cannot do anything against them. I mean, a lot of checkpoints are in the street and a lot of supporters are in the street, so people cannot do anything. Completely nonsense.
Do you believe
it's
the
completely
regime,
nonsense?
The government has been weakened
too many people
at all because
don't want to overthrow the government?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, she also said the Basij are on the streets too, though.
U.S.
to be
and
fair.
Israeli leaders say the regime might fall.
When you are living here, I mean, on the ground, you cannot feel such a thing. A lot of militia people are in the streets. As you can see, nothing has been changed. I don't know how Donald Trump says we changed the regime. I cannot really understand it.
What about the effect
This is giving me
on
flashbacks
your
to Zoom
lives?
Thanksgiving.
The power outages, electricity, the smoke from the fires.
We do not know if we have water or electricity.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it just zoomed in on her, and it was like I thought it was like all of a sudden she like changed outfits for a second. I thought
Changed. I don't know how Donald Trump says we changed the regime. I cannot really understand it.
What about the effect on your lives? The power outages, electricity, the smoke from the fires.
We do not know if we have water or electricity 2 days or not. The sounds of the bombs, the smokes are everywhere. When you are, driving in the city, you see it. And it's all the time, every hour. People are really tired of this.
Do you have hope that the war will help you?
I have to say that people are hopeful that the regime will fall with this war. But there is no evidence in the city. There's no evidence on the ground. But people are very hopeful.
So you're saying people are still hopeful?
well, I guess we should keep bombing Iran. Yeah.
They're calling it the greatest interview of all time.
Yeah. No, never mind. That's cool. I personally thought it was really fucked up that we were like double tapping schools and stuff and like murdering little schoolgirls and hitting desalination plants, like all the stuff that she actually acknowledged, as a matter of fact. But if she's hopeful about regime change coming, even though she also openly says there's no way to do it, I don't know how we're gonna do it. I guess we have no other option. We should just keep bombing until.
Who's that woman who is like her cousin got killed and she was like, no, you don't understand. I don't blame.
Oh, the one that was shaking her booty.
Yeah, she was at CPAC.
The booty shaker. She's like, but that's diaspora. She's in Iran, I guess. And so it's a little bit different. Like she is literally. I like to say a lot of these people are spiritually Shia, even if they're like anti-Shia with the martyrdom. Where they're like, yeah, if I die, I die. It's all good as long as the regime change comes.
Well, I'd say I wouldn't call what I'm into martyrdom, but it's more like when I don't want to do something, I'm like, oh, I hope an errant ninja star hits me in the head. I hope I'm in a car crash. I was like at an annoying day the other day, and I was just like walking to and from dinner with someone, and I was like, what if Tom Cruise and Collateral just jumped out and killed right now? That would be so it's like I want to die for inconvenience, against the concept of inconvenience. So I get it.
Okay.
It might change.
Yeah, and people are supporting the war. If I want to be honest, and if I have to be honest, and I have to be and people want the war to be continued because they tried many peaceful ways to change this regime, and they couldn't do anything. So they hope that this time,
that's good. Yeah,
something happens to them.
I'm glad that we can now.
The regime will fall.
I'm glad that we can now also feel morally righteous about basically nuking Iran.
Well, yeah, as long as this one person is saying this, carte blanche to kill everyone.
I just don't understand. That explains why she has internet. Yeah, except like the IRGC is going to nab her next. You know what I mean? Like if she's conducting an interview like this and she's inside of Iran, one, the fact that she has access to the internet is already, pretty crazy. And then two, what if the Americans and the Israelis see this interview? You think the Iranian government is not going to see this interview? Like they would absolutely put her in jail. What if she is actually in Iran?
What if I went back to my Airbnb like after this later tonight and
she's there?
She's like in the living room and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
With this war, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so, and I don't see any evidence.
Yalda Moeri, an Iranian
full name and everything. Full name and everything.
Journalist sharing her accounts and stories from inside.
Yeah.
Did it? Yeah. Well, I'm really nervous for when David Ellison starts running CNN and they become a propaganda outlet.
Yeah,
it's gonna be really sad.
Yeah,
be a huge loss.
Huge loss for unbiased, unvarnished truth.
Yeah. Was Jim Chitto the one who Was that the guy who was like always getting thrown out of pressers during Trump won, or am I thinking of a different guy?
No, I think that was Acosta.
Yeah,
it was Jim Acosta. No, and he got fired, or he left CNN. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, that was the guy who was like the resistance superstar.
Yeah.
Man, all those guys fell off. Like Don Lemon. Don Lemon is like he works for a TV network that like it only plays in Waymos. All those guys fell off.
Well, he's woke now. Don Lemon is woke. Well, I'm a lemon head. He's
you joined the Lemon Party?
Yeah, I've joined the Lemon Party. I'm a lemon head. Don Lemon and I are peers now because he's also an online streamer, and that's it.
Okay, well,
are you saying she's wrong that there are still people in Iran who support the war? I mean, I'm sure there are, but that's not going to stop me from saying that's a very stupid position to have, especially considering that the two parties that are waging war in Iran have very openly shown that they have no ambitions whatsoever. I knew that they didn't have any ambitions of like liberating the Iranian people, whatever that means, but they certainly have shown that they're not interested in that at all. So what do you want me to say? Oh, standpoint epistemology. I apologize. She's in Iran and she's demanding bombs to be dropped on her and her neighbors for some undecipherable reason by two parties that have openly stated that they have no real goals of liberating the Iranian people. So I should sit here and say, oh, she actually has the right mindset here. I shouldn't undermine Iranian voices. Okay, you know who else is an Iranian voice? Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That was an Iranian voice as well. We listen to Iranian voices, all of the Iranian voices on the broadcast. Okay, how about that?
Okay, and if we're doing standpoint stuff, well, I'm an American, and I don't want our munitions and planes like bombing them when they could be used on my domestic enemies.
Okay, I like that. Keep going.
Yeah, I have to live here. Do you realize I have to live here? I'm trying to start a pro-democracy movement in Los Angeles, in New York, all the places I go, and I need a B-1B supersonic strategic bomber. I need all these munitions. I need these standoff munitions. I need them fired into well, I haven't moved into my new building yet, but like if my neighbor down the hall complains, I would like a precision strike to be on the table.
Okay.
Because me and the other people who want to play War Thunder really loudly, we're going like we can't go out in the streets unless we have air support. So it's like, yeah, the guy who said that, I bet you're real comfortable wherever you're living, where you don't have to worry about this stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm an American and I'm worried.
Where is that chatter? Does he have no response to that, or
he probably lives in like Liechtenstein.
Yeah, it's always the Lithuanians and the Estonians that are
Liechtenstein is that's like a banking municipality. It's like it's a microstate.
Oh, I thought you were but I thought you were making a joke about how like Europeans are the most aggressive dick riders of American imperialism for some reason.
Well, yeah, like a Lithuanian is. Question for any Lithuanians in chat. I've looked up your country on Wikipedia. More people, if you count the greater Chicagoland area, more people live there. Have you guys ever thought about joining another country and becoming like a bigger country? Because 3 million people is like kind of an embarrassing amount of people for a country. I would
it's just
kind of feel like a dick being like, oh, this is my country.
There's territory waiting to be conquered.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I was thinking. I was like, hey guys, if you're like in Estonia or if you're in Lithuania and you just watch the Gulf states get fucking pummeled,
oh my god,
how much confidence do you have that like America will defend you as a NATO country?
Well, it is a little scary, right? But these Gulf countries, they have to they don't have an indigenous like weapons program, right? They have their own air defense. In Lithuania, they're working on building a ladder to the moon so they can see all the munitions coming in.
Okay, that's a good way.
The Lithuanian space program is like, the Lithuania is in a space race with Latvia, and they're both like their best ladder scientists are hard at work. It's pretty exciting stuff. I think Lithuania, they could replicate the Wright brothers' success.
I feel like you're giving Lithuania. You're giving Lithuania the Poland treatment a little bit here.
No, Poland. I'm done making fun of Poland.
I'm too. They said they refused to send their THAAD missile launchers to Israel.
Yeah, no, and also,
but anti-Semitically.
Hey, you got to get in how you get in. Yeah.
They were like, no, we need. It wasn't even on some like, no, we need these. Like Russia could attack any minute. Like they were like, no, we're not giving them to the Jews.
I mean, hey, to quote my favorite party promotion flyer I ever saw in Chicago, you got to get down how you live.
Yeah,
they're getting down how they live. No, I don't make fun of. I made like a ton of Polish jokes, and they've been really good sports about it.
They have?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, like
you've never been posterized on Reddit Poland. That's why
I choose not to look there.
Oh my
I think
God. Well, they
probably
come
would
here.
not like the things
they
I say
come
there.
here all the time, and though because I did the whole like, well, I think it was even your bit where like they have one computer in Poland.
Was it the thing about the Polish nuclear program? That's the last Polish joke I told.
No,
where it was
I
about
say like
Poland was saying they were going to get a nuke, and I was talking about how the Polish Oppenheimer was like he's after 20 years of trying to make a baking soda and vinegar volcano. It goes off like in the movie, and he's like, oh my God, what have I done? I've made the most powerful weapon. But that's not.
No,
that
I
doesn't
just
count.
say
I already made that joke.
Anytime someone talks shit, I say like you're holding space and the only computer that exists in Poland to just type this out. It's really fucked up.
Yeah.
And they will clip that. They'll clip that and they'll be like, "You're the most racist person that has ever existed," and I'm like, "You're literally Polish."
Yeah.
Between you and I don't think that's possible.
You like them saying that like you're racist against Poles, isn't that like saying that an American is racist against Germans? You know, you guys kind of got down how you lived in that area.
Yeah.
You're probably all intermixed.
Yeah. The ones
I love Polish food, but there's a lot of Turkish stuff in there, and it's like I wonder how that got there.
Oh, dude, now you're gonna alert the winged hussars, dude. They're gonna.
I think they look cool, but like
I agree.
I grew up.
It pains me to admit, but I agree.
I grew up in the most Polish city in Chicago, or most Polish city in America. Chicago prints all of its municipal documents in English and Polish, and I love and respect. But like, I probably, there's probably some Pole in me, and I don't just mean when I'm beaten over the head at Equinox and they shove a flagpole into me. But no, I think they've been very good sports. Lithuania, they've had it too good for too long. That's kind of my opinion. Poland, I think they're great looking people. I love how they look. I wish every time I look in the mirror, I wish I was I wish I had a nice square Polish head.
Mm-hmm.
I think their language is cool.
Have you seen this, by the way? Kirsty Noem's husband's fat tits.
Ooh.
Oh, you haven't seen Kirsty Noem's husband's fat tits?
I saw an article about it, but it was paywalled. It was paywalled on the Daily Mail. How fucked up is that?
That's crazy. Because the tits were rated R. I think that's why. Even Fox News apparently it covered it. Let's take a look.
Former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is asking for privacy and prayers tonight. She's said to be devastated by
what are prayers going to do in this situation?
Guys,
get it off your chest.
Everybody,
all right,
please,
guys,
please pray for my husband's ginormous tits.
It's so funny to be like. Do you remember when Jim McGreevey came out at the press conference?
No.
So Jim McGreevey, the governor of New Jersey, this is another story that got it was in the 6 months after 9/11, so it just kind of got overshadowed. But it turned out he was gay. By the way, Jim McGreevey,
by Muhammad Atta's tits.
Yeah. Well, Muhammad Atta, that's how he got on the plane. He was like, "Hi, I'm a big sexy lady. I need these box cutters to open my boxes of
Aren't I
bras."
voluptuous?
Yeah. He was like Tobias on Arrested Development.
Yeah.
But Jim McGreevey, by the way, there was a lesser known scandal of an Israeli spy being in McGreevey's office, and McGreevey was allegedly having an affair with him. Anywho, it turned out he was gay, and one of my most quoted press conferences ever was when he admitted it, and he went, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a gay American." And I'm just, I'm always saying that. But one of the things that always made me laugh about the McGreevey thing, not him being gay, but the fact that after it happened, they did an interview on Dateline with him and his wife, And the wife was like, yeah, we're going into counseling. And it's like, what's there to counsel? What's that? He's gay. I just wait. Is there any prayer you can do where you're like, can you take my husband's desire to be a big swaggering 6'5" bimbo out of him?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm asking the Christians in chat.
So an undocumented immigrant may have been the one to leak the damning information about Kristi Noem's husband. And obviously the story has a lot of legs and maybe a lot of titties as well. Yowza. Because obviously Kristi Noem had a taxpayer funded relationship with Corey Lewandowski.
They were just friends.
Okay, well, you're just jealous that he pipes. He's had sex with everyone in the administration.
Hey, dude, he smashed the most beautiful woman in the world.
Yeah, that's why Felix is saying that. Yeah,
no, that's really where all my Polish jokes come from. I'm just like kind of jealous of him. But did you know that the Chappell Roan song "Casual" it's about Corey Lewandowski and Kristi Noem?
No.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just ask her.
But in any case, here are some of the Daily Mail exclusive photos. He appears to have stuffed 2 balloons inside his shirt to resemble breasts, positioning the knots to mimic nipples. The photos obtained by the Daily Mail suggest Byron is so infatuated with the bimbo aesthetic, he's tried to replicate it himself. Byron got in contact with the model using the pseudonym Jason Jackson, complimenting her amazing curves and vowing to worship her like a goddess, according to messages seen by the Daily Mail. In text and audio calls, the pair shared everything. The pair shared everything from mundane daily chit-chat to spicy banter about her augmented chest. How are your boobs, he asked her. Would you ever go bigger? The model sent him an array of topless selfies and lingerie shots. Jason apparently felt relaxed enough to reciprocate with photos of himself wearing skimpy outfits and lopsided DIY breasts. You turned me into a girl, he said. Should I put on leggings? A PayPal account belonging to Jason Jackson sent the woman regular deposits, typically between $500 and $1,000. She says he openly admitted to having a wife and family. He'd say, I love my wife. I want to get better. Then he'd disappear, come back, and start again, the woman added. Over time, the models began to figure out the real identity of the shadowy benefactor. A second woman told the Daily Mail she pocket dialed Jason and was astonished to hear a voicemail greeting saying, Noem Insurance, leave a message. A quick Google search pulled up photos of Kristi and Byron Noem. I was completely shocked, I said. Why are you doing this? I didn't think hot guys did this, the woman said. Also, hot guys. I guess he looked real bodacious, real.
Well, do they have a picture of him not doing that? He looks like fine. I mean,
right here. Fuck, marry, kill.
Oh, I just I've given up on figuring out what women think is attractive.
Yeah. There's other pics of this? Other pics of his? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, well, he got the nipple placement. He's getting better at it. This is pretty cool. I mean, I don't.
What the fuck is. What?
That's a big, natural, juicy ass.
Oh my God.
That's beautiful, natural, juicy. I think this is cool. I wouldn't do this, but I also think I like seeing people get better at stuff. And in the first picture, the nipples are it looks like when a Looney Tune gets hit in the head with the mallet, the eye, Yeah. And then in the next picture, they're basically level.
Yeah. No, he figured it out.
Yeah. Good. Then you go back to the first one.
Yeah, no, he did. He did move him around quite a bit.
And I also like how he's
I mean, these do look like titties. He's
and I think they're natural. I think Mike O'Hearn is natural, and I think this gentleman's natural.
Yeah.
I think it's cool too that to help people with their self-esteem, he was like, "Hey, I don't always look like a sexy bimbo. Here's me getting ready." I think this is a good story. I think it's a feel-good story. It is. You know how they are okay, there's a split in the Republican Party between establishment conservatives and Zoomers who are based.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's 62, but he's into bimbofication hypnotism, which is a young man's thing.
Yeah.
Aren't a lot of fucking boomers into
this
that.
This man is jerking off and doing fetish content the right way.
Well,
The way that his generation, I guess his generation used to do this. I mean, there's always been cross dressers, right?
There's been cross dressers, but it's like the normal Republican way of doing this is like you cross dress in private and you like, you tell a young staffer like, hey, do you need me to drive you 45 miles and then pretend I drop something in your lap and get sued by you? These very like furtive cruising attempts that always just end in humiliation. Whereas this guy, this is like what a 23-year-old does.
Yeah.
They're on the computer and they're like, oh, hypnotize me until I'm a big sexy lady.
Mark Caputo. Yeah, I got a weird lead. A source texted me February 13th. They said an immigrant sex worker, possibly in the country illegally, wanted to go public about Noam's husband using her services online. It was vengeance for the DHS's immigration enforcement. I couldn't land the interview. Sharing because folks sometimes wonder how reporting works. Here, I would have needed to talk to the accuser and verify the info all the way the Daily Mail did. When we use anonymous sources, they're credible. Sometimes it means someone else gets the story. For what it's worth, I understand yet another media outlet had been shown these pictures last year, but declined to run them. Why would they?
Well, maybe they didn't think it was for a story. They were like, hey, it was some pretty hot stuff.
Yeah,
and the reporter who got him was like, thanks, I'm jacking off to this.
Yeah, they were like, I don't want to share this with the rest of the world. This is my fat material.
They were like, hey, you've been working really hard on this reporting. You should take some you time.
Also, what's up with these like so many of these Republicans, man? They're all swingers like Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
They all love to do this shit, and then they just like unnecessarily present this like rigid old school understanding of like marriage and shit. Meanwhile, they're just doing wild stuff.
Do you think that they like also kind of want to get caught?
I suspect there's probably an element of that too in there. I mean, but let's see how Fox News covered it.
I've been in like bad relationships where it's like it's not like this. It's not like I'm the woman I'm with is in charge of DHS, and I don't need to be hypnotized to be a bimbo. If I wanted to do it, I would do it. You know, I don't need tricks. But,
oh my God, get it off your chest. That's the fucking
right. That's what it is. Yeah. They're having fun with it. They're having fun. But I've been in bad relationships where when you really blow it, like you kind of fuck up, and you're like, oh, thank God, I'm gonna be broken up with. Thank God. And multiply that by like
I feel
40.
I feel like
they've been
already
together like 40 years.
I know, but I feel like they had this is like a known situation because like
probably
it's clear that she's like fucking Corey Lewandowski. Sorry, I know that hurts your feelings.
Well, no, I don't care about that. I care about him
with Hope Hicks. Yeah,
but also it's good that she's. Where is she?
I don't know. Probably like working at the UN or some shit now. I don't know. But anyway, so like they obviously have an arrangement, right? Like clearly, because she's fucking Corey Lewandowski. Mm-hmm. He's doing whatever the fuck he's doing on the side.
He's looking great.
Let's see.
Her husband has been what is being called a cross-dressing double life. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson has details tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Good evening, Brett. Well, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and now President Trump are responding to a report regarding Noem's husband's alleged
I was just thinking about
online activities. A spokesperson tells the Daily Mail that she's devastated and that, quote, the family was blindsided by this, and they ask for privacy and prayers at the time. President Trump.
Wait, what? In August 2025, Hicks was appointed chief operating officer of Devil May Care Media, the media company founded by Megyn Kelly, where she's responsible for business development, operations, and expansion of the company's podcast and digital content network.
Okay.
Devil May Care Media? That's...
Trump tells the outlet he knew nothing about it, adding, wow, I feel badly for the family. If that's the case, that's too bad. The Daily Mail...
He's pretending like this isn't the funniest thing. He is, he's laughing about this.
Yeah.
He's having himself a laugh.
Keep in mind, the conservatives for decades said that no one could be gay in the government because they would be blackmailed. Now this is the husband of the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, I mean... Also, there is no such thing as blackmail anymore. Like Pete Hegseth is literally an alcoholic rapist. Like those are the two things that you can't be. Well, there's three things, right? Gambling addict, alcoholic, and a rapist are like the three things that they're supposed to look for were security clearances because it opens up opportunities for blackmail. But Republicans figured out that if you're just shameless, then you can't be blackmailed. They're like, yeah, we do rapes and we're alcoholics and we have gambling debt. Who gives a fuck? Right?
Yeah. What could you blackmail one of these guys with?
Like
like secret woke posts that they made?
No, I was thinking about this with like the whole did Donald Trump suck off Bill Clinton? I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, something like really weird like that.
Because like pedophilia is fine for a lot of these guys, especially if it's like you know, a girl and an old man, because they're also pedophiles. Like these are the types of people who are like really creepy around their daughter's friends.
Right.
So they can see themselves in the shoes of like, you know, the elite that they admire doing pedophilia, but they can't see themselves sucking Bill Clinton's dick. So that was what I was thinking. Like the fact that it's you know, a hated Democrat, and also you're the one giving the blowjob rather than receiving it, and also because like if Bill Clinton was sucking Trump's dick, they'd be like, oh yeah,
this is awesome.
Yeah, he's like, you know, he really showed that Democratic libtard, right? But like that is the only circumstance I think where Republicans would have been like, oh, that's a bridge too far for me.
What if it was a Democrat they liked though? Like, what if it was Zell Miller?
I don't know. Is it?
What if Zell Miller is sucking you and you're Trump, and you're like, this is kind of bad. Like you're using teeth. I'm not gonna. I can just finish myself off in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he's like, my family has been blowing presidents for generations. I challenge you to a duel.
The Democrats, I mean, the Republicans have the same standards of the Turkish military. It's like if you're bottoming, if you're topping a Democrat, it's not gay. It's powerful. If you're bottoming a Democrat, then it's unacceptable.
Well, did you know that's like the clearance test for Q level clearance?
Yeah, that's how they figure it out. It's like top or bottom.
Well, they like you have to do both, and if you like being penetrated, they're like, all right,
and we can't.
They're like, it's like an umpire. They're like, you're out.
Yeah,
but if you know, you're like, I don't like this, but it's for my job.
It's for the country.
Yeah, you're fine.
Alleges it obtained hundreds of messages between Brian Noem and 3 women involved in a site where men cross-dress. The Mail posted several of these photos and writes Brian Noem allegedly sent women in the community $25,000 in virtual payments. The publication says Brian Noem did not deny the explicit conversations, but says he never put national security at risk while his wife was secretary, setting up a potential blackmail situation. Quote, yeah, I made no comments like that. That would lead to that. Brian Noem operates a crop insurance agency. He and Christy Noem married in 1992. They have 3 adult-age children. Earlier this month, President Trump ousted Secretary Noem from her role leading the Homeland Security Department after congressional hearings where she had difficulty answering whether she was having an affair with top aide Corey Lewandowski. With her husband seated behind her, she also faced questions.
I could have done such a better job with them. A better job here as like a spin doctor.
Oh, I thought you were saying like with the titties.
No.
In my mind, I'm still thinking like you're bimbifying.
No,
you're bimbifying Brian Noem.
No, oh no disrespect there. I think I have a really bad frame for that. I have like, even if I had like a great.
Okay, it's like you can tell this from like 2014. Okay,
This was awesome back then.
Yeah. Do you understand how sick this looked in 2014? No, you don't, because you were protein in your father's ball sack back then.
Chat, you should see all the maroon denim I was wearing back then.
Yeah.
You'd have a laugh at me, but then you'd if there was such thing as a time machine, me and you would go back. You'd be wearing your whatever crap. You'd be wearing like an Ohego hoodie, whatever that stuff is.
Ohego?
Oh, yeah. You'd be like, isn't this cool? And all the girls in the spiritual gangster hoodies would go, you're disgusting, I'm going to write an article about you. And then they'd see my maroon denim and make a beeline for me.
Kirsty Noem said her family's blindsided by revelations her husband is a cross-dresser and gay. That isn't true. She knew all about her husband, which is why she lives with Corey Lewandowski in the D.C. area. That's why her husband never divorced her. It was their arrangement. Literally everyone in the admin has known this forever. I'm shocked it didn't come out earlier. They can divorce and move on and live the lives without keeping secrets. I feel bad for Corey's wife. She's the widow of a firefighter who was killed on 9/11. Okay, Laura Loomer being weirdly woke. Also, they can divorce and move on and live their free lives. Like, you're Laura Loomer. The fuck do you mean?
Yeah, it's also
why does she have smoke for? I don't know. Why does she not like Kirsty Noem?
I don't know. Maybe she just thinks she made Trump look bad,
or maybe she did not want another woman in Trump's orbit. She wanted to be the only free spirit, Laura.
She does seem like one of those women that just like hates women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
for sure.
That's stressful being around that.
Important context for
women,
the story.
you better like women.
Okay, dude.
Or I'm calling the principal. Laura, why don't you mind your own damn beeswax? Do you think this is like she uses the same site?
What Laura Loomer does?
Yeah, she's like, how do I look?
Just as is, and everyone's like bad.
Yeah.
And everyone's like really bad. You should stop that. Okay,
what's wrong with this?
Okay, I don't know why they're posted on
Using
my
a steampunk pair of binoculars. He didn't make them.
On Kristi Noem's husband's big ass titties.
They had some kind of an agreement, or there was some kind of an understanding. It was clearly not a secret to him.
My favorite thing is Kristi Noem.
I love them so much. I love
Dude,
Kyle.
they make me so fucking happy.
I see Kyle. Like, I love that he just never gave up on the blonde thing. He just one day he was like, I'm gonna go blonde, and he never stopped.
I love them together. Like, I'm not joking. Like,
same.
It's hard to believe in love in this world.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
I love that he also wears the dangly earring still, like the hook earring still to this day.
Dude, is this not the dream of the 90s?
Yeah.
This shit right here. I love it. When I found out they were together, I like cheered. There's just, dude, love does not last long in this world, and especially in this business.
In this industry, especially.
Dude, especially. You got two pure spirits right there. Like,
Yeah.
no, seriously, no joke. God bless them both.
So shocked. And then she says, everybody needs to pray for us. Pray for you? How does that prayer go? Dear Lord, please help Kristi Noem's husband to stop jacking off to big ass titties.
Kyle.
I love him, dude.
Balloon fake titties. Oh my
Dear
God.
Lord,
They're having
please,
so much fun,
Kristi Noem's family needs help. He can't stop putting in some big ass titties. Why would we pray for you?
She said the
Dear Lord, like what? God's looking through the prayers he gets. Like, okay, kid with cancer, war, family got murdered, and it's like big ass titties.
balloon titties.
Husband. He's like, all right, I'm gonna help this one.
Hot pants and balloon titties.
Oh my God, they're so, I hate him so much.
Oh my
They're all
God,
so evil.
it's unbelievable.
Where
It
it's like
really
she
is
doesn't wanna
unbelievable.
say
So
that, but he
anyway, I'm sure they're having quite a day.
They're on the opposite ends of like the seriousness spectrum.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to get that silly, but he pushes her over.
As independent content creators, like Kyle's on the exact opposite
Yeah.
lane.
Dude, they put me in such a good mood. I never want to go to a dinner party, but I would with them. I just like them so much, man.
Yeah, they're the best.
They make me so happy. When I saw them together, it felt like something out of Bridgerton.
Yeah.
That's how magical it was.
But no, I guess her comment to the press was like, "Oh, the family was blindsided," which I wonder. Do you think that she really had no idea?
I mean, it's not exactly something like, if you're trying to hide something from somebody, it's not like everybody in the family knows, like the kids are like, there goes dad again. He's walking around the house with his big ass teeth. He's walking around the house with
dude, you know he jumped out of bed. This was like Christmas.
I don't know, like one of those fucking. Bro, they look like that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Lisa
do.
Rinna's beautiful.
I feel like Real Housewives look
No,
like
Lisa
that.
Rinna's fucking beautiful.
Mine
Shut
is
up.
so-
Shut up.
It's
Shut up.
so far
Shut up.
beyond. You're like one
Fuck
click
you.
away from OnlyFans profile. Click here.
No, Lisa Rinna looks
Porn used to be Brazzers exclusive. If I were okay,
Oh.
Yo, this guy just laid it down. Used to be Brazzers exclusive, and then she had a contract dispute with Brazzers, so now she's a free market agent.
He's like a baseball fan. He's like he's like Shams for basketball.
Yeah.
Lisa Rinna, she's had some work done, but not like pretty tasteful. I think she's gorgeous. I would love to.
I mean,
take
these
Lisa
are
Rinna out for a night on the town.
like her shams for porn is called Cums. It's just like this literally looks like drawn titties. Like this is how like some horny artist would like draw a woman. Not me, of course.
I'm not lying. That video of Lisa Rinna where she's like she's like kind of twerking. That video is fucking hot.
I have no idea what that is.
She's a Real Housewife. And I'd like to.
I love that this video goes on for 2 minutes and 19 seconds, by the way. She's just terrorizing the town. She's tearing the town apart.
Yeah, this is like when Godzilla comes to Tokyo.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, okay. Maybe she got a little too much done there.
Oh my
I was
God.
talking- okay.
Was I off base when I said the Real Housewives look like that?
Man, when did she didn't look like that in that video I saw. No, she didn't. She looked good. All right. Well,
Yeah, she
maybe
looks-
Dr. Christian Troy can unfuck that lip stuff up. Why did she do that? She was beautiful. What the hell, lady?
Megyn Kelly had a
do wanna
fetish
play this-
expert on. Oh my god, I love, dude. Did you ever see Megyn Kelly after Charlie Kirk's assassination interview a pastor about the dangers of hexes?
Megan, what are you doing, lady?
No, this is awesome. I love that.
Do you
I'm
think
glad
she's just like?
she's doing journalism, Felix.
Well, no. Do you think she's
the
just
fuck
like?
do you think she's doing?
She's just like, I'm falling off. Like, look how many likes this has.
I mean, this is probably
That's like
new. This is
shit.
probably new. This is probably new. This
How
is
new can it be?
yeah. It just came out. It just
Okay,
came
well,
out.
like, look at her. Oh, okay, 61K views. Yeah, I guess she's not doing-
16K views. What is this?
Well, my point is, she's like not. She used to be a superstar.
That's
and
true.
now she's like,
she's still a superstar in my heart.
I do want to play this soundbite. Deborah So is, I don't remember her official like degree. Yeah, it's just she's like got her PhD in, sexual fetishes and sex issues, and she's brilliant. And she came on the show early on when we just had audio. We didn't even have video yet. And listen to her talking about fetishes.
There are so many different paraphilias. I really found it interesting to hear what people are into, why they're into it. And I also wanted to help remove the stigma and shame.
Isn't this woke? Like, why is she talking to a woke person?
well, maybe she's like, well, I actually want to add stigma.
Yeah.
Maybe that was they were debating.
That's my PhD. Is learning about removing stigma so I can add them again.
I think Megyn Kelly. I've seen a lot of her like a lot of those pro-Israel guys. Like Mark Levin hates her now.
Yeah, because she's like Israel skeptic, and it's like you can't even be you can't even say like Israel defenders are annoying and mean. Like,
right. All she's saying, right? Basically, all she's saying is like, "Hey, I don't know if it's a good idea for you guys to call everyone human furniture."
Oh, they're saying Deborah So's a huge transphobe. Oh, okay, so she like that makes sense. That's why.
Who's Deborah So?
The lady that was the fetish expert. So she probably does. She probably
so she's probably like an auto. What is that shit? called?
autogynephilia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm more into auto gyros, also known as helicopters. Oh man, does this frame just not make you so happy?
It does, yeah. They're having the grandest old time.
Sometimes
because this story is so in Kyle's wheelhouse. This
It
is such
really
a perfect
is.
Kyle Kalinske story.
This is like a story about missing nuclear material for Seymour Hersh. That's what it is for Kyle.
Yeah.
Oh man,
this is the greatest story of his career. Oh man,
I regret saying there's no such thing as love. 'Cause there is.
You never know.
Yeah, this was Kyle's video. He should sue.
I've never seen this.
All right, y'all. The Diet MAGA Democrats
so pissed. This
are
is awesome.
getting desperate. They're getting desperate.
He's
They're
driving
beginning to
so
crash out.
fast.
They're beginning to lash out.
Yeah, he's
So as you know, leadership of the Democratic Party has been an abysmal failure. You have Chuck Schumer. You have Hakeem Jeffries.
Let me see if I
Look
can.
how many bevs
All
he has.
anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah,
Crushing them.
yeah. I want to see like. There's a point where he like looks down to read a quote while he's driving so fast.
Do you think he was just like driving in a circle, just like slamming Perrier?
Yeah, look. He's looking down.
Was he like op hunting? Do you think he was looking for Jake Tapper?
Yeah, well, this wasn't even Jake Tapper. This was like a week prior when Wall Street Journal and Diet MAGA Dems viciously smeared me.
Man, this is
Yeah.
what a real ass lover, real ass friend,
Yeah, no, he's my goat.
real ass dude of the century, in my opinion.
Wait, oh my God. Trump is going to address the nation about Iran at 9 p.m.? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's been, dude, okay, we have to look through together the Harvard poll. Did you see the new Harvard, I keep wanting to say Harvard Siena, Harvard Harris poll?
Let me. I drank like 78 ounces
All right,
of
you're
water
gonna
before.
you're gonna rip
I'm
and piss.
sorry. I thought I got it all out, but before, let me do that before. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
and
went
then
to the gym. It was a gym day, so I like.
yeah, no, I feel that.
super hydrated.
On April Fool's Day, yeah, he's gonna be like, I'm invading. I'm no longer invading Iran. April Fools, I am invading Iran. What is this? OTA level foreshadowing at 044?
There's a difference between liberals and leftists, okay? It's a very big difference. A liberal is someone I will disagree with, and we'll have a wonderful time. We'll go out to dinner, and we'll consider each other friends. A liberal is someone that might believe in gay marriage. They might believe in more accessible abortion. They might...
Is that, wait, That's Theodore Herzl, right? Is he? Am I crazy? Is he delivering a speech in front of, what the fuck is IMTI? I've seen this video before. I just did not realize that he was like speaking in front of an image of Theodore Herzl. I'm Tirtzu, working hard to protect Zionism in the state of Israel. Largest Zionist movement in Israel, an extra parliamentary movement established in 2006 after the Second Lebanon War by intellectual students and reservists. Sometimes I forget Charlie was 6'5". Yeah, he's tall. He was tall as hell. Zionism movement in Israel, isn't that just called Israel? Yeah, it's just like the normal Zionism isn't enough in the state of Israel. We had to do extra Zionism.
Believe in higher taxes. A liberal will agree to disagree. A liberal will have the conversation and they'll say, we might not agree on this, but I still treat you with respect and I really like you as a person. A leftist will try to shut you up before you even open your mouth. A leftist does not believe in capitalism whatsoever. A leftist is rooted in intolerance. And you see this happen all over the place in America, where college campuses get shouted down. You heard my message. This happen all over the place in America, where college campuses get shouted down. You heard my message tonight.
Oh my God. And this is happening in Israel. Bro, he knew. What did he know, brother? He said, I get shot at college campuses in front of Theodore Herzl, founding father of Zionism in Israel. Has Clandis Owens seen this video? Felix, we just uncovered new details.
Oh my God. Oh, Charlie Kirk is performing at Al-Julani's comedy club.
No,
they have a picture.
Al-Julani.
This is worse than the Michael Richards video. I have to warn you. The stuff he says about Shia.
Al-Julani.
Don't watch this if you're easily offended.
He
had a horrible set at Julani's, the famous country club.
Apparently, there's a group called I'm Tirtzu, which is an Israeli Zionist movement to solidify Zionism in Israel somehow. I don't know how much more you can do with that.
No, I know this is Theodore Herzl, Chad. But Charlie Kirk spent like 98% of his career doing this shit.
Yeah, that's why it's so funny. Everyone's like, oh, he was about to turn on Israel any moment now. But turns out he's in Israel in front of Theodore Herzl, and listen to his words. Look.
Does not believe in capitalism whatsoever. A leftist is rooted in intolerance. And you see this happen all over the place in America, where college campuses get shouted down. You heard my message tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah. Someone needs to rush this to Candace Owens.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Wait, I'm Tirtzu is Israel's canary mission? Wait, they have a canary mission in Israel?
Yeah, what do you even do for canary mission in Israel?
What the fuck?
When someone is like, I don't think it was good to like abuse those prisoners. They're like, we're killing you.
We're doxing you. You're going to jail, buddy.
Yeah, holy shit! Like, what do you even?
I think the rapist concentration camp guards should have stayed in prison. They're like, oh, jail for you.
Yeah,
they're not going to jail, but you are, buddy.
Dude, how, man? Because like even the libs over there are like, oh yeah, we have to kill Amalek.
I'm Tirtzu harasses B'Tselem and other Israeli NGOs.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh, they keep doxing the same 8 anti-Zionists in Israel.
Dude, yeah. Like, God bless those 8 people who always show up.
You target anyone less fascist than you.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Thank you, Trent Sweeney, for your service.
Sidney was Sweeney's brother.
Yeah. He's gonna have a bad time.
He got some big old teeth.
Yeah.
I don't mean to. Listen, I have famously really tiny teeth. I'm just jealous.
I've never noticed that about you.
Because you've never seen them because they're so small.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Wait, Alex Jones is turning on Donald Trump? No, say it ain't.
Oh, no. He doesn't do this every week and then go back.
Say it ain't so, guys.
When your ankles swell up 3...
What's next? You're going to tell me Nick Fuentes is voting Democrat? Wow, that's such a new phenomena. Surely he will stay consistent on this.
Times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons, we primary them, and we just fight even harder because look at how We've turned the tide. Look at all the good we've done. There's a fourth turning.
Yep.
Populists, nationalists, conservatives are winning everywhere. There's a Christian reawakening.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump is just a minor figure in all of that now.
Yep.
Yo, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Every single thing he said is real. Everyone is going to church. Like,
Yeah.
there's
Church
a
attendance is up.
reawakening. Yeah, church attendance is up.
Democrats losing everywhere. I mean, you can replace Trump with anyone. You can replace him with a guy like James Fishback.
Or J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Well, that would even be an improvement. He's even more like, people love him.
Yeah, famously.
J.D. Vance had to stop posting on Twitter because it was crashing the servers. How many positive replies he was getting.
Yeah. Shouts out to Connor Eats Pants for that one.
Yeah. He really terrorized him, man.
He really did.
I don't know that guy, but he really he really terrorized him. That's cool.
And we have to be appreciative of the old Trump that went through so
old
much and
Trump
got so
is
much
exactly
done.
The same as this guy. I
And
never
that's the
get
Trump we
this.
remember.
Like, do you guys not remember what it was like?
Which old Trump? Because like
guy
you
who-
go back far enough and you're like, he's a liberal, right? Like,
Yeah.
he's just like a racist liberal, which there are plenty of them.
He's Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, no, he's gonna come on the stream, so I can't criticize.
Oh,
him.
really?
No, I mean he said he would. He said he would.
No,
He's going.
no.
He's doing a 2028 run, and he said he'd come on the stream.
What about this? I was thinking about this for an idea. You're like, okay, I'll have you on, but then like right when he gets in, there's a switch out, and I sit here and I just ask him like, I just waste his time. I'm like, so in season 2 of Goliath, when I just ask him about like shows I'm watching, like War Thunder updates.
He would love that. His brother is technically, the head of the agency I'm rep by, so he's probably very tapped in with all the Hollywood stuff.
I don't think he likes Goliath. I think he watches Goliath and he's like, they were unfair to the defense contractor. I like the guy who had a amputation fetish. He was nice. He reminds me of Ed Buck. That's what he'd say.
Would he even notice you aren't Hasan? Oh, that's true. He probably doesn't even know what
And
I'm
we're just sad because that happens. We need to be sad about Trump. This is not funny.
I'm shorter and
This is not
worse
good.
looking in real life.
But he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him. You can see Hegseth's freaked out. You can see the press secretary's freaked out. They're being loyal. They think it's the lesser of two evils. And okay, but I just, Trump needs an intervention. He needs to take some time off.
You can't have an
We need to pray
intervention
for Trump.
like dying.
Also, you can't like take some time off as a president.
Yeah, what the fuck?
like what are you fucking talking? And he's like crying. And this is the maximalist position on good czar bad boyers, by the way.
Yeah.
Like this is like what the fuck is happening at this point? It's like, well, Trump is such a religious deity. He's a religious figure. He cannot fail. He can only be failed. And obviously, now that we've like eliminated all of the other reasons why he's operating like this, you have to come to the conclusion that his brain is actually bad.
But he just like, okay, if someone is, how old is Trump? He's like 79, right? 78, 79.
Trump?
Yeah.
I think he's 80.
If someone is
80 plus.
if someone is 80 years old, has spent half of his life being addicted to Sudafed, never moving, worst diet possible, worst habits possible.
Oh, he's 80 in June.
And you just have an intervention where you're like, you kind of like in an old movie when someone's hysterical. I'm trying not to be gendered here, but you're like, get it together, asshole. And he would go like, you're right. I'm going to stop dying. I'm going to take a break for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It'll be like when Christopher went to rehab.
The
I
Holy
went
Spirit
to the White House one day and you were passed out on the Wailing Wall. Disgusting.
Touch his heart and loose him from whatever evil control he's under. I'm serious. And I think that's the answer. We need to pray for President Trump.
Oh, that'll fix it.
Okay.
Oh my God. He's like sweating
He
from
looks
his
so
bald
sad.
head.
Dude, I don't like
Did you
seeing
not
him this
see the
sad.
sweat dripping?
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Oh my God. He's sweating so hard.
What do you think
Oh.
that tastes like?
Whiskey. For sure.
If you,
We need
I think
to-
I don't get people who love scotch, but
We need to pray
People
for other
love
people to be
scotch, it tastes
awakened.
like that.
We need to pray for justice and peace.
It's like Donald Trump is probably one of the most prayed for guys ever.
Yeah.
And it's like clearly this is like the most it's accomplished is that God is torturing him by keeping him alive.
Yeah. Also, Canada's vindicated. Questions emerge about bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk. You see that?
Oh yeah, no.
Candace,
yeah.
this will certainly be really good for all the normal people out there who have a lot of unanswered questions about who may or may not have killed Charlie Kirk, which I'm of course in favor of all of the theories.
Me too.
I'm agnostic about it. Like if you're like, oh, is it Israel? I'm like, sure, why not? If you think it's like Erica Kirk, I'm like, sure, why not? If you think it's the Egyptian, French, Jews, or whatever the fuck Candace Owens tied it to, yeah.
French Foreign Legion, it didn't happen. It was him.
Absolute bombshell. Candace Owens reveals overwhelming evidence that the feds completely set up Tyler Robinson.
I hate to do this. I hate to be prejudiced here. What is with? There are 3 Turkish accounts who keep posting. This guy loves posting just bullshit.
Yeah,
and he makes me so sad because he tries to get into the Axis of Resistance news cycle.
Yeah,
and he'll post things that like I wish were true, but you know he'll like, 1,000 Merkavas were blown up today, and it's like, buddy. Do you think it's just insecurity over watermelon seller?
I don't know why he does that, but he posts videos of me too from time to time, and I'm like, oh god, it's just he posts. No, my favorite is when he posts Professor John clips. When he's like,
oh god,
bombshell, Professor John invents Pax Islamica, says Iran is gonna unite the entire Islamic world. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you posting?
Professor Zhang is
the most misunderstood and consistently correct.
Yes,
is what you were going to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because that liberal Mehdi Hassan came after him the other day, and I said, "Not my Professor Zhang."
No, yeah, Professor Zhang. I would.
Did you know he does game theory?
Oh yeah, no,
yeah, that's how he's invented. He predicts history.
Well, did you know he started out as one of the imaginary people that John Nash imagined?
Yeah,
and that's why he's so good at game theory.
Yeah, no, he's the GOAT.
I like him. He's an old style crank, you know?
Yeah.
He's not like pre-slotted into stupid bifurcated American politics. Like he's doing his own
into
shit.
It though. He's getting into it. But
I mean, it will happen eventually.
Yeah, but that's his like superpower that like everyone is like, because he's like, he has an accent, he has the whiteboard, and people are like, oh, he has like ancient Chinese wisdom.
Yeah.
Like Americans listen to him and they're like, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about.
That is like that. It's funny that even conservatives do that, where it's just like, oh, like no Chinese guy like this can just be a liar. I love liars. I love liars. I love one of my favorite guys ever is Napoleon Hill, who wrote Think and Grow Rich, one of those bullshit like pull yourself up by your bootstrap books from the 1920s. Napoleon Hill is one of the funniest liars ever. And he was just like a destitute scam artist until he wrote that book. But one of his claims was that Woodrow Wilson contacted him to secretly help him negotiate the end of World War I. Like just this random traveling shoe salesman.
You called the AOC News? Yeah, I did.
What's the AOC News?
I said ahead of time that I know for a fact that she is going to not make a distinction between offensive and defensive weapons because everyone brings that up.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
well,
I mean,
there it is.
That's why you like have to hit people on that shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
God,
it was really a silly distinction. It's totally unnecessary, and I'm glad that I'm glad that she's dropping that, which is good because I have a theory that like a lot of people are going to. A lot of people now are trying to do the Israel skeptic lane where they're like, I got money from AIPAC for 12 years of my career, but I found out last year that that's bad.
Yeah, exactly.
So I actually don't, I actually realized that I think Israel might be bad, but also maybe not an apartheid. Don't know what that word means. Definitely not a genocide. I wouldn't say that. So like, the standard that I have is a triple standard. Okay, it's a 3-part standard. Doesn't matter what you've done in the past. If you're gonna commit to like no AIPAC, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Right.
Okay, because like who gives a fuck? You can still get donations from pro-Israel donors. It's more so about like your commitment to this, right?
Yeah.
So candidates that want to come on, I ask, is Israel committing a genocide? Do you agree? Yes or no? Is Israel an apartheid state? Do you agree? Yes or no? Will you commit to denying all aid to Israel? Because when you do that, if you establish like all 3 conditional aid across the board to Israel, no defensive, offensive weapons distinctions whatsoever. If you do that, then yeah, no one who is even remotely pro-Israel is ever going to give you money.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, there's no, I just don't think like because Cory Booker's trying to do this thing where he's like, Cory Booker's trying to do this thing where he tries to say, we're not taking any corporate PAC money, including like he doesn't even want to say we're not taking AIPAC money. He's trying to do a blanket ban on corporate donations, and obviously it's totally ridiculous. So if you want to get your message across, if you want to understand who separates the boys from the men, who separates the people who are like actually committed to decoupling from Israel or like bringing Israel to heel, right? Those three, I think, are fairly reliable. Fairly reliable ways to get that. Even AIPAC-backed candidates are reluctantly calling it a genocide to get around the criticism. Yeah, it's crazy, and they're gonna evolve on this. So you have to also evolve alongside these candidates. Jasmine Baines is endorsed by AIPAC offshoot Democratic majority for Israel in the CA22 race. The MFI calls her Bernie-backed opponent Randy Villegas a source of concern. But this footage leak shows me that Baines is agreeing with Villegas that Israel is committing a genocide.
Yes. And that is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Yes. Yes. Thank you both.
This is so.
Yeah, or here's another one. Yeah, you can accept donations from Hamas. If you got money from AIPAC for 13 years, you have to commit to getting campaign financing from Hamas.
Or if you're opposed to Hamas, because you
PFLP
or PIJ.
No, PIJ.
PIJ
also
is a pretty cool charter.
PIJ.
Listen,
it's fine. You don't have to. You don't want to do Hamas. PIJ's right there. PFLP, DFLP. If you're like super woke, you know what I mean. You're like, we are Maoists.
Yeah.
we are. It's not. We had to do an offshoot. We had to do a sectarian infighting within the Palestinian Resistance Front between all 15 of our, remaining Marxist-Leninist Palestinians.
Do you think that like someone is trying to be really esoteric and they're like, oh, I'm actually part of the Khorasan group? That just hasn't existed since 2015. Listen, people out there, obviously these two entities do different things. They have different purposes. One is a much more traditional funnel money into shit pack. But for the purposes of this, of evaluating candidates, you have to look at, this is for people who play Dark Souls 1, AIPAC, Kingseeker Frompt, J Street, Darkseeker Koth. Remember how at the end of the game, they're both like, we love you, Dark Lord. Because they're doing the same thing at the end of the day. They pretend that like, oh, I hate the First Flame. Oh, I love the First Flame. I'm Gwen's friend. I used to be Gwen's friend. Same thing. You got to look at him like Koth and Frompt.
Tell Felix he's got it backwards. That's what they're saying.
What do I have backwards?
I forgot about this.
Kingseeker Frompt? I said, no. What? Darkseeker Koth and Kingseeker Frompt. That's what I said. Kingseeker Frompt is like I'm pro Gwen, but you have to kill him to like prolong the First Flame. Darkseeker Koth is like I used to be friends with Gwen, but he sucks, and you have to usher in an age of darkness.
Yeah. They're bringing back the gangbanging in media land.
Yes.
Charles Austin says every guest on Jake Tapper's show should bring up this article every chance they get. Yeah. This is whack, yo, said Peter B. Biddy Beinart, the much-feared editor of TNR, as he slammed that morning's New York Times down on his desk. Whack. True dat, affirmed executive editor Snoop Kitty Orr.
Man.
Kicking it old school in DuPont Circle, ice skip venti latte in hand. Colincio been acting janky.
I hate when people
One
act
day
janky.
it's all inspectors, UN, disarmament. Then she busts a CK and disarmament is just an option. Dizam.
This is like how Steven Seagal talks in all his new movies.
Whatever Hassan's reading, I hate it. What do you mean? This is Homer's Odyssey.
Dude, this is what got me into comedy.
Yeah, this is literally Jake Tapper in his perfect form.
We actually knew a kid, one of our friends in our neighborhood growing up. He was orphaned because his parents were reading this article while driving through sort of a mountainous region, and they would laugh so hard that they drove off a cliff.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. That's why they say don't read the Jake Tapper article from Salon in 2003, gangbanging in Media Land. Don't do it while you're driving from a mountainous area.
Nathan Fielder has said that this got him into comedy. A lot of people who a lot of kids out there, you guys don't know anything. You were born in 2015, but everyone you like, who's the biggest comedian that people in chat like? Probably Matt Rife. Well, he got all his stuff from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You can read this in Matt Rife's voice, and it kind of works.
It works even better in Andrew Schultz's voice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree. Oh, my God, do I agree. Yeah. That article did kind of predict Andrew Schultz. Like, Andrew Schultz should have to pay royalties to Jake Tapper, because that really is like he's talking about the news, but going dizam.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah. But yeah, there you go. At tonight's New York City DSA Electoral Forum, AOC committed to voting against any spending on arms of Israel, including so-called defensive capabilities. There it is.
All right.
But the problem isn't that. The problem is that I feel like she's too afraid to lead on stuff. Like,
yeah,
she's too afraid to just like stand on her own on issues. Sometimes, but she wouldn't even be on her own. She would be surrounded by like some fairly reliable, very solid politicians as well.
And she would also scare people into coming with her, too.
Yeah, that too, because she's a profoundly popular politician. I mean, look, this is what I tell anyone who listens to me, both privately and publicly. I urge them to be bold and to be brave, right? Because there's no reason not to be, especially considering that the moments where some of these people that we're talking about, like Zoran Mamdani, for example, like that Israel moment on that debate stage is a campaign defining moment. Like
Absolutely.
That is the reason why he's the mayor. That is literally the reason why he's the mayor. Like he cut through all the noise. He got even all the chuds, including fucking Asmongold, to be like, yeah, I guess he's kind of based. Even though Asmongold is now Asmongoy, and he's unconditionally defending Israel.
Oh my God. I wish Ovadia Youssef could have lived to see him. He would have loved him. But no, yeah. I mean, this is what really frustrated me about AOC and Bernie, for that matter, during the latter stages of Biden. I thought that those exact circumstances of a horrifically unpopular incumbent Democratic president who is dead set on this policy that is so fucking unpopular with the Democratic base that if there had been any leadership from either of those two on this issue, I mean, with Bernie was so shitty on it for so long, but AOC, that could have been a huge moment for her. If she had like taken up that mantle, ideally earlier, but like in 2024.
She did. She came out. So here, that's the crazy part about it. Like, she came out and she said Israel's doing genocide on the floor of the House of Representatives, right? And she was saying there's a policy of starvation. But then immediately after that, she got fucking berated by
and voted for Iron Dome funding. That's not taking leadership.
I know,
though.
but she didn't end up voting for it at the end. She voted present. But that makes it even worse.
That's bad enough.
But that makes it worse because she literally like not only struck down the Marjorie Taylor Greene distinction, but also on top of that, she defended why she did it.
Right.
And no, she didn't vote president either. I thought she voted president, or she didn't vote for it, right?
Well,
I know she didn't vote for it. She's never voted for any.
Well, yeah, right.
She's never voted for any defensive weapons. Like she's voted president years ago. She voted against that funding bill. Okay, thank you.
Like, regardless of whether she voted for whatever the fuck, right? The point is that she backed down. She did what she always does, and she gets yelled at and goes, "Oh my God, I'm sorry."
Even after she called, that's exactly what I was going to say. She called it a genocide, right? And she was like one of the first congresspersons to do so. Definitely at that high profile.
Yeah,
she was absolutely like years ahead of Bernie Sanders, right? What did she do afterwards? She got yelled at by a bunch of Jewish advocacy groups and organizations, and then she was like bullied into doing all these like appearances where she's like constantly talking about like the dangers of anti-Semitism, and not even from like a from a point of view where it's like legitimately we're talking about like anti-Semitism. She's like, she leaned into all of the anti-Semitism on college campus shit that was going on in the air, which was like such a very clear, cynical way.
Misreading of everything.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing I don't get. Like, a lot of those people on the Bernie-crat side have been pretty clear-eyed about Trump's success.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the most emblematic things of Trump's rise has been that image of him being booed by like that crowd of donors at that early GOP debate.
Yeah.
And just being like, okay, you know, all these people in the Republican establishment that you fucking hate, they hate the shit out of me.
Yeah.
If AOC, in this crucial moment where the base is so fed up with this like horribly ineffective and just spinning their wheels leadership, Hakeem Jeffries, et cetera, if she had been content with being yelled at and went, see these people you fucking hate, they hate me just the same.
Yes.
But just she interprets any amount of being yelled at as equal.
But here's the thing, like, I hope, look, I'm just a Twitch streamer, right? Like, I'm irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but like, I hope it inspires a little bit more confidence for all the other politicians that are in my orbit that I like, you know, am very familiar with, to see that like all of this shit doesn't mean anything. I've been getting fucking ass blasted by every single organ of propaganda for the state of Israel and every single major media outlet. Jake Tapper did a piece on me, called me a fucking anti-Semite for 8 minutes with like some psychopath yesterday. 6 hours after that, I was on CNN. It doesn't matter. Like, this shit doesn't matter. It's just for a very small group of people that still care about this, that still are just like whipping themselves up into hysteria.
Yeah.
And seeing anti-Semitism where it doesn't exist. You don't have to listen to these people. And as a matter of fact, the more you actually listen to these people, the more you give them power.
Absolutely.
Like, at this point, it's over. It's a dead movement, and you're breathing life back into it when you do these like mealy-mouthed concessions to people who are unimaginably sinister. You don't have to ever listen to a person who's doing their very best over the course of the last 3 years to defend Israel. That's just, it's over. You have the public's backing. You know exactly why they're doing this. Key search Israel or Gaza on all of my naysayers accounts on Twitter, and you will find out immediately that their gripe is not about like whatever they are trying to get across to others about like the dangers of my anti-Semitic rhetoric or whatever. It's absolutely because they're pro-Israel and they're chirping because they've lost the conversation, they've lost the audience, so they're trying to like call the manager, and increasingly that institutional pressure is gone as well.
Yeah. Every time that you do move to the beat of their drum, every time you do go, okay, this one guy went too far, even if you think they did, which like at this point, if there is one guy who you went to one thing with, who you think said something in bad taste, who gives a fuck now?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Gives a fuck. But even if any amount of moving, of letting them dictate your actions at all will make someone who is half paying attention go, oh, I guess there are more of those people out there who support this than I thought.
Yeah, exactly. You're leaning in. You leaning into their cynical framing will only give them more power, or will make the audience think, oh, I guess there is validity to this. Same with like Zoran's wife. Same with like all these people that are like, you should not be on the podium alongside Hasan. And what did Abdul El Sayed do? He went on and he was like, no, of course I'm going to fucking, of course I'm going to go to these places. Of course I'm going to communicate with people like Hasan. I agree with a lot of what he says. I'm not going to subscribe to like every single thing that he's saying. I don't know. I mean, he talks for 8 hours a day. But like, when I go to my rallies, when I go to campaign events, like there's a lot of old people and there's a lot of young people. And the old people say, how did you get so many young people here? And the young people say, oh, I saw you on Hasan's stream. Like, just be honest about it. You know what I mean? Like, you will be rewarded for it, which he did. He literally did get rewarded for it. Now he's in the top 5 fundraisers. And also on top of that, people are finally talking about his candidacy. And that was like a major problem because maybe someone in New York media that may or may not be working with the McMorrow campaign is a fairly powerful media executive that can successfully shut people out of being covered completely and entirely. You know, someone that might have worked with Pete Buttigieg and also Andrew Cuomo, as a matter of fact, back in the day. Liz Smith. I'm talking about Liz Smith. It's Liz Smith, I think.
One of was she the one who got her toe sucked on?
No, I don't know.
Right? No, who?
I don't know.
Whatever. Immaterial. I don't care who gets that done. Anyway, that is the thing. If you are an aspiring insurgent candidate, if you are an insurgent candidate, if you even want to try to occupy the Bernie Crat lane in any type of primary, and you are thinking, hey, what could it hurt to show people how much good old-fashioned common sense I have by condemning this guy people are telling me to condemn? Ask yourself if any of the people you are positioning yourself against have ever had to do that with anyone. Anyone.
Yeah.
Have they?
Dude, have they ever?
Because it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, because like no
Why
one.
do you have to follow a different set of rules?
The very same people that are like cynically launching this conquest. People like, they're talking about Dr. Abdul every hour now. Yeah. Oh, that's also a lot of the right wing is now leaning into this, and it's a really good thing. I think it's a really good thing because they get horny and then they attack him. And then when they're attacking him, when they're attacking him, they end up showing like the full the full leaked footage, and the full leaked footage is him literally being like, "This is an 86-year-old guy that they killed. Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't matter." And on top of that, they killed a whole bunch of other people. It's illegal. It's immoral what we're doing, and it's going to have devastating consequences in general. And that's the majority position, right?
Yeah. And for certainly Democratic base, but also for any sort of liberal or Democratic leaning independents, people who sort of, the majority of the time they trend Democratic, they will think, okay, I have seen Hakeem Jeffries get attacked on here, but when they play his entire clip, he's not saying anything.
Yeah.
At least this guy is saying something that has been deemed forbidden, but I actually agree with it. This is where more people are at than not.
He is now the #1 candidate in the Democrat primary here in Michigan. He has raised more Act Blue money over his comments than any of the other
President
candidates.
From Decker.
He is now the
some fucking Mike Rogers, Michigan Senate candidate.
Oh, I thought he was in. Yeah,
I don't understand. Did they look at Mamdani's race and go, attack odds on Hasan work so well, so let's do it more? I think some of it is just like pure Islamophobia, and they're just like throwing darts at a wall, seeing what sticks, right? But like there is a reality there where there is a reality there with like even the concessions that Zoran has offered over and over again to like Zionist groups that are constantly talking about like you need to make sure that you're buttoned up, right? Liz Smith proof here. What is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liz loves Zohran Mamdani, by the way. She does. She just picks and chooses which candidate she likes. But yeah, she's I guess she's like boosting Mallory McMorrow, who is, who I didn't have any like negative opinions of. I just thought she was like a forgettable candidate in general who was like trying to get into the Warrenite lane.
Yeah.
But it's obvious to me that like
I just
AOC just committed to vote against the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism as well. That's not new. She already has said that. That one I will defend. She has openly said she would never vote for that, regardless. This isn't new. The offensive defensive distinction is new though. Not that it matters. Everyone's still going to call her AOC. The people who call her AOCIA are going to call her that regardless. It doesn't matter. Anyway. This joke is going on the Jake Tapper fan cam. What do you mean?
Which?
When are you? Oh, okay. Movement so successful, the Israel lobby is now tracking itself. Oh, this you, Rokana? That's so funny. Received from the pro-Israel lobby, J Street.
Okay. This is sort of what, the scorpion and the frog, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is Rose shit. He loves doing this.
Also, it doesn't even...
it's from J Street, which is effectively the same thing in a lot of ways.
It doesn't... But here's the thing. I am way more comfortable with politicians if they're getting the same. First of all, this is probably fake. I don't know if he's getting gesture donations or not, but like, I don't give a shit. If a politician is saying it's a genocide and a politician is saying like they're going to vote against aid, even though Ro Khanna has, by his own admission, accidentally voted for aid to Israel, as he said recently. But like, as long as they're committed to scaling back Israel's violence, like, these guys are not going to give them donations anyway.
Ro Khanna just
listen. That's my bravest defender on the timeline. Okay, you better watch out.
I'm not saying he's like. I just don't know what his fucking deal is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think he wants to make his own lane. He sees what the people are demanding.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll say
about
about his lane. It's his own.
Yeah.
No one else is doing it like that guy.
What is this? Why do you think Israeli government doesn't want war correspondents from around the world to go to the ground in Gaza? Yeah, it's just, God, there's all of Israel's defenders are so fucking heinous looking.
Josh Hammer?
Yeah, he hates me.
Is completely
Josh, could you dry off before you go on TV?
He goes on Sky News Australia all the time to talk about how much of a terrorist I am.
Fabricated. There were false images. Now there's AI. It is spread like wildfire throughout social media.
Oh, this is the fucking. No, the guy on the left is like woke now, I think, right? Isn't he like, he's like one of those guys like the former Shin Bet official who says like Israel's an apartheid state doing a genocide now, that type of thing.
His glasses are just kind of scary to me.
If there are actual instances, of Arabs being attacked,
I've seen
this
like you don't. What if you had an IDF babe? I know this guy just sucks. I hate him.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't like know what his politics are, I would be like, can we get this wet guy off of my TV before he breaks the circuitry?
No, every fucking Israel envoy, every Israel defender has the same exact vibes. They're just like constantly creating anti-Zionists with their horrible vibes.
True videos of it happen.
Apologies if this makes no sense, but there would be like a certain type of unhappily married man that would like come into my job when I worked at a bar who would be like simultaneously like trying to get me fired while sexually harassing me. And that's what like this guy reminds me of. I'm just getting flashbacks to Billy's on Grant in 2013, man.
It's funny.
Which have been verified.
If it's happening, I condemn it. But I just
you don't know it's happening because you don't want to see it happening because you don't want
to have a different voice. Like I have an annoying voice, but like what the fuck, man? What are we doing here?
Want to believe it's happening.
That's
and this
not
reminds
true.
me, to finish my point before you interrupted me, my point about Gaza is that international journalists are still banned
flipped him off
by the Israeli government from operating freely in Gaza. And we all know why that must be.
Al Jazeera terrorists are banned. People who are embedded with...
Did he like study how to talk from Ben Shapiro?
I don't know.
He sounds like he's doing a Ben Shapiro
who's the
impression.
most charismatic Israel defender in American media? Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
All international media are currently still banned from operating freely in Gaza, despite there having been a ceasefire of sorts for many months. Why do you think the Israeli government doesn't want war correspondents from around the world on the ground in Gaza, do you think?
Pierce, I don't work for the Israeli government. I'm American.
You're a smart guy.
I don't work for the Israeli government. Why the fuck do you operate like you do?
Yeah, then
there's no way you're doing this for free. That's crazy if you're doing this for free.
Who does it? What outlet is he working for? The Blaze or some shit like that?
I don't know, but I have no fucking idea. I just
Josh
see him.
Hammer is a crazy name.
I only see him on Sky News Australia on my favorite program, Lefties Losing It. That's
it's so fun when Australians say that.
Yeah.
You know what I like to imagine sometimes? An Australian going, "Loony liberals."
Yeah.
That's really fun for me.
Frankly, the United States.
Andrew says Hammer is a woman risk grabber who tells them, "Wait, you don't listen to me."
Yes, sir, Andrew. This is such a risk grabber guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy has soaked every woman's wrist that he's ever come across.
Could it be? I don't know. Could it be
that he can't get a hold of them?
That's why he has to grab them. You don't understand.
Think about the noise it makes.
Yeah.
border peace. You probably,
Could it be
should
they've
ask
been
Donald
doing
Trump that
things
question.
which
Actually.
they don't want the world to know?
Donald Trump that question. Actually.
Okay. All this has been. I know facts are very hard to come by on Piers Morgan Uncensored these days.
Ooh.
Oh, fucking owned, dude. Woo! Fucking owned.
But unfortunately, facts don't correspond to your particular narrative. John Spencer, who is the head of urban warfare studies at West Point, has crunched all of the relevant numbers and has shown time and time again.
John Spencer, who's the head of urban warfare.
Urban warfare, Felix.
What he sounds like if Germany had won World War II, but then they made the comic strip Peanuts, this is how the parents would talk.
Again, that the civilian to combatant ratio in Gaza since the war started on October 7, 2023 have been 1 to 1.5.
If it's been the activities of the most moral army in history, as I keep hearing, if the IDF has done nothing wrong, been completely blameless, been...
Felix may actually be anti-Semitic.
If you take my past decade of comments out of context, it can certainly appear that way. It can. I'll admit that.
Okay,
listen, pal. You send a Spartan. No one does anti-Semitism like Jews.
That's actually true.
It's kind of true, right?
That is true.
One ranger, one riot.
Like at the top end of morality in what they did in Gaza, fine, okay. Let the journalists in from around the world to
why don't you go?
To properly investigate.
Why don't
He's doing all the hits.
Yeah, why don't you go to Gaza? Why don't you go to Gaza and die?
Why don't you go so we can kill you?
Yeah, go to Gaza so we can drone strike you down, Pierre. I hate you. I'm on your show, but you should die.
It's like, is there anyone in the world who is like, I really don't like the images I'm seeing, but this Josh Hammer guy kind of won me over?
Yeah.
Like, who's like on the fence? And they're like, this guy's just so charismatic.
He really dunked on Piers by saying, go to Gaza and die, please.
You know, I thought it was bad what they were doing, but when he threatened to kill the entire panel, that was pretty cool.
You
to
go.
properly investigate
if you care that much to cover, why don't you personally fly in there and try
there
to
is
cross
a
the border?
reason
do that.
the Israeli government has banned.
By the way, the whole point of contention is, why won't Israel let journalists in? Like there's no way that you can go to Gaza currently as it stands. Okay, that's kind of the whole point. That's the reason why he's asking you that question.
The world's media from going
and I think that
Gaza.
you should personally challenge that. Frankly, the use of your time, there will be a better use of it.
He's still going along with it.
Wow. Talking about like
that's awesome. That's awesome. He's like, yeah, oh, you're telling me Gaza is off limits to journalists? How about you go there and die? Yeah, take a trip there right now. Try to cross the Rafah border. I'm gonna have my friends there waiting with a gun. They're gonna shoot you. Die!
It's like not even if you were like a pro-Israel guy, how do you not look at this and go,
that's why he's sitting there like, what the fuck?
Oh my God. That might have made him woke. He was kind of like, duh, man.
Done this repeatedly. I'm wondering whether you would condemn it.
I don't particularly care, to be
honest. You don't care that journalists should be allowed to investigate what may have happened in a war zone?
I care about right pursuing over wrong.
I don't think you do, though, Josh, do you? You just care about your side. You don't care about the truth.
No, Pierce, I care about team civilization defeating team barbarism. That is the simple
bars.
Yo, dude.
Bars, yeah, dude. Man. Team civilization. When I think of what Israel has done to the world, I think, wow, how civilized.
When I see those Hilltop Youth,
I
think, they are keeping the flame of civilization alive.
Yeah, when they're spitting on the Christians,
dude. All the spitting on Christians. All the settlers.
That's literally like a medieval peasant. Like,
all those settler funerals where they like take each other's shirts off for some reason. I don't know why. That's part of the mourning.
That's apparently a religious thing. I made fun of that before, and people cook me for that.
Okay, not every religious thing is like defensible on those.
You can say that. I already am in heat. Okay, I've already cost some fucking.
So
heat.
Are they apparently? If that's part of your like funeral thing. It's so weird, man.
I just thought it was like a deep V-neck, and I started making jokes about how deep the V-neck was, and they were like, "No, you don't understand. Like they like rip it as a part of like a religious thing."
Okay, I'm sorry, that's stupid. Like, what if you made a speech about your family member? Like, if when my dad died, we were like, okay, who's going to wear the shirt that gets ripped off? My family would send me away. They'd be like, who wears the what?
Yeah, they're like, he had a dream. He wanted to kill more children.
Yeah.
And now that light has been light has been vanished from the world.
What is the religious point of like making your brother naked?
I don't know. Someone might have lied to me when they said it's a religious thing, but I have seen it at like every single one of like the settler funerals of like guy who was in the IDF.
You know that in the Simpsons when Homer got buff and he like destroys his shirt by flexing?
Yeah.
Do you think that was like he was Jewish for that?
It's just they're not just buff.
Yeah.
It comes from the book of Job. I feel like you're lying.
Okay. That's not something that happens in Job. Job tried to go to the barber, but he was nude.
Read logs for explanation. It's a sign of mourning. You have to do it when you go to the Western Wall.
You have to get naked?
Wait, they do that at the Western Wall too? I thought you just did that in the funeral.
Oh, do you think that the settlers got confused during the like Janet Jackson Super Bowl show? You're like, wait, she's mourning. She's in mourning.
It's called tearing Kriya. That's what it is.
Okay, man.
It's rending your clothes in grief. It's the rending of clothes.
You know what I don't like?
I have no opinion on this. He's Jewish. This is a inside intra-religious politics. I'm not.
You know what I don't like? Wastefulness.
No, okay. That's why you don't.
I don't like wastefulness. What if you were wearing a nice shirt by the Theory Corporation and your brother died?
It's too expensive. There's no way.
And they were like, and you're like, what the fuck? I like this shirt. And your fucking nipples just out there. That wouldn't make me feel better.
God, I hate Moscow so much.
Ugh.
Yeah. Oliver Larkin, my goat. He just got the DSA national endorsement earlier. Moskowitz is one of the worst Democrats in Congress.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, like he has openly said he is like more to the right on Iran than Trump and Marco Rubio is.
So like nuking them?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know. I don't.
Fuck?
Yeah, I don't fully. What is this? You called it? AOC commit to vote? Yes, I know. I know she was going to do that.
We're talking about funerary stripping now.
Yeah,
you're behind.
What is this? President Trump says he'll attend. Oh yeah. He said he's going to attend the hearing at the Supreme Court on Wednesday on his executive order to end birthright citizenship.
What does he think it's going to do? If does he think he'll just like stare at them and it'll be like in The Godfather 2 when Pentangeli is like, oh, I'm sorry.
He thinks he can be an intimidating presence in the room.
Whenever he tries to look scary, he does look like a Manul. That's what when his mugshot came out, it was like he looked so, he's like he looked like Bull.
Yeah.
Bull is much cuter. Rest in peace, Bull. Rest in peace, Dunzy. Rest in peace, all the Manuls we lost this year. That was a sad one for me.
Does he know cameras are not allowed in SCOTUS? It doesn't matter. He can sleep to his heart's desire. He can fart around,
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I gonna? What Iran versus USA at the Strait of Hormuz is age restricted. M HUD.
Yeah. Dude, one of the greatest videos of all time. One of the greatest. Thank you, Michael. I love this video so much.
Why is this age restricted?
It's the greatest fight of all time. Too many people would learn martial arts by watching this.
No need for a rock.
No need for a rock. This is what happened to Josh Hammer before he went on TV.
Oh, he's slipping every time he kicks.
What the fuck?
Think how bad it feels to like be in a fight with someone and everyone's laughing at both of you.
Oh!
Dude.
Oh, he backs away into the water. He retreats like a crab.
That's an aquatic warrior. He's probably a Navy
He's
SEAL.
trying to swim.
All men are brothers. Helping him out. Yeah, fuck you.
He refuses. He's like, I have dignity.
Yeah, this is America coming out of the pond.
Oh! Oh, he fell back in the water. What the fuck?
This really is America. The lethality of our pond fighters.
This is how they're gonna take Carg Island.
Yeah, this is literally Carg Island right here.
Yeah, this is it.
Man, that is probably the funniest.
America
video.
being like, no need for a rock.
No Need for a Rock and Bong Fight are like the two greatest videos ever.
Yeah,
recorded.
they're already winded.
Oh my god, I love Bong Fight. I used to think there could be no fight could ever be as funny as Bong Fight, and then I saw No Need for Rock.
Yeah.
M HUD. I like to call myself a smile creator, but I think I've created billions. You've created trillions.
Yeah, but obviously the most smiles created per capita is still Josh Hammer.
That is the moral dichotomy of the 21st century. It's been the moral dichotomy of black versus white, of good versus evil for millennia there. I know that the moral obfuscation on this show on a day-in-day basis tends to rot brains and minds, make people think
well,
that is the only thing that motivates me on a day.
Why are you here?
Piers Morgan has been like, he is one of the most like disrespected men ever, but like just by virtue of being screamed at and hated, he's figured out how to get one over on. He can get one over on a big idiot like that. Yep,
Joe, this one is crazy.
Bro,
you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Bro, stay in the bunker, buddy. Seriously, what the fuck?
I know.
They need to stop aura farming. They need to get serious.
But you got to admit, he looks awesome.
I mean, look at him. He's just fucking walking around, dude. Dude, have you seen Ali Khamenei had?
He had a pretty great one.
He had a 3-head, bro. He didn't even have a 4-head. It was crazy.
But this is like, man, that's just like the best hair texture. My shit's like a little too curly. I wish it was more wavy-ish.
It's just unbelievable that like two of the world's most like prone to assassinate countries are hounding you with regular frequency. They recently said they took you off the assassination list, which implies that there was an assassination list that you were on, which again is like a massive no-no because like diplomats have gotten immunity from like Genghis Khan. You know what I mean? Like that's not even a thing that you're supposed to do in like the medieval times or even far beyond that. Meanwhile, America and Israel's like, oh yeah, we're gonna kill the diplomats. And he's still out there just being like, yeah, let's do it. It's crazy. God, what a game. What a fucking game, dude. Dude, I think when I first played this game, I could not believe it. Like, I didn't understand how video games could be like this. Trump is not live. Trump is not going live yet. He's going live tomorrow at 6. Otacon.
Our boy, he's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
You can't read? It said PM. No, it's tomorrow. It's not today. It's tomorrow. President Trump is at the Kennedy Center right now. He's speaking tomorrow at 6 p.m. I have to pee. See? Trump will give an address to the nation to provide an important update on Iran at 9 p.m. tomorrow, White House says. Close some tabs, bruh. No, I refuse. I will be speaking while he gives an address to the nation, I believe. But maybe I'll go back live after my Stanford speech. April Fools, you know? IRL stream in San Francisco this weekend? No, I'm not going to do IRL stream Megaphonic so you can fucking stream snipe me. Okay, calm down. No, I wasn't playing Metal Gear Solid 2. I just was watching.
Sorry. I'm getting flown up by Josh Hammer, and I'm getting cracked by him. I'm really excited.
Yeah, he's gonna blow your back walls out.
Yeah. He'd be like, "Are you seriously arguing you didn't come?" I'd be like, "No, you got me. I did."
Is your CNN part out yet? I already covered it this morning. Yes, I did the CNN piece this morning. And yes, we already covered Kirsti Noem and her beautiful husband. Here, let's look at what
Iran's foreign minister has been speaking exclusively with Al Jazeera about negotiations that U.S. President Donald Trump insists are going extremely well. Abbas Araghchi has confirmed that he has received direct messages from Trump's.
I know a lot of you were born during 2014, but for those of you who were following the Syrian civil war around that, there was an old joke we had about Al Jazeera. That AJ Plus, the one for the Western world, they'd have their story would be like video, the feminist hip hop artists who are challenging the patriarchy with rhymes. That's AJ Plus. Al Jazeera regular, Iranian ballistic poses new threat, and then Al Jazeera in Gadar, like in Arabic, it would be like what types of Shia you should put in cages. That's the way they've been covering this reminds me of that.
Special Envoy Steve Witkoff But he also says that does not constitute actual
I'll
negotiation.
do the episode about rising.
Arakchi added that there is
eventually.
zero trust for there to even
I'm
be
working
talks.
on the FromSoft series now.
It
got way
Nothing
laid
like
by
this
me
exists
getting
right
stomach
now.
flu.
Countries usually send messages to one another either directly or indirectly. This is not called negotiation, but this does exist right now. We have received messages from the US.
Don't you think that shirt looks like I've always liked how these guys look. They never wear ties, obviously, you know. But I've always wanted a shirt with that collar. I wouldn't be confident enough to wear. I think people would make fun of me maybe. But I've always thought it looked cool.
Some are direct, some are through some of our regional friends. And wherever it is necessary, we reply to these messages. However, no negotiation has taken place, and the reports about that are not accurate. Discussions.
He does full Farsi on Al Jazeera. He only does English on American TV.
He's such a goat. I know you're accusing him of aura farming, but I think there are guys who just like naturally.
When he does the Shia smirk.
Yeah.
Dude, there are TikToks of people like Americans thirsting after him, being like, why is he?
Oh, yeah. Bad news. If you're like a 23-year-old guy, every 23-year-old girl.
They want the foreign minister of Iran.
Iranian foreign ministers are always like the most like suave and urbane guys, though, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the ideal of what a diplomat
Trump
is
is speaking? What do you mean Trump is speaking? Like right now, Trump is speaking at this moment. Or did you see that Trump is going to speak tomorrow and you thought it was today?
Is it now?
Yes, Trump scheduled a speech while I'm giving a speech at Stanford. Man, this is what I was talking about.
I like this man. I'm going to talk to my therapist about it tomorrow because he don't give a fuck. And for some reason, I like that. Apparently, emotionally unavailable is my type, but not for long. You know what I'm saying? But he really don't give a fuck. He was like, the straight arm move's not closed, bitch. It's open to anybody who got some fucking sense. You trying to threaten. Why don't you try some fucking respect?
Yeah?
Talk your shit. Talk your shit. I like that, honey. Trump is gonna have to die for Iran to get their demands that I was telling y'all about earlier. His bravado, his ego will let all of us perish instead of acquiescing. I like this
man. I never imagined, I never imagined that everyone would join my community.
That's true.
Yeah.
This is it's Felix time.
Yeah. And I'm really not one of those people who's like, oh, I was doing it first. I'm just happy, I'm just like,
yeah.
I like more people to be in the club.
All right.
This is a true fan, I can tell, Not of me, I'm saying, but like, go team,
Yeah.
That makes it even better that like she probably has, if you showed her a picture of me, she'd be like, who's that? He should die. But no, we agree. No, I'm not saying that she would say that.
She might think you're Iranian.
She would think I'm a different. I don't know.
She think you're Iranian. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I could see you on one of the Hezbollah posters.
I've gotten a lot like paler in my older age. I used to be tan. I guess I've gotten a little more tan while here, but I used to like never sunburn, right? And then I don't know. I think those the last like 18 months that I lived here, where I was just like inside all the time, it was a compounding effect because I got so fat. I was like, ooh, I don't want to be seen in the streets until I'm less fat. But then you just stay inside, and that's where all your snacks are. What's going to happen?
True.
What's going to happen? You're going
That's
to
why
get
you
fatter.
have to. That's why you have to hide the snacks. You have to not buy them.
Well, I mean, what? Nah.
Or buy protein snacks, which is what I do.
That was the thing, though. It didn't matter. I just wasn't expending any calories. You just got to suck it up and like be fat out there,
As an Iranian, I can confirm Felix looks super Iranian. Yeah, there you go.
I think
you got the nod.
Yeah, I've actually no one ever has actually said that about me. Like I've gotten like everything else, but I've never When I was a
But
little
Iranian is everything, so it can be
That's
anything.
true. That is true. That is
like
true.
there's, I mean, have you seen?
That's true.
There's a tweet about this where it's like, all of the diaspora Iranians look like this, and then it's like Reza Pahlavi, and all of the regime like hardliners look like this, and they're so white.
Yeah. Like Khomeini's kids are like, dude, they look like they could have played Xbox.
Yeah, no, they look so fucking white. I mean, they are white. They're Azeri, and they're Azeri Turks.
You know, I've been on this thing for a while about Jews, just that we're ethnically Italian, which is just that's the same as being Middle Eastern.
It's like the Khazar theory, but different,
right? But I have uncles who straight up look like Hafez. I have uncles. Yeah, no, my dad. I don't think I've ever showed the picture of my dad on stream, but my dad really.
Yeah, you've shown me a picture of your dad.
My dad looks so much like if Saddam was really thin.
Yeah, your dad does look like a Baathist.
My dad would have looked exactly like Saddam if he didn't. I think my dad would have been on like Pro Ana Twitter. I've talked about it on the show. I don't think I've talked about it on the stream. I would see what my dad would pack for his lunch every day at work. Listen to this bullshit. This is gonna make you guys in chat so sad to think about him eating this every day. So he would have like the shitty, spongy, like natural wheat bread with the stir refrigerated peanut butter, like just a 1 millimeter layer of it in between. So like the driest sandwich you could imagine.
The stirred one too.
Yeah.
Not even there's no caloric difference between the stirred one and like the one that at least tastes good.
I don't know why we did it. But yeah, just like a millimeter of that stirred peanut butter, and then a little bag with exactly 4 almonds and 3 apricots, and then a room temperature plain seltzer.
Oof.
I don't know what his fucking problem was. He was like,
oh, that's how Twitter's down.
Was he just
that's how he stayed skinty.
I guess. I mean, it worked. He was he was a very svelte man, but at a certain point, it's like no, I do think he would have been like on Tumblr and been like Finspo. They would be like, "We love you, even though you're a 57-year-old lawyer." We even though you're not exactly the normal member of this community, you get the idea.
Yeah,
Mr. Biederman.
Well, on that note, I'm tired.
All right,
I'm gonna end it here. 7 hours and 30 minutes.
Ooh. Hasan also had that exact lunch today. That's why he's tired.
Yeah, I will be live tomorrow from San Francisco.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be speaking at Stanford. The Students for Justice for Palestine invited me, and the school has been fucking with them nonstop. But I'm so stubborn. I was like, fuck this. I'm not going to cancel. I'm going to do it anyway for the students. They changed. I think I talked about this yesterday. I don't know if I told you. They changed the room. The event sold out. It was a 1,700 person auditorium. They changed it like out of nowhere. They refunded everybody's seats. They refunded everyone's tickets and put me in a 350 person room instead, which also sold out in a matter of seconds.
I would imagine.
Yeah. And it's really fucking annoying that they did that last second.
Did U Chicago fuck with you at all on this level?
No. But U Chicago, I was invited not by SJP, but instead by like the politics school.
That's still crazy to me though, because like I guess Stanford is like a kind of conservative place, but like I consider U Chicago pretty right wing in a lot of ways, but I guess they're like
no. I think it's because I was invited by EPSTEIN as a part of their like. I was invited by faculty.
I guess, but it's still like
so when I'm invited by faculty to a school, like when I did UBC, they don't give a fuck about the pressure. Or they're like, no, we invited him. But Stanford, I was invited by SJP, and I guess they don't fuck with SJP that much.
I know, but it just still like doesn't. I always wonder this about like people who do stuff like this. It's like, aren't you embarrassed to be seen doing something so like just like petty and fucking lame? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they did it anyway, and I think they did it to just like get me to cancel, but I didn't. Yeah. So I'm doing it anyway. But I will. Stanford is rated the worst school for Muslims in America for the 3rd year in a row. Wait, that's a real thing. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll be live normal time tomorrow, as always, obviously. And then, you know, I'm gonna head over to Stanford to do the speech. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna be. That's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. And then University of San Francisco Law School the day after. So get excited. Felix, is there anything you want to promote?
I will be going to Arizona State University. I will be
just for fun.
Well, I'll be teaching people how to lie to your credit card company about things that you bought. Trick is you don't abuse the chargeback program. You save it up. You save it up for a big purchase. No, I'm just kidding. No, same stuff as always. Everywhere where podcasts are published. Chabo Trap House, patreon.com/Chabo Trap House. God willing, I will finish that playthrough. My 9th playthrough of Dark Souls tonight, so I can fucking bang that episode out, and I will be a quarter finished with the new Players Club series. But you know, anything could happen. Anything could happen. I could get abducted on my way home, so no promises.
All right, Trump is not live today. Jesus Christ, chatters. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, everybody. Bye bye.
All the chatters trickling in. Hustle people, hey. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke to back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. Himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS.